Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3TS. Chapter 97. A New Beginning, 3/4, please subscribe automatically. Time passed by bit, and every day Ji Yun could usher in new changes. The magic power in his body became more and more viscous because of the continuous absorption of high-level magic spirit power. After about a month of keeping this way, the magic power in Ji Yun's body had become extremely viscous. Although the effect of high-level magic spirit power had been greatly overestimated, the actual effect still surprised Ji Yun. It took only more than a month for the magic power in Ji Yun's body to reach a critical point of liquid state. If it continues like this, it will not take too much time at all. At most 1 month, or even half a month, the magic power in Ji Yun's body can completely become solid. Now with the same 313 move or even the same magic power, the destructive power and attack strength caused by Ji Yun have increased by nearly 70%. You must know that Ji Yun's strength was already invincible, and now it has become 70% stronger on the basis of invincibility. This is simply terrifying, and not only did his strength become stronger, Ji Yun's body also continued to improve due to the continuous improvement of the purity of magic power. His body was much stronger than he was a month ago, and his lifespan was greatly extended again. After all, when one aspect of the body becomes stronger, it will passively lead other aspects to become stronger. For example, if the physique is strong, the strength will also increase, and if the strength is increased, the speed will also increase to a certain extent. However, just as Ji Yun was concentrating on practicing to make himself stronger, the seemingly peaceful world also ushered in some unusual changes. Although Makarov did not choose to disband the Fairy Tale Guild as in the original work, Makarov also chose to set Urza as the acting president and went to the Ilbara's empire in the western continent alone to negotiate. Of course, everyone in Fairy Tale did not know what Makarov was doing. At most, they thought that Makarov wanted to abdicate. After all, Makarov was already very old and had always considered the issue of abdication. At the same time, because future Lucy was not killed by future Rogue as in the original book, she once again joined the Fairy Tale Guild. As for why future Lucy did not answer the question of the future, it was of course because Ji Yun did not choose to destroy the Eclipse Gate. After all, if the Eclipse Gate was destroyed, all the dragon magic crystals obtained by Ji Yun would disappear, so Ji Yun collected the Eclipse Gate of the Kingdom of Fury before leaving the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. As long as it is placed in one's own personal space, the Eclipse Gate will never be destroyed. Similarly, the large number of dragon magic crystals obtained by the Eclipse Gate will naturally not disappear because the Eclipse Gate is destroyed. On the other hand, the Magic Council also began the reorganization of the Speaker and the Councilors. Because they learned the lesson that Tartaros easily wiped out the entire Magic Council's top management last time, this time the Speaker and the Councilors of the Magic Council were considered first on the 10 Wizard Saints. There is no doubt that as the 10 strongest wizards listed on the Ishgar continent, these 10 wizards are still quite terrifying, at least they are definitely not the existence that Tartaros can easily destroy. Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, is also in the list of councilors to prepare this time, but it is a pity that because Makarov went to the Ilbara's empire of the western continent alone and unnoticed, the Magic Council has never been able to contact Makarov and can only cross Makarov out of the list of councilors to prepare. Everything seems to be as calm as it seems on the surface, but how many people can notice the turbulence in the dark? One night after Ji Yun practiced and absorbed the power of high-level magic spirits for a month, a girl who looked a little simple and a little like a witch fell unconscious at the door of the Fairy Tale Guild. And next to this girl, there was a yellow duck that looked a little weird and kept calling for help, attracting Urza and Natsu who were still chatting in the guild building. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild building. After an unknown amount of time, the girl who had fainted at the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild building slowly regained consciousness. She looked at the unfamiliar environment and Urza and others who were looking at her with concern, and she was confused. The girl who was dressed like a shrine maiden looked at Urza and others and asked a little confusedly, "Who are you?" Because she fainted suddenly, the girl didn't know what happened. "You're awake." Urza smiled gently when she saw the girl waking up. Just now you fainted at the door of our guild because of your weak body, so we carried you in. Drink some soup first. You must have not eaten for a long time. 1.5 After hearing Urza's words, the girl looked at the emblems on Urza and everyone else around her and hesitated a little, but after seeing the bowl of soup in front of her and feeling her body weak, she still opened her mouth slightly and said, "Thank you." After that, the girl stopped talking and quietly held the yellow duck in her arms and drank the soup. Looking at the girl drinking soup quietly, Urza and others standing not far away felt a little strange, because as long as the emotional intelligence was online, then they could feel that this girl seemed to have a sense of alienation from Urza and others. You know, Urza and others helped this girl, but this girl felt very reluctant to accept Urza and their help. Chapter 98. Isn't it good to be alive? 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. If Ji Yun was here at this time, Ji Yun would be able to recognize the identity of this girl instantly. This girl is one of the very few characters in the original book who has lived for more than 400 years, the Phoenix priest Eclia, who gained eternal life by drinking the blood of the Phoenix and lived alone for more than 400 years. In the end, she lost her eternal life because she defeated the Phoenix. In the original book, although it seems that immortality is possible, it seems that every existence that achieves immortality has paid a huge price. For example, Zirf, the ancestor of the Black Wizard, was cursed by the god Anxur Ramel while having endless time. Although Phoenix priest Eclia gained eternal life by drinking the blood of the Phoenix, her life is also completely related to the Phoenix. When the Phoenix dies, Eclia will naturally be buried with it. There is another one that is not so certain, that is the Black Dragon Acknowledge 08. Although dragons have a long lifespan, they are also only about 1,000 years old and will also age. However, the Black Dragon Acknowledge has no signs of aging, and it is also possible that it has gained immortality. As for what price it paid, it is unknown. Anyway, it can't be a good thing, otherwise the Black Dragon Acknowledge would not give people an ominous feeling. In short, just like this, Phoenix priestess Eclia and Urza and others came into contact, and because of Eclia's resistance to fairy tale people at the beginning, Lucy became interested and curious about Eclia. In addition, the place where Eclia wanted to go was very dangerous, so after a series of things, Urza, Natsu, Wendy, Lucy and others decided to help Eclia go to the place where Eclia wanted to go. The only difference in this book is that Urza has been appointed by Makarov as the acting president of the Fairy Tale Guild, so Urza cannot leave work casually, so the team accompanying Eclia this time is also different from the lineup in the original book, with one less Urza and one more future Lucy. At the same time, in Veronica, a small principality on the Ishgar continent, there is also a person who is very interested in the half-piece of Phoenix worn by Eclia. That is Stuart Crofts, the prince of the Veronica Principality. 400 years ago, it was the king of the Veronica Principality who coveted the Phoenix Stone in the village where Eclia lived and led the army to massacre the village where Eclia lived and rob the Phoenix Stone worshipped by the village of Eclia. The reason why Eclia hated wizards so much was because her village was massacred by the wizard army of the Veronica Principality. However, after 400 years, Eclia had long forgotten why she hated wizards so much. It must be said that it was a very sad thing. This can also be regarded as a disadvantage of obtaining eternal life through the blood of the Phoenix. It seems that memories will continue to pass and forget with time, and only the memories of the last few decades or hundreds of years are retained. Originally, the Phoenix Stone has been treasured by the Veronica Principality for many years. The kings of successive generations have never taken the Phoenix Stone seriously. After all, there has been no news about the other half of the Phoenix Stone. Over time, they have forgotten about it and just stored the half of the Phoenix Stone that their ancestors robbed from the Eclia village as an ancestral item. However, the Veronica Principality, which had almost completely forgotten about the Phoenix Stone, once again received news of the Phoenix Stone, which made the Prince Steward of the Veronica Principality unable to sit still. Hey, the Phoenix Stone that can grant eternal life. In the palace of the Veronica Principality, a blond man with a feminine and delicate appearance was looking at the Phoenix Stone that had been treasured for generations in an extremely dazed manner. This was the Prince of the Veronica Principality, Stuart Crofts. Looking at the half-piece of Phoenix Stone blooming with strange colors in his hand, Stuart Crofts murmured to himself, "As long as you can become complete, you can gain eternal life, and let my handsome face exist forever, right? This is such an exciting thing. In this way, under the control of the Prince of the Veronica Principality, the Veronica Principality began to operate with all its strength. It's not just this. In addition to fully operating the power it has, it also contacted the Ruby Guild, which is more famous among the Dark Guilds, for assistance. In short, it is like getting the Phoenix Stone on Eclia at all costs. Thinking of this, Stuart Crofts, the Prince of the Veronica Principality, laughed wantonly, as if he had seen himself making the Phoenix Stone complete and gaining eternal life. Even if it meant starting a war for this, it would not hesitate. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, a piece of the 007 Fairy Tale Guild building that had just been repaired by the citizens of Magnolia was destroyed, and the guild hall was directly turned into a ruin. Because they did not expect to be attacked at all, Urza and others who were discussing in the Fairy Tale Guild hall were all seriously injured. After all, Fairy Tale is the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fury, and they must go all out. At the same time, a shadow took advantage of the injuries of the Fairy Tale people and directly abducted the bewildered Eclia and fled away. Ha 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 ha, is this the legendary strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fury? A yellow-haired flat-headed man in green military uniform looked at the scene in front of him and sneered, "It's really embarrassing." Oh my, it's really embarrassing. After hearing the sneer of the man in green military uniform, a woman with a big mouth and luxurious clothes beside him also echoed. And the man with dark blue hair standing between the two just stood quietly without saying anything more. However, no one noticed that someone who had been practicing peacefully in the ground frowned and slowly opened his murderous eyes. Isn't it good to be alive? Chapter 99. Invincible Perspective 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. The four-man team that destroyed the Fairy Tale Guild Hall was the core members of the Ruby Guild, the Dark Wizard Guild. The leader was the low-profile blue-haired Tendo Pain Dist, Cannon who used magic gun magic, and Cortinetta who used the same disguise magic as Urza. It is worth mentioning that Cortinetta can remove the disguise magic on others, and has a crushing advantage over Urza who also used disguise magic. As for the black shadow that took Eclia away in the chaos, it was Chase who used shadow magic. It must be said that the appearance rate of shadow magic in the fairy tale world is still quite high. Naturally, the people in Fairy Tale could not just watch the people of the Ruby Guild take Eclia away. So, after understanding what happened, the Fairy Tale people quickly had a fierce battle with 3 of the 4 Ruby people, but they were quickly suppressed. Urza, who has the best fighting power, was restrained by Cortinetta. The other 2 members of Ruby were also strong. In addition, because of the sudden attack at the beginning, most members of Fairy Tale Guild suffered a lot of trauma. And today itself is not a special holiday. Most members of Fairy Tale Guild went to other places to complete the tasks after accepting the task commission, so Fairy Tale was suppressed by only 3 people from Ruby. Natsu is famous for being 50-50. It doesn't matter whether the opponent is strong or not. The outcome is unpredictable. Ha 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 ha. What Fairy Queen Urza? Cortinetta looked at Urza who had no power to resist in front of her and laughed unscrupulously. In front of me, the so-called S-class wizard Fairy Queen Urza is just an ordinary woman. It's really ugly. Are you guys the ones who are making a lot of noise here? Just when Cortinetta was about to continue to mock Urza who had no power to resist in front of her to satisfy her vanity, she heard an extremely indifferent voice coming from beside her. As the indifferent voice fell, Cortinetta felt a palpitation that she had never felt before suddenly rising from the depths of her heart, followed by an extreme feeling of powerlessness and suffocation. Feeling the extreme suffocation, Cortinetta turned around slowly with a stiff face and looked in the direction of the indifferent voice just now, and then a figure with white hair appeared in her sight. Seeing this figure that suddenly appeared near her, Atenita said with difficulty, "Who are you, Mr. Dragon Slayer?" Before Cortinetta finished her words, Urza, who was a little embarrassed not far away, shouted out with a look of surprise. Although Ji Yun was said to be a very cruel and brutal existence by everyone, Urza did not think so after getting along with Ji Yun for a while. Urza was very surprised to see Ji Yun at this time. After all, Ji Yun would appear at this time, naturally ready to come to help her. Or as she had said many times before, Urza simply felt that she would feel very at ease with Ji Yun around. This feeling was very wonderful for Urza. Although Fairy Tale Guild also gave Urza a very warm feeling like home, because of the strength and status, what Urza felt from Fairy Tale was a sense of responsibility to not let down her companions. The pure feeling of peace of mind was almost never felt. In addition, Ji Yu-yun also knew about his mother, so Urza still had a special feeling for Ji Yu-yun, a person who was not a companion but had a more reassuring feeling than a companion. Dragon Slayer. Is it the Dragon Slayer who killed 1,000 magicians of the Magic Council in seconds? After hearing Urza's surprised voice, the other two guys not far away couldn't stand it, especially the low-profile version of the leader, Tiandao Pain Dist, whose pupils shrank suddenly. Because Doranbolt used the power of memory magic to suppress the spread of the news, the outside world still felt that Ji Yu-yun was the image of being able to kill 1,000 magicians in seconds. Even if this news has been outdated for a long time. Looking at the three ruby people who were suddenly facing a great enemy, Ji Yu-yun was about to say something, and then sighed. Although Ji Yu-yun was a little angry that Coordinata beat Urza, and was also very angry that his practice was interrupted, but Ji Yu-yun found that he really didn't want to say anything to the three ruby people. At this time, Ji Yu-yun suddenly understood the Black Dragon Acknowledger. It's really boring to talk too much to ants. After all, why waste so much time talking when you can just step on them to death? Perhaps the only difference between Ji Yu-yun and the Black Dragon Acknowledger is that the Black Dragon Acknowledger is purely destructive. Ji Yu-wei is simply targeting those who hinder his existence. Backquote. Forget it, there's nothing to say, just disappear. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun looked at Coordinata Wang's Good, who was looking at him with horror, and said lightly. Considering Urza's presence, Ji Yu-yun just snapped his fingers lightly. As the sound of the snap fell, a ripple suddenly appeared under Coordinata's feet, and then it evolved into a black hole, swallowing Coordinata, who had been unable to move for a long time, in front of everyone present. A-hole, what did you do to Coordinata? Canon, who was originally horrified by Ji Yu-yun, became extremely ferocious after seeing Coordinata disappear. When a person is forced into a desperate situation, he will either give up struggling completely or die completely. It is obvious that the disappearance of Coordinata has completely aroused Canon's nerves. Magic Penetration Cannon. Chapter 100. The Cannon Fodder Combination That Died Quickly. 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hey, it's the 100th chapter, it's really a memorable thing, so dear readers, please give me an automatic subscription for the sake of this being the 100th chapter. Compared to the huge magic power of ordinary wizards, Canon surged out of his body. The magic guns that had been floating behind Canon began to reorganize continuously, and finally formed a magic cannon with a radius of about half a meter, which directly fired a pure white beam of light at Ji Yu-yun. Then, in Canon's ferocious and somewhat desperate eyes, this pure white beam of light did not even approach Ji Yu-yun's 1-meter radius and collapsed into the most primitive magic factor. Of course, even in this case, Canon's courage to attack Ji Yu-yun is a very commendable thing. After all, most people at this time will only be dazed and terrified, and will not think of struggling, resisting, and attacking. For example, the Black Dragon acknowledges some time ago, after being caught by Ji Yu-ku at 220, he did not resist until his death. Although a large part of the reason is that Ji Yu-yun left too deep an impression on the Black Dragon acknowledger 400 years ago. How is it possible? How is it possible? Even the so-called Dragon Slayer can't be this far. After watching his ultimate move collapse without even Ji Yu-yun getting close, Kanan roared madly, and began to squeeze and overdraw his body desperately, attacking Ji Yu-yun madly. One after another, the magic cannon continued to bombard Ji Yu-yun, but each one dissipated halfway. This is Ji Yu-yun's new ability after he has been absorbing high-level magic spirit power to make the purity of the magic in his body reach the peak of liquid. The extremely high-quality magic makes the magic used by low-purity magic basically ineffective against Ji Yu-yun. For example, in the current situation, Kanan's continuous ultimate move collapsed without even Ji Yu-yun getting close, or it was restored to the most primitive magic factor, and then absorbed by Ji Yu-yun. After all, Ji Yu-yun can even absorb the high-level magic spirit power refined by the combination of dragon magic crystals. There is no problem in absorbing most of the magic released by gaseous magic or even magic that is inferior to gaseous magic. Just like Dragon Slayer can ignore magic of the same attribute, Ji Yun is almost equivalent to Dragon Slayer with all attributes, and can swallow and absorb any magic directly. The reason why the dragon race was so powerful in the past was that the quality of magic power was so high compared to that of humans that human magic had no effect on the dragon race at all. So, ants are ants. You will never know how much you are worth, and you will always be blinded by your own desires. Quote, looking at the Canon who was attacking him crazily and the low-profile version of Tendo Pain beside Canon who had no intention of attacking him from the beginning, he waved his hand casually, and once again summoned two black holes to completely swallow the two guys from the Ruby Guild. Then the world suddenly became quiet, and everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild stared at Ji Yun in a daze. Although everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild knew how terrible Ji Yun's strength was, every time Ji Yun showed a little bit of combat power AIFH everyone would be stunned. Because no matter which time, no one understood Ji Yun's move. After dealing with the three people from the Ruby Guild, Ji Yun just stood there and fumbled his chin and hesitated for a while, then waved to the damaged Fairy Tail Guild Hall, and used material reconstruction to restore the Fairy Tail Guild Hall to a brand new look. After all, Ji Yun also knew that Urza had become the acting president of the Fairy Tail Guild, so Ji Yun helped Urza repair the building destroyed by the three Ruby Guild members. After everything was done, Ji Yun turned around and prepared to use space magic to leave here. Mr. Dragon Slayer, can you please wait for a moment? After Urza saw that Ji Yun seemed to be about to leave, she didn't care about what happened to the three people in the Ruby Guild, and quickly said to Ji Yun, can you help me, Mr. Lu Longjae? One of my companions, Eclea, was just kidnapped by their companions. I remember that the Dragon Slayer had a magic that could capture people from a long distance during the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference. I wonder if you can help us get Eclea back. After this trip, Lucy and others had already recognized Eclea's identity as a companion, and the same was true for Eclea. Even before being kidnapped, Eclea had decided to end her aimless wandering and join the Fairy Tail Guild once she found the other half of the Phoenix Stone. So even if Eclea did not join the Fairy Tail Guild, Urza has already regarded Eclea as a companion of her guild, and no wizard guild can just watch her Dark Wizard Guild kidnap Renlei from her guild. Coupled with the inexplicable sense of security in Ji Yun, Urza decided to ask the Dragon Slayer, who always seemed very mysterious, powerful and indifferent, for help. Eclea, although it was Urza's request, Ji Yun had to admit that what Urza said attracted his attention a little. You know, Eclea is one of the very few people who have achieved immortality in the fairy tale world, and she is also the heroine of the theatrical version in the original work. Ji Yun still remembers the name Eclea. And 400 years ago, when Ji Yun was facing the crisis of running out of vitality, he also thought of the Phoenix Stone. After all, this is the best way to achieve immortality in the fairy tale world, although the premise is to be strong enough to crush the Phoenix. Chapter 101. Gossip 3/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. I beg you to subscribe automatically. Closing square bracket. It was just that the dragons were chasing Ji Yun very close at that time. After all, Ji Yun had killed almost 24 dragons at that time, and had completely slapped the dragons in the face. Therefore, even though Ji Yun felt that his vitality was exhausted, he had no time to look for the Phoenix Stone, and could only run desperately. For Ji Yun at that time, even if the immortality obtained through the Phoenix Stone had great disadvantages, Ji Yun would not care. There was nothing he could do about it. The nose of the Dragon Slayer itself was famous for its sensitivity, not to mention that the dragons were many times stronger than the Dragon Slayer. So it was no joke to say that the dragons chased Ji Yun to the point where he had no way to go. To be honest, even if Ji Yun experienced the chase again, he would not necessarily dare to guarantee that he would survive. There were too many coincidences. In this case, the three guys I killed just now are the wizards of the Ruby, the Dark Wizard Guild that appeared in the original movie. No wonder I felt that the magic used by these three guys was a little familiar. Thinking of this, Ji Yun shook his head gently and smiled at Urza, who asked him for help. There is another guy who ran away, right? Let me see, he should not have run far and is still in Magnolia. Just when I came here, Ji Yun did notice that a black shadow kidnapped a little girl. Because Ji Yu-yun did not think of the Phoenix Priestess in the movie, Ji Yu-yun did not care much. Now it turns out that the Black Shadow is the last assassin who used shadow magic among the Ruby Four in the original movie. Because he knew the direction in which the guy who used shadow magic fled, Ji Yu-yun quickly used space magic to find the guy who kidnapped Eklia. While Ji Yu-yun was helping to find, all the Mayway people in the Fairy Tale Guildhall looked at Ji Yu and Urza with strange faces. Everyone was surprised to find that Ji Yu-yun, the legendary dragon slayer, was too easy to talk to. You should know that from Ji Yu-yun's previous personality, it was already a very good thing that Ji Yu-yun did not treat you as an accomplice and solve the problem, let alone help you. I didn't expect that Ji Yu-yun would really start to help after hearing Urza's request. This is too ridiculous. Just now, when everyone in Fairy Tale saw Urza stop Ji Yu-yun who was about to leave, they were really scared to death. They didn't expect the development and turn of things to be so unexpected. Is this really the Dragon Slayer with blood on his hands in history? Nah, Z. Lucy looked at Ji Yu-yun who was helping to find someone and whispered to Natsu beside her. Mr. Dragon Slayer seems to be very good to Urza. In the Tartaros incident, Mr. Dragon Slayer saved Urza. There is adultery. ... Before Natsu could reply, the blue kitten who looked a little funny beside Natsu rolled her tongue and said gossipingly, but before the blue kitten finished speaking, Lucy covered her mouth with her hands. Happy. Looking at the blue kitten who kept making a woohoo sound with her mouth covered, Lucy said in a frightened voice, "Dare to gossip about Mr. Dragon Slayer, Happy, are you going to die? I remember that guy seemed to say he knew Urza's mother last time." Quote. After hearing what Lucy said, Natsu recalled a little and said, "That's what the guy said when he saved Urza from the so-called Hades marred gear last time in Tartaros. There's really no way to say anything, knowing Urza's mother or something. I think it might be because this guy knows Urza's mother, so he treats Urza better." Quote. 0. Please give me flowers 0. It has to be said that Natsu, who has a unique imagination, actually gave an answer that is close to the truth, although almost no one believes Natsu's answer. After all, it is too ridiculous. How is it possible? Didn't Mr. Dragon Slayer come out of that relic ice coffin? Sure enough, after hearing Natsu's answer, Lucy was unconvinced and said, "The Dragon Slayer is a myth that existed 400 years ago. How old can Urza's mother be? How could Mr. Dragon Slayer know Urza? No, if the Dragon Slayer didn't know Urza, Mr. Dragon Slayer wouldn't be so good to Urza, but why is that?" But in the end, Lucy herself became confused, because Lucy found that Ji Yu-yun seemed to be really good to Urza because he knew Urza, and even had some relationship with Urza that others couldn't see through. It's just that Lucy was a little confused about what the relationship was. "I haven't waited yet." Lucy continued to be confused, and with a dull voice, the guy who had kidnapped Eklia and ran away was pulled back by Ji Yu-yun and thrown on the ground, with a confused face. At the same time, Eklia, who was also confused, was pulled back. Okay, this guy and this little girl named Eklia are back. Ji Yu-yun looked at the two guys who were looking at him in confusion and casually snapped his fingers like before, and then a black hole emerged and swallowed the last member of the Ruby Four. There is one thing that even Ji Yu-yun has to admit. Although there are so-called good and bad people in the fairy tale world, and there are so-called dark wizard guilds and light wizard guilds, the word companion is unprecedentedly sacred in the fairy tale world. So in order to avoid trouble, Ji Yu-yun directly solved this last guy neatly. Chapter 102. My Daughter Urza, 4/4, please subscribe automatically. Because the people he killed in front of Urza before were either demons or dragons, all of them were aliens, so Ji Yu-yun had no worries and just cut them off. Now if the target is a human, Ji Yu-yun would be a little concerned about his image. Ji Yu-yun also knew what kind of personality Urza had in the original work, so Ji Yu-yun chose a seemingly clean way to kill. Although Ji Yu-yun did completely kill the 4 members of the Ruby Guild, after all, he did not die in front of Urza and others, which would make people subconsciously ignore it. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun sighed softly in his heart. After all, she was his own daughter. When he first met Urza, Ji Yu-yun felt the blood in Urza's body through the connection between the 980 blood. Although the purity was far worse than his current self, Ji Yun did not study the magic of immortality when he took down Irene's first blood. The reason why Ji Yun's body is so abnormally strong now is because of the study of immortality magic. Urza inexplicably felt a sense of security from Ji Yun because of this. Blood connection in Ji Yun's blood is not only the blood of the ancestor, funny, but also countless times stronger. In the face of this situation, it is really normal to instinctively want to rely on something. To be honest, Ji Yun has always subconsciously avoided Urza, including Irene Belsarion. Even until now, Ji Yun still thinks that Irene at that time needs to reflect on herself, but it is also a fact that Ji Yun has been sleeping for 400 years. The most important thing is that Ji Yun, who has read the original work, knows very well what Urza experienced in her childhood. Just thinking about it, Ji Yun couldn't help but sigh again. It's not a problem to keep avoiding like this. Wait until the purity of magic reaches a solid state before showing off. Ji Yun looked at Urza and others who looked happy and subconsciously held his chin up to think deeply. Oh. At the same time, in a very secret forest in the western continent, a man with black hair and a very gentle look was lying in a bush, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the surrounding environment with a confused face. This is Zirf, who escaped from Ji Yun with the help of the god Anxur Ramel after the Tartaros incident. Because Ji Yun severely injured Zirf in all aspects at that time, Zirf was barely awake after the Tartaros incident until now, and his body that was cut into several pieces by Ji Yun has also returned to its original state. Of course, Zirf's clothes are tattered, and everything that should be exposed is exposed, including the mermaid line. Where is this place? Zirf covered his head and recalled with some difficulty, then muttered to himself. At that time, that guy used time and space magic to imprison me instantly, and took advantage of the time I took to release the imprisonment to attack me instantly, and then I lost consciousness. 1. After losing consciousness, the surrounding environment became like this. What happened? Also, Natsu's end book is no longer with him. Zirf has no memory of his body being taken over by the god Anxur Ramel, so Zirf is quite confused about his situation after being thankful. I have no idea what happened after I fainted. This made Zirf very confused. Why did he faint in this place? Because he is proficient in space magic, Zirf is very clear that he is not in Ishgar continent, but in the West continent. Obviously, Ji Yun could not have thrown him to the West continent after knocking him unconscious. Something must have happened after he fainted that he didn't know about, and what made Zirf more concerned was that the end book was not with him. For Zirf still cares a lot about Natsu, his own brother, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so much effort to revive Natsu, and even until now, Zirf has never regretted his actions. Forget it. Since I'm here now, there's no doubt that I can't beat that guy. I haven't been back here for a long time. Let's go to the Ilbara's empire first. I don't know what they have become. Thinking of this, Zirf shook his head helplessly. Although he didn't know what happened after he fell unconscious and caused him to fall unconscious in the western continent, Zirf could still feel the gap between him and Ji Yun very clearly. Perhaps, if he wants to defeat that guy, he needs Mavis' heart. It seems that it's time to consider starting a war. A ray of scarlet light flashed quietly in Zirf's pupils. On the other side, in the Veronica Principality of Ishgar continent, Prince Stuart Crofts of the Veronica Principality also received the news that the core members of the Ruby were wiped out. After all, telepathy 2.0 magic is very important for the team, especially the team of the Dark Wizard Guild. So when Ji Yun showed his desperate power to crush the 3 cannon fodders at the beginning, the cannon fodder who used shadow magic to run first knew the situation on Ji Yun's side, and passed the news here to the person in his own guild who was specially used to pass the news. Ah, my poor brother Dist. Looking at the information handed over by the guards, Stuart Crofts sighed with a face of sadness. I didn't expect my poor brother Dist to be there. It's rare to have such a guy who is to my taste. But it doesn't matter, I will avenge you, brother Dist. Chapter 103. The Principality on the Road to Destruction, 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. Anyway, it's a good thing to confirm the location of the little girl with half a phoenix stone. Is it in Magnolia, the Kingdom of Fury? If you kill a citizen of my Principality of Veronica, you must use the half phoenix stone on that little girl as compensation. Prepare to negotiate with the Kingdom of Fury and ask the Kingdom of Fury to hand over the little girl and the half-phoenix stone on her body to us. Single quote. Of course, if the Kingdom of Fury feels that handing over someone is an insult to the dignity of the country, then the bottom line is the half-phoenix stone on the little girl. Yes, Your Highness. After all, the target is still within the borders of the Kingdom of Fury. Even a very simple matter between countries can become complicated. Many aspects must be considered, and the situation on the Magic Council side must also be paid attention to. Although the Magic Council is only a prosecutorial organization that supervises the wizard guilds across the continent, relying on the deterrent-level military threat of the magic elf power, all countries on the Ishgar continent dare not ignore the Magic Council. Because Doranbolt has been suppressing the news that the Magic Council is on the verge of collapse and almost stopped operating, so for now, although all countries feel that the Magic Council has been too low-key recently, they are generally quite happy, very happy that the rats who watch them day and night to see if there are any unusual things have disappeared. No one will go into the details of why the Magic Council, which has always been very high profile and has always been looking for a sense of presence, suddenly became low-key, at least in a short period of time and when the news can be suppressed. As for the so-called Dragon Slayer, it is also because Doranbolt has been suppressing a series of news about Jiyu Yun, so the Principality of Baroka has never paid much attention to it. There is no way around it, who made the consequences caused by Jiyu Yun too sensational and slapped the face of the Magic Council every time. Before recovering his memory, Doranbolt was quite loyal to the Magic Council, so even though it has been a long time since Jiyu Yun woke up from the ice coffin and has experienced a lot of things, the outside world's perception of Jiyu Yun, the Dragon Slayer, is still based on the fact that Jiyu Yun killed 1,000 magicians of the Magic Council in Magnolia. Even as time goes by, the topic of the Dragon Slayer has gradually faded. Everyone is attracted by the latest news, and it is normal to no longer pay attention to the reappearance of the Dragon Slayer. In this way, the Principality of Veronica began to prepare to negotiate with the Kingdom of Fury based on the killing of citizens of the Principality of Veronica in the city of Magnolia in the Kingdom of Fury. And took the first step towards death. What can be seen is that the Principality of Veronica has begun to count down to its demise. However, Prince Stuart Crofts, who has put his country into the countdown to its demise, is still in the joy of making the Phoenix Stone complete and gaining eternal life. Eternal life is so desirable that it makes people completely forget their own importance. The negotiations between the Principality of Veronica and the Kingdom of Fury will naturally not happen and end so quickly, even if Prince Stuart Crofts of the Principality of Veronica is anxious. The individual strength has completely failed. The 4 Ruby Guild wizards that Jiyu went to kill were almost the strongest wizards that the Principality of Card could contact and hire. That's why the Principality of Veronica began to put pressure on the Kingdom of Fury. Compared with personal interests, the interests of the country are obviously more important, and the bottom line is just a piece of stone that no one knows the use of. Let's turn our attention to Jiyu Yun again. It has been almost half a month since the Ruby Guild wizards attacked the Fairy Tale Guild. After realizing that it was not a good thing to continue to drag things out with Urza and Irene Belsarian far away in the western continent, Jiyu Yun did not continue to hide in the dark laboratory to practice and upgrade silently, but moved back to the place he rented before and completely relaxed. At the same time, he no longer wanted to avoid Urza and didn't want to avoid Urza like before. In addition to not planning to tell Urza that he was her father for the time being, Jiyu Yun became very natural. Normally, Jiyu Yun still spends most of his time on training. After all, Jiyu Yun is only one step away from changing his magic power from liquid to solid. It's just that Urza often comes to chat with Jiyu Yun after training. After all, the feeling that Jiyu Yun reveals makes Urza feel very at ease, which makes Urza very curious. 107. In addition, Urza is now entrusted by Makarov, who is nowhere to be found, to become the acting president, so Urza doesn't go on missions with Natsu Lucy and others as often as before, and spends most of her time in Magnolia. So, in this way, Urza usually visits Jiyu Yun, brings snacks and drinks tea with Jiyu Yun, and also asks Jiyu Yun about Irene Belsarian. The reason why Urza is so curious about Jiyu Yun is not just because of the sense of security revealed by Jiyu Yun, this is also one of the factors that Jiyu does not know his mother. Now that Fairy Tail didn't have anything important to worry about, Urza naturally turned her attention back to Ji Yun and her mother, Irene Belsarion. Because of some painful experiences in her childhood, even though the wounds in her heart had long been healed by her companions in Fairy Tail, Urza was still confused. Her mother, Irene Belsarion, why did she abandon her? Chapter 104. A principality that is completely seeking its own death. 2 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. In fact, Urza has been thinking about this question in her heart for a long time, and she was also confused by this question when she was a child. It was just that after coming to the Fairy Tail Guild, her companions made up for the pain in her heart. Urza had already buried her doubts about her parents deep in her heart, and planned to never think about why her parents abandoned her, but Ji Yun's arrival made Urza recall all this again. As for whether Ji Yun was lying to her, Urza did not doubt Ji Yun. After all, in Urza's view, Ji Yun, a dragon slayer from 400 years ago, a myth from 400 years ago, had no need to deceive herself, not to mention that Urza could sincerely feel at ease from Ji Yun. But then again, in addition to what I just said, Urza actually had a new doubt recently. Actually, Mr. Dragon Slayer, I have always been a little confused about one thing. Urza looked at Ji Yun, who was sitting in front of her drinking afternoon tea, and asked with a little confusion, Mr. Dragon Slayer, why do you know my mother Irene Belsarion? Mr. Dragon Slayer, you have existed for 400 years, and you have completely disappeared since a certain period of time 400 years ago. I think you must have frozen yourself for some unavoidable reason at that time. I think Mr. Dragon Slayer must have frozen himself for a long time. I feel that Mr. Dragon Slayer, in addition to telling me that my mother's name is Irene Belsarion and some things about my mother, you have also hidden a lot of key things. Because many things don't match. If possible, can you tell me some more details? Since Ji Yun was very easy to talk to Urza last time, almost responding to her every request, everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild began to gossip. Everyone felt that Ji Yun must not only know the situation of Urza's mother is so simple, there must be more complicated things that have not been said. During this period of time, every time Natsu and Lucy came back after completing the mission commission, they would drag Urza to discuss Ji Yun's gossip, and by the way, help Urza analyze why Ji Yun is special to Urza. Over time, Urza, who has nothing to do, naturally became a little concerned about Ji Yun's affairs, so she planned to find Ji Yun today to ask her doubts and learn more about things she didn't know. A lot of things don't match up. After hearing Urza's confusion, Ji Yun was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Although he had already planned not to continue, Urza's sudden question still made Ji Yun subconsciously hesitate. After all, Ji Yue had not yet fully prepared himself mentally. And if Ji Yun directly said to Urza at this time, I am your father, this kind of words would probably be very strange. The most important thing is that even if Ji Yun really proved the fact that he was her father in front of Urza by various means, it is estimated that the feeling of embarrassment would linger. In addition to guilt, this is also part of the reason why Ji Yun has not told Urza that he is her father. At this time, it should be better to let it go. For example, when Irene Belsarion personally ran to Urza, it should be a very good opportunity to recognize her, or pretend to accidentally reveal key clues to Urza bit by bit, and finally let Urza feel that he is actually her long-lost father or something. Even Ji Yun even prepared a plan. First, he prepared a long-standing Dragon Slayer diary and hid it in a place, and then let Urza find it accidentally and full of coincidences. It was really nice. As for the content of the diary, although the theme was to let Urza know that he was her biological father, in order not to appear so abrupt, Ji Yun planned to write it more realistically, such as writing some of his own experiences in the past 400 years. Even Ji Yun himself had to sigh that the plan was perfect. As long as everything went according to his imagination, as long as Urza found out that she was the biological daughter of the Dragon Slayer first, then when Urza was mentally prepared, she would not encounter the embarrassing situation of suddenly having more biological fathers. However, now that Urza asked in advance, what should he say? Should he just admit it or find a way to get around it? If he wanted to get around it, how should he get around it more perfectly? Otherwise it would be embarrassing if Kong had loopholes everywhere. Perhaps this is why plans can never keep up with changes. Thinking of this, Ji Yun looked at the man in front of him who was looking at him seriously. Urza was a little distressed. Backquote. Well, I did have something crucial that I didn't tell you, Urza. Quote. Looking at Urza sitting in front of him, Ji Yun said slowly, and while speaking, he began to think about how to make it more appropriate. Just when Ji Yun was about to use time magic to freeze time so that he could think carefully, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. 10 little girls with dark blue hair and open clothes who looked very cute, Wang Qianzhao, stood at the door and looked at Ji Yugo and Urza breathlessly. This is the Sky Dragon Slayer wizard Wendy Marvell in Fairy Tale. But Wendy looked very embarrassed at this time, and even without Wendy saying it, Ji Yun and Urza knew that something bad must have happened. It's not good, President Urza. Quote. Wendy, panting, looked at Urza who was sitting opposite Ji Yun and said in a panic, Natsu-san, Lucy-san, and the future Lucy-san and Eclia are surrounded by the army. It's not the usual kind. The army wants to take Eclia away. Natsu-san and the others have already fought with the army. After hearing what Wendy said, Urza stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief, fighting. Chapter 105. Self-righteousness 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hey, I'm begging you to subscribe automatically. Closing square bracket. Urza knows exactly what kind of personality her guild mates have. If Natsu is surrounded by the army because of trouble, then Natsu will definitely not resist. There have been many such cases before. In order to complete the task, he accidentally destroyed half of the city and was surrounded and arrested by the army. But if Natsu fights the army, then it is definitely not Natsu's fault. Urza trusts her mates in an absolute sense. Since Natsu has already fought with the army, the matter can't be ended so easily. Fairy Tail will not just watch her mates being captured. Because she suddenly learned from Wendy that Natsu and others were in a dangerous relationship, Urza temporarily put aside the question she asked Ji Yun just now. For Urza at the moment, although it is indeed a very important thing to understand the parents who once abandoned her, it is still far less important than the safety of Fairy Tail's golden companions. Therefore, Ji Yun was relieved that he didn't have to lie, but he was also a little bit jealous. After all, his current status seemed to be slightly inferior to Urza's companions. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Urza was accompanied by someone other than himself or Irene Belsarion, but the guild members in Fairy Tail. Ji Yun began to ponder in his mind. Should he write a diary of his own quickly and create some sense of the times for Urza to find? But how should he arrange it to make the event full of surprises? For example, the treasure in the silk cage 400 years ago. Thinking of this, Ji Yun shook his head, temporarily throwing these slightly unrealistic ideas aside, looking at Urza and Wendy who were about to leave, and smiled and said, So, do you need my help? I think it's too late to rush now. Give me a map, tell me the location, and I'll take you there directly. In the border of the Kingdom of Fury AIFH, a fierce battle was taking place in a very vast plain, with explosions and roars constantly ringing, and dozens or even dozens of people were blown away every second. This is the place where Natsu and others were surrounded by the army as Wendy said before. This time, because the mission commission was outside the border of the Kingdom of Fury, Natsu and Lucy, as well as the newly joined future Lucy and Eclia, went abroad together. I didn't expect that when I returned home after completing the mission commission, I encountered an open ambush and blockade. Because the mission commission was very smooth, Natsu and others did not realize that the army standing here was to capture Eclia, and then it became the current situation, surrounded by the army. The army here is naturally the army of the Principality of Veronica. After negotiating with the Kingdom of Fury for half a month without any results, the Principality of Veronica, or the Prince of the Principality of Becca, could not help it. Since the Kingdom of Fury is unwilling to compromise, the Principality of Veronica cannot really use force. The two are a principality and a kingdom, and there is no comparison at all, not to mention that there is a magic council watching them. So the Principality of Veronica will try to lure out Eclia and then arrest her. The plan went very smoothly. Natsu and others, who had no psychological defense, left the border of the Kingdom of Fury and went abroad to complete the mission commission. When they came back, they were surrounded by the army very smoothly and could not escape. If there is any unexpected situation, it is that a little girl with blue hair and a white kitten flew away by accident just now, and then the strength of Natsu and others was unexpectedly strong. In a short time, there is really no way to directly capture Natsu and others. Hey, is this the wizard from the strongest wizard guild in Fury Kingdom? He is really very strong. It would be great if Brother Dist was here at this time. The other half of the Phoenix Stone is already in front of me, but I can't get it immediately. It's really unpleasant. The Prince of the Principality of Veronica sat in the middle of the army with a god's perspective, watching Natsu and others struggling under the siege of their own country's army and sighed. Those bastards in Fury Kingdom are the same. It's just a little girl. I have already made concessions. As long as the half of the Phoenix Stone on the little girl is not dared to act, it seems that the Fury Kingdom is just a facade. And the bastards on the Magic Council are the same. It's really annoying to be so high-handed all day long. After I combine the two Phoenix Stones into one, this world will belong to me, Stuart Crofts. What Fury Kingdom? Magic Council, go to hell. HMPH, you really don't want to give up. Obviously, you only need to hand over this little girl and everything will be fine. You're wasting my precious youth. It won't be that easy if I catch you later. Ha 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 ha. Immortality, eternal life, it belongs to me, the great Stuart Crofts. Because he had been waiting impatiently for a long time, the Prince of the Principality of Veronica continued to wait for good news in his palace this time, but took the half of the Phoenix Stone passed down from his ancestors and personally followed the army to capture Eclia. Looking at the other half of the Phoenix Stone hanging on Eclia's neck, the Prince of the Principality of Veronica was crazy. In his opinion, immortality was only one turn away from him. Chapter 106. A step late, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. When Ji Yu-yun used space magic to accurately locate Urza and Wendy to the place where Natsu, Lucy and Ekrea were surrounded by the army, what was left was just a mess. The army that Wendy mentioned and Natsu and others who were fighting with the army were not seen. But this is also very normal. Even if Wendy flew towards Magnolia with all her strength after leaving the battle, even if Magnolia is a city closer to the border in the Kingdom of Fury, it still takes a long time. Even if Ji Yu-yun directly used space magic to instantly rush Urza and Wendy from Magnolia, the time it took Wendy to fly from here to Magnolia was enough to make the daylily cold. Ji Yu-yun looked at the ground full of holes and chuckled and said, "This place has experienced quite fierce fighting." Single quote. We are a little late. It seems that Natsu and others have been captured by the army. Quote. Yeah. Quote. After hearing Ji Yu-yun's words, Urza nodded seriously and asked Wendy beside her, "Wendy, did the Fury Kingdom's army capture Natsu and the others?" Huh. Wendy also said in a panic, "I don't think it's the Fury Kingdom's army. When I attended the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference in the capital of Fury Kingdom, I saw that the uniforms of the Fury Kingdom's army were completely different from the army that surrounded me in Natsu. Different. If we can't even determine the target, things will get a little bad now. I hope Natsu and the others won't have any accidents and will hold on until we can rescue them." Quote. Urza instantly became distressed. She didn't expect that such a big mess would happen just after Makarov made her the acting president of Fairy Tail. And what's even more frustrating is that we still don't know which country's army captured Natsu and his friends. If we don't even know who the enemy is, then Fairy Tail can't even say whether it has officially declared war on XX. Now we can only quickly find out which country has attacked Natsu and his friends through Fairy Tail's secret intelligence agency. It's easy to guess as long as we know the purpose and motive and the movements in the past period of time. Even Urza doesn't need to think too much to know that it is related to the group that attacked her own guild half a month ago. After all, a wizard who used shadow magic in that group kidnapped Eclia. Through targeted investigations based on these prerequisites, it can be quickly determined that it was the army of the Principality of Veronica that attacked Natsu and his friends, but there is a faster way here at Ji Yu-yun. After all, Ji Yu-yun has read the original novel, and can completely rely on the original plot to live a life of luxury in the fairy tale world. I think I should know which country's army captured Natsu and the others. Ji Yu-yun waved at the messy field in front of him after the fierce battle, and then a piece of armor that was burned and slightly deformed appeared in Ji Yu-yun's hand. It had the unique logo of the Principality of Veronica. Looking at Urza and Wendy, who were looking at him curiously, Ji Yun smiled and lied. It was necessary to create an extremely positive image in front of his daughter. Because I feel out of touch with the times, I spend a little time every day to understand the forces of the current era. Through this armor and the logo on the armor, it can be seen that this is a standard armor of the Principality of Veronica. So, if there is no accident, I think it should be the army of the Principality of Veronica that captured Natsu and others. In other words, we should go to the Principality of Veronica to see the situation immediately. It should still be in time. After that, Ji Yun began to take out a world map from his portable space and began to accurately locate it. Space magic is not something that can be used casually, especially for ultra-long distance space movement, even for Ji Yun. 0. So if Ji Yun wants to go somewhere, he must know the approximate location of that place clearly, otherwise it is easy to fail to use space teleportation and teleport to an unknown place. Strictly speaking, it is not impossible to use space magic to travel through time, but how to determine your own safety after using it is a very serious matter. It has been explained before that even Ji Yun today still doesn't dare to use space magic to explore unknown space. 0. However, when he is free, Ji Yun might spend some time studying the interesting research project of world travel. After all, it is boring to stay in one world all the time. This is especially true when Ji Yun has a long life. He must travel to a real world from time to time to adjust his life. Oh, found it. After Ji Yun determined the relatively specific direction of the Principality of Veronica, he directly grabbed Urza and Wendy's arms and said, "Then let's go now." In the private prison of Stuart Crofts, the prince of the Principality of Veronica. A-hole, what did you do to Eclia? Natsu looked at the feminine man standing in front of him with a ferocious face and roared, "If anything happens to Eclia, I will not forgive you. I will personally burn all of you bastards to ashes." Just as shown before, Natsu and Lucy and others were ultimately no match for the army's human wave tactics, and Natsu, the only powerful guy, had never used his magic power sparingly from the beginning. So this is the current situation, because his magic power was exhausted, he was captured by the Veronica Principality. Chapter 107. I ate this title, 1/4, please subscribe automatically. Before Natsu could continue to roar, the feminine man standing in front of Natsu chuckled and stepped heavily on Natsu's face, crushing him twice. This seemingly feminine man was naturally the Prince of Veronica, Stuart Crofts, who coveted the half of the Phoenix Stone on Eclia and attempted to gain eternal life through the Phoenix Stone. Although Natsu, Lucy and Eclia were successfully captured, the fierce resistance of Natsu and Lucy still caused a lot of trouble, so at this time the immature Prince of Veronica began to seek a sense of existence. The prince was very unhappy with Natsu, who liked to shout loudly. Obviously, he had become his prisoner, but he was still so arrogant as 180, which was really unpleasant. What a mess. Is this the wizard from Fairy Tale, the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fury? Looking at Natsu, who was being stepped on by him, Stuart laughed and said, "You are already my prisoner, but you are still yelling here. Do you really not understand what kind of situation you are in? Even if you really don't care about how you will be treated, judging from what you said before, you should care about your companions. Do you really not care about what will happen to your companions while you are talking nonsense to me? It seems that except for you and another guy who likes to take off clothes, they are all delicate girls." As the Prince of the Duchy of Veronica finished speaking, Natsu, who had been yelling and roaring wildly, suddenly became quiet. After all, for Natsu, the companions in Fairy Tale are the most important existence. If it was this guy's companion who came to rescue this guy, assuming that his strength was a little stronger than this guy, then it would be normal for his own army to be unable to stop him for a while. After hearing the soldier's report, Stuart felt the increasingly obvious vibration above his head and said in disbelief, "Are you sure you are talking about a few? As long as these two stones are combined into one, the person who allows the two stones to be combined into one can summon the legendary Phoenix and gain eternal life. What's going on?" Thinking of this, the Prince of the Veronica Principality looked at the two pieces of stone with broken parts in his hands, the Phoenix Stone. At this point, Stuart turned around and looked at Natsu behind him, and his pupils shrank suddenly. "But please be patient for a while." While speaking, Stuart took out 2 broken pieces of stone from the left and right sides with his own hands, and looked at the girl who was staring at him. Natsu laughed wildly. It's a beautiful stone, right? Stuart subconsciously looked up and muttered to himself with a little confusion. It seems that it is not time for dinner yet. Are my lovely citizens celebrating the founding anniversary so soon? According to normal estimates, the earliest this guy's companion would be able to find him would be tomorrow. Eternal life, just hearing about it is extremely desirable. The private prison built underground suddenly shook. There was a movement, and then there was a silent roar, which interrupted Stuart's unfinished words. Could it be that it was this guy's companion? Of course my purpose is very simple, I just want to get the stone from that little girl. If you hadn't been unwilling to cooperate, it wouldn't have come to this. But, the sound can be transmitted to me. Isn't it a bit too loud? Yes. There are a few. Several invaders broke into the city and wreaked havoc, and it was impossible to stop them. Boom. What do you want, you guy? After hearing Natsu's question, Stuart laughed crazily. I said before, since you choose to resist, then if you are caught by me, it is not. Just a few invaders made you completely unable to stop them. But how could this guy's rescue come so quickly? What? Before Stuart could continue to be puzzled, a soldier who looked extremely embarrassed and panicked rushed in and said to Stuart with a puzzled face, "Report, report, report, report to His Royal Highness." Staring at Stuart stepping on one of his feet, Natsu looked at Stuart and asked with gritted teeth, "What is your purpose in wanting to capture Eclia?" Purpose? No matter what, the Prince of the Veronica Principality knew that he might not be able to stay here and wait for the founding ceremony of the Veronica Principality. 2.3 Something must be done. The founding celebration has not even started yet and it has already been messed up, and the invaders are extremely powerful. Our army has no way to stop the invaders. Destruction. Could it be? The audience here is really too few. Find a place with more audiences to show your perfection. It seems that you really want to be complete again. I originally wanted to stay at the founding ceremony and make you complete in front of all the lovely citizens, but now it seems that I have to piece you together again in advance. Although I will soon be able to gain eternal life and endless time, you who made me waste a lot of time to prevent me from obtaining the Phoenix Stone are really unforgivable. Even, it can be felt that the 2 broken stones are constantly trying to be pieced together again. After thinking that all his companions had fallen into Stuart's hands, Natsu's crazy anger seemed to have encountered ice water and suddenly calmed down. Chapter 108. Ji Yu Yun's Test, 2 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hey, I beg you to subscribe automatically. In the capital of the Veronica Principality, Ji Yu Yun walked slowly on the street with Urza and Wendy. Yes, walking on a messy street. The citizens of the Veronica Principality who were originally preparing for the founding ceremony had already fled because of the invasion and destruction of Ji Yu Yun, Urza and Wendy. But because Urza was right next to him, Ji Yu Yun did not kill them, he only destroyed the bed building, props and costumes that the citizens of the Veronica bus had worked hard to prepare for a long time. Of course, compared with ordinary citizens who were able to escape unscathed, the army of the Veronica Principality was not so relaxed. Assholes. Stop it, you guys. A very tough soldier captain rushed over with a few soldiers. Seeing Ji Yu Yun and Urza casually destroying the surrounding buildings with a look of anger on their faces, he roared, "They actually destroyed everything that we have worked so hard to prepare for so long. Everything that we have prepared for so long, unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." After roaring, the soldier captain led his subordinates to rush towards Ji Yu Yun's position. Then Ji Yu Yun waved his hand casually, and after a few roars of smashing through the buildings, everything became quiet again, and a slight smell of blood began to slowly spread. Okay, let's move on. I think Natsu and the others should be locked up in a prison. Ji Yu Yun looked at Urza and Wendy beside him and said with a smile, "I think it should be in that palace." In fact, it is not difficult for Ji Yu Yun to take Urza and Wendy to the palace of the Principality of Veronica through space magic, but this time Ji Yu Yun has another purpose besides helping Urza. That is to determine Urza's character. Although Ji Yu Yun will subconsciously give way to Urza because of his current guilt towards Urza, Ji Yu Wei also knows very well that he can't keep giving way like this. If he decides to hinder himself, then Ji Yun will definitely make the other party pay the price of blood. Even if Urza is next to him, it's the same. Although Urza is his daughter, Ji Yun also cares about his image in front of Urza very much. If possible, he will restrain himself in front of Urza, but the premise of all this is that he doesn't hinder himself. There are only two people who are special to Ji Yun, one is his daughter Urza, and the other is Urza's mother Irene Belsarion. Ji Yun will not suppress himself for a stranger who is not important to him at all. Moreover, if Urza still has even a little sympathy for the enemy when his companions have already lost their minds, then Ji Yue feels that it is necessary to educate Urza. So Ji Yun did not hold back when facing the army of the Principality of Veronica who was ready to fight him. Innocent citizens can stay away from here, but if it is an army that is ready to fight him, then they have to pay the price. Along the way, Ji Yun personally dealt with all the troops that fought against him in front of Urza and Wendy, and not even a single soldier who was ready to hinder him survived. Ji Yun was quite satisfied with Urza and Wendy's performance. Although Urza and Wendy had always been a little strange about his killing, they didn't say much to him. Even Wendy, who was still young, knew that people were evil. After all, she had been a wizard for a while and it was impossible for her not to have seen disgusting people. The only thing that Fairy Tale Guild really cherished was their companions. It seemed quite warm. In fact, Fairy Tale Guild was also an extremely protective guild, and Ji Yun always admired those who were protective. The city that was originally very lively preparing for the anniversary of the founding of the Principality of Veronica gradually became quiet. All the innocent citizens in the city were evacuated from the city under the arrangement of the army. At the same time, because Ji Yun did not stay behind at all, the number of troops sent to Ji Yun became less and less. After all, everyone was a very normal person, and no normal person would not cherish his life. In this way, Ji Yun took Urza and Wendy to the palace of the Principality of Veronica slowly. With the arrival of Ji Yun, Urza and Wendy, the prince of the Principality of Veronica also appeared on the top of the palace, looking down at Urza, Wendy and Ji Yun in front of the palace. It seems that you are the wizards of Fairy Tale, the strongest wizard guild in the Kingdom of Fury. The prince of the Principality of Veronica, Stuart, looked at Ji Yun and others who appeared in his sight and said calmly, "You messed up our country's founding anniversary celebration. You really don't know how to live or die. Next, let me summon the guardian beast of my Principality of Veronica, the Phoenix, to completely." Quote. While speaking, Stuart took out the Phoenix stones on both sides of his body, and prepared to merge them together directly. But at this moment, the two Phoenix stones in Stuart's hands disappeared completely. What? Where is the Phoenix stone? Looking at his empty hands, Stuart was at a loss, not knowing what had happened. Then Stuart saw two familiar stones suddenly appear in Ji Yun's hands, and a feeling of despair that he had never felt before suddenly emerged from Stuart's heart. Chapter 109. The Sly Prince 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. Is this the so-called Phoenix stone? Ji Yun looked at the two stones that he had moved with space magic and chuckled. There is indeed a good power hidden in the stone, but I don't seem to need it at all now. Here, I'll give it back to you. I'll keep the other half for you to be safe. After saying that, Ji Yun casually threw it to the empty space in front of him, and then Ji Yun directly used space magic to teleport Natsu, Lucy and Eclea, who were previously captured by the Veronica Principality, out of the private prison under the palace, and appeared in front of Ji Yun and Urza with a confused look on their faces. Half of the Phoenix stone was thrown by Ji Yun to Eclea, who looked confused. Hey, Phoenix stone. Eclea looked at the half Phoenix stone in her hand in a daze, and the environment around her suddenly changed, and she really didn't react to what happened. Lucy and future Lucy were the same. They had no idea how they could suddenly come to this place when they were imprisoned in prison. The shackles on their bodies also disappeared. Natsu, who had the simplest brain, was the first to react. Oh, Urza. Natsu looked at Urza who suddenly appeared beside him and said with surprise, "It seems that Urza rescued us, Lucy." Urza, you are really amazing. You rescued all of us from that prison at once. Hey, Natsu, are you stupid? After hearing what Natsu said, Lucy quickly reminded, "It is obvious that Mr. Dragon Slayer used space magic to rescue us from that guy's private prison." Oh, Soga, That's how it is. Quote, "Thank you so much, Dragon Slayer. How about we fight if we have a chance?" "You're welcome. I'm helping you for Urza's sake. As for fighting, I don't mind it as long as it doesn't bother me." Quote, looking at Natsu, Ji Yu-yun said with a smile. Ji Yu-yun was in a good mood. He just wanted to help Urza. Then he temporarily tested Urza. Ji Yu-yun was quite satisfied with the result. Since he came to the capital of the Principality of Veronica, Ji Yu-yun already knew the location of Natsu, Lucy and Ekrea's song, but Ji Yu-yun just wanted to test Urza's character suddenly. After all, in the original work, from the beginning to the end, including all the chairmen and members of the Magic Council, no more than 20 people died. This really made Ji Yu-yun a little worried that Urza might be a saint. Being soft to the enemy is irresponsible to oneself and the people he cares about, so Ji Yu-yun does not want Urza to make the same mistake as Irene Belsarian, which led to extremely bad results. Although everyone, including Ji Yu-yun himself, likes the saint very much, it is a pity that this world is a world where saints can't live long, and it is not just the world of fairy tale, but also the same in other worlds. So Ji Yu-yun decided to see what kind of character Urza had. He deliberately killed people in front of Urza, instead of using space magic to devour and destroy the bodies as he did to the cannon fodder in the Ruby of the Dark Wizard Guild. Urza was a little uncomfortable, but knowing that her companions were in an unknown situation, Urza didn't say much to Ji Yu-yun. Even Wendy, who was older, was much more mature than Ji Yu-yun had imagined. As the two Phoenix Stones were extremely close to each other, Eklia recalled all the memories she had forgotten before, and had no objection to Ji Yu-yun's keeping the other half of the Phoenix Stone. Eklia knew more about Ji Yu-yun, the legendary Dragon Slayer, than Urza and Lucy. After all, Eklia was the entire fairy. There are very few ancient beings in the world of Tale that have survived for 400 years. Although this ancient being is very weak, after all, because she used to hate magicians, Eklia has never chosen to learn magic. Now because of the Phoenix Stone, Eklia has recovered her memory that she had forgotten at some point. Eklia knows very well how powerful Ji Yu-yun, the legendary Dragon Slayer, is. If Ji Yu-yun, the Dragon Slayer, can keep the other half of the Phoenix Stone, it would be the best thing. In this way, Ji Yu-yun, Urza, and Natsu discussed among themselves, completely ignoring Prince Stuart Crofts, who was standing on the palace with a twisted and hideous face. In order to make the Phoenix Stone complete again, Stuart spent a lot of energy and effort. Now that it was taken away by Ji Yu-yun, how could Stuart give up like this? Although the Veronica Principality is only a principality, a small country that is not particularly eye-catching on the Ishgar continent, it is still a country anyway. A huge interest group. The reason why Ji Yu-yun and Urza broke in so easily just now was because they were not prepared in advance, at least in the eyes of the Prince of the Veronica Principality, Stuart Crofts. Damn BD. Looking at Ji Yu-yun and others chatting and laughing in front of the palace, Stuart gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "You actually took away my Phoenix Stone. It's just a little bit away from being able to summon the divine bird Phoenix to gain eternal life." Quote, "And they messed up our country's founding ceremony, which we had carefully prepared for a long time. This is unforgivable. Chapter 110. Urza's Confusion, 1/5. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Sorry, when I was halfway through writing the 4th update yesterday, my most lovely sister asked me to go to the movies with her. Those of you who know my pen name know that I have no resistance to lovely sisters, so it was already past 11:40 p.m. when I got home, so I can only update the 5th update today. Closing square bracket. However, before the Prince of the Principality of Veronica continued to roar hysterically, the prince felt his whole body lighten, and then his vision floated upwards. Before the prince could react to what was going on, he fell into absolute darkness. Unforgivable or something. It's really noisy. For Ji Yu-yun, who has already developed a semi-finished immortality magic, the so-called Phoenix Stone that can obtain immortality is completely useless. Urza has always been a very straightforward person. Except for being shy and nervous about love and marriage, Urza always speaks her mind in other aspects. As Urza's voice fell, Ji Yu-ku's originally smiling expression also suddenly stiffened. But then again, Although Urza's strength is very strong compared to ordinary wizards, it is still far behind the top masters in the fairy tale world. But, Aifi Gu Yun, the legendary dragon slayer, why did he do this? Urza. In Eclea's impression, although Gu Yun, the dragon slayer, never seemed to do anything bad on purpose, he also killed many people and shed a lot of innocent blood. Of course, there is no problem with this. Thinking of this, Gu Yun looked at Urza, who was teaching Natsu and Lucy, and said with a smile, "Do you want to learn magic from me? It makes people feel at ease and extremely calm." Quote. At the same time, Natsu, Lucy, Wendy and others looked at Gu Yun and Urza with even more strange eyes. It was already very strange that Gu Yun was so good to Urza, and they didn't expect that he would teach Urza magic at this time. Gu Yun is not good at sealing magic. He doesn't know if the portable space created by space magic can store living things. If not, Gu Yun needs to seal the ugly phoenix again, which is really troublesome. In history, the Dragon Slayer was much more brutal than what he showed now. Even Eclea, who was not far away, felt that Gu Yun was too gentle. As Gu Yun finished speaking, Urza, Natsu, Lucy and others were all stunned at this moment. No one expected that Gu Yun would suddenly say that he would teach Urza magic at this time. In short, the matter of the Veronica Principality snatching the Phoenix Stone from Eclea ended in a whimper, and Gu Yun did not let the prince who was killed by him summon the so-called divine bird phoenix as in the original book. Forget it, haven't we already made up our minds not to waste time? Why are you so good to me, Mr. Dragon Slayer? Oh no, was it too abrupt to suddenly say that he wanted to teach Urza magic just now? Well, actually, Urza, there is a reason why I treat you so well, because I am. Just when Gu Yun was about to directly recognize his relatives, the ground suddenly began to emit an unprecedented light, instantly illuminating the dark sky, accompanied by an extremely huge magical pressure. Gu Yun looked at the completely quiet prince and said lightly, "You are useless now. You know, Gu Yun is the legendary dragon slayer. I'm afraid there are many people who want to get the inheritance of Gu Yun, the dragon slayer. After all, Gu Yun is called the strongest who can never be surpassed." Not only Natsu, Lucy and Wendy felt it, even Urza, who has always been very carefree, has already noticed this matter. Gu Yun seems to be a little too good to her. It's a bit overwhelming just thinking about making up a story. How about just pretending that nothing happened and teleporting back using space magic? She is a very carefree female man. Gu Yun suddenly said that he wanted to teach Urza magic. Maybe it instantly touched a point that Urza cares about very much, or it made Urza's confusion that has been accumulated in her heart burst out at the same time. So after hearing Gu Yun's words, a lot of doubts burst out on her face, just like above. Maybe it's time to teach Urza his semi-finished immortality magic. Gu Yun doesn't want to see his daughter look more mature than himself in the future. That's a bit too much. After all, Mr. Dragon Slayer, your strength is many times stronger than mine. If I can get your guidance, I think my strength will definitely grow very well, but... And I don't know why. I will naturally accept your kindness, Mr. Dragon Slayer, and I can also feel a sense of security from you, Mr. Dragon Slayer, which I once and even now desire very much. After that, Gu Yun lightly snapped his fingers and used space magic to swallow the prince. Since the test was completed, there was no need to deliberately create a bloody environment in front of Urza. 077 Urza and the others were a little uncomfortable with Gu Yun's behavior, but they didn't say much in the end. After all, Gu Yun was helping them, and he really didn't deserve pity, even if the punishment of death was a little cruel. Now what should I do next? Ignore as for Urza, should I just tell her everything or just find some half-hearted excuse to cover it up? After hearing Gu Yun's words, Urza nodded a little blankly, and then said with a confused look, "But, why, Mr. Dragon Slayer, do you want to do this? I'd better just tell her everything. I don't know if it will be awkward to just tell Urza that I'm your dad or something." Chapter 111. Reconstruction of the World 2/5. Please subscribe automatically. Unassers. 1. World Reconstruction Magic. Gu Yun looked at the ground beneath his feet, which suddenly glowed with unprecedented light, and the magic power that even Gu Yun was secretly shocked by. His pupils shrank slightly, and he murmured in a slightly complicated tone. "It is Irene Belsarion. Irene Belsarion." Urza, who had been standing beside Ji Yun, was surprised after hearing Ji Yun's mumbling. "Mr. Dragon Slayer, are you saying this scene is caused by my mother?" "But, Mr. Dragon Slayer, why did my mother Irene Belsarion want to?" Because of the overly powerful magic emanating from the ground, Urza's attention was directly attracted. This sense of oppression was felt from Ji Yun. Urza had never felt it from anyone else. Even the Hades who almost crushed her at the time did not have such pressure. Before waiting, Urza finished her words, and she felt the scene in front of her flashing and becoming completely unfamiliar. The lush forest, the cool evening breeze, the sound of the clear river not far away, and the Ji Yun people who were just beside her but now disappeared in 10 seconds. Quote, question mark, question mark, question mark, quote. Where is this place? Also, where did Mr. Dragon Slayer and Natsu go? Looking at the completely unfamiliar environment around her, Urza was stunned. She had no idea what happened and why she suddenly came to this place when she was in front of the palace of the capital of the Principality of Veronica. But Urza was very clear about one thing. That was through the brief communication with Ji Yun just now, or hearing Ji Yun's subconscious mumbling just now, Urza was probably sure that the cause of the current situation was Irene Belsarion, her mother who abandoned her when she was young and whom she had never seen even once. But what is the effect of this magic? Thinking of this, Urza muttered to herself with a puzzled look on her face. That kind of range that can't be seen at a glance is probably a super large magic. It should not only affect me, Mr. Dragon Slayer, and Natsu. No matter what, it's better to find Natsu and the others as soon as possible. I don't know where they were teleported to. Mr. Dragon Slayer is so powerful, there is no need to worry. Urza felt a little uneasy. After all, it is impossible to use such a large-scale magic suddenly. There must be some special purpose to use this kind of magic. Irene Belsarion. Urza's eyes flickered twice, and said, I hope my companions will not be injured by your magic, otherwise even if you are my mother, I will not show any mercy. Anyone who hurts my family, I will not let go. Quote. After saying that, Urza started walking away. With the successful casting of the world reconstruction magic, the Ishgar continent suddenly became completely chaotic. As Urza said before, the world reconstruction magic is a super large world-class magic that can be reconstructed within a certain range depending on the user's magic power. The size and terrain of the country can be freely controlled. It can also interrupt any character and reassign them randomly, but the caster's own assignment position cannot be freely controlled and cannot cause any physical damage. In the moment just now, the terrain of the entire Ishgar continent has undergone drastic changes, and this change is extremely delicate and complex. The entire everyone on the Ishgar continent found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. For example, parts of cities in several countries were reassembled, and a family that was having dinner together appeared in 3 different places at the same time. Ordinary people were randomly sent to extremely dangerous places and died. Moreover, there were quite a few ordinary people who died because they were suddenly teleported to dangerous places, and the number increased at an extremely high rate as time went by. Even some weaker wizards began to die because they were suddenly teleported to a very dangerous place. No one understood what happened. It's just that no one cares about the death of people who have nothing to do with them. Ji Yun is like this, and Irene Belsarion, who has experienced 400 years of vicissitudes, is also like this. 0. In the palace of the Elbara's empire in the western continent. The war has begun. Zirf looked at Makarov, who was standing in front of him with a ferocious face, and said, this is a war of annihilation. Quote. Why? Looking at Zirf, who had so casually started a war between the 2 continents, Makarov said in disbelief, why do you have to go to this extent? What good will this do to you, the king of the Elbara's empire in the western continent? Benefits. No benefits. After hearing Makarov's words, Zirf explained lightly. In fact, I originally planned to start a war to get Mavis, Hard, and then defeat the Black Dragon. Later, the Black Dragon was killed by the terrible Dragon Slayer, so I gave up my previous series of ideas. It's just that there has always been a voice in my heart that keeps calling. War, destruction, death. And I was successfully influenced by this voice. Zaref's originally dark eyes turned extremely scarlet at this moment. Looking at Makarov standing in front of him, he said 8 crosses and 10 tons. Chapter 112. The Truth 3/5. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Because of the protagonist's intrusion, many explanations will be different from those in the original book. I always think that the original author of Fairy Tale is a big idiot who only knows how to dig holes. Voice. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Makarov's forehead. Makarov suddenly thought of Zaref, who was like 2 completely different people before and after the Tartaros incident. He said seriously, "You were controlled." Control. After hearing what Makarov said, Zaref chuckled and explained as if mumbling to himself. "I don't think this is control. I've had the idea of destroying the world and ending it all a long time ago. All this is my own will." 493. Well, it's almost time to end it after talking to you for so long. Goodbye. As Zaref finished speaking, a magic circle as dark and deep as a black hole suddenly emerged from under Zaref's feet, completely locking Makarov, who was standing in front of him. Looking at Makarov, Zaref said lightly, "No, goodbye forever." Quote. But at this moment, Zaref's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils, which had almost no emotion, suddenly shrank, and the action of releasing magic was also paused. A cute little girl with golden wavy hair suddenly appeared beside Makarov. This was Mavis Vermilion, the first president of Fairy Tale. However, at this time, after Mavis looked at Zaref in a complicated way, she quickly pulled up Makarov's hands, and disappeared from Zaref's sight with a few ripples quietly emerging in the space. Similar to the situation in the original book, after Irene Belsarion cast the world reconstruction magic, Mavis, who had always been in the state of soul, seemed to have a physical existence again. After sensing that Makarov was in danger, Mavis came to Makarov quickly and rescued Makarov from Zaref's hand. Looking at the hull that suddenly became empty, Zaref slowly dispersed the magic circle under his feet, a little absent-minded. Zaref never thought that Mavis, who had been dead for more than 100 years, would appear in front of him again as a living person. Interesting, it seems that Irene's world reconstruction magic is more interesting than I thought. It's been a long time since we last met, Mavis. At the same time, on the other side, in an unknown corner of the Ishgar continent. Ah, is it really a world reconstruction magic of the world nature? Ji Yun looked at the world map in his hand and the completely different environment around him, and muttered helplessly, "I should have thought of it long ago. How could Irene, who has learned magic absorption and purification, still be at the same level as in the original book?" Because of Ji Yun's intrusion, Irene Belsarion's strength is no longer comparable to that of the Ange Irene Belsarion in the original book. It can be seen just by the range of influence of the world reconstruction magic. In the original book, Irene Belsarion, the 12 Holy Shields, only disrupted the topography of the Kingdom of Fury when she cast the world reconstruction magic. This time, the world reconstruction magic cast by Irene Belsarion affected the world, and there might even be some unknown changes that Ji Yun himself didn't know about. And there are many things that Ji Yun couldn't figure out. After all, many plots in the original book, such as the reason why the Elbara's Empire launched a full-scale invasion of the Ishgar continent in the original book, were entirely because Zaref wanted to obtain the secret magic luminous starlight in the Fairy Tale Guild, the heart of the fairy with infinite power. But then again, the explanation of Zaref launching a war in the original book was too far-fetched. Ji Yun really didn't believe that Zaref didn't know the location of the secret magic in Fairy Tale. With Zaref's ability, Zaref can directly obtain the heart of the fairy with infinite power from Fairy Tale. It is completely unnecessary for the Elbara's Empire to launch an invasion war against the Ishgar continent. No, things are much more complicated than I thought. If all this is not what Zaref wants to do, then everything seems to be simple. Suddenly, Ji Yun thought of the scene in Tartaros when Zaref, who was controlled by the god Anxur-Ramel, escaped from his hands, and the words that Anxur-Ramel said. If Zaref's purpose was not to obtain the heart of the Fairy Tale secret magic fairy to defeat the black dragon Aknalaja as described in the original book, then everything makes sense. It makes sense why Zaref would launch a war between the Elbara's Empire and the forces on the Ishgar continent as in the original book when the black dragon Aknalaja had been killed by me. Quote, Zaref, or rather the god Anxur-Ramel who hides behind Zirf and controls or influences Zirf, wants to create a war to take as many lives as possible. Quote, although he understood the purpose of Zirf, or the god Ankhur 2.1 Ramel who was quietly influencing Zirf behind Zirf, Gu Wei still had another doubt. 0468083085 Filu1533111211. That is why Irene Belsarian used the world reconstruction magic. In the original work, the reason why Irene Belsarian used the world reconstruction magic was because Irene Belsarian encountered the Black Dragon Aknologia, and because she could not defeat the Black Dragon Aknologia, she used the world reconstruction magic. But after Ji Yun's intrusion 400 years ago, Irene Belsarian, who learned Ji Yun's magic absorption and purification techniques, would definitely not be weaker than the Black Dragon Aknologia, and could even be much stronger than the Black Dragon Aknologia. Irene Belsarian had no need to use the world reconstruction magic, but why did she still use it? Chapter 113. Irene Belsarian, 4/5. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. The author specially asked someone to draw an illustration of the character of the protagonist. It was put on the first chapter and is awaiting review, so I put it here for everyone to enjoy. Dear readers, please give me an automatic subscription when the author works so hard to ask someone to draw illustrations. Closing square bracket. In Ji Yun's impression, Irene Belsarian is a very smart girl who will not do something meaningless. Since Irene Belsarian used the world reconstruction magic, there is a meaning for Irene Belsarian to use this magic. Irene Belsarian must have used this magic for some purpose. Just when Ji Yun was thinking about the purpose of Irene Belsarian using the world reconstruction magic, beside a waterfall on the Ishgar continent where the terrain was completely disrupted, a crimson figure who looked very similar to Urza was sitting quietly beside the waterfall, staring blankly at the small water splashes that kept flying down from the waterfall. The bright moonlight shines on this crimson figure, revealing a cold and lonely atmosphere. Black cloak, white antler-shaped wand with some black spots, crimson hair, and a delicate face that is strikingly similar to Urza, with 4 braids and a hat on. Even the conversation between Ji Yun and herself the day before she left, Irene Belsarian still clearly remembered in her mind, which was also what Irene Belsarian regretted the most. We can't continue to accept humans who are toyed with by those opposition dragons. The wise dragon Belsarian can't always protect us like this. We need time to become stronger, understand? When a person wants to gain something, then this person will definitely lose something. At that time, the wise dragon Belsarian had not died yet. Because of the protection of the wise dragon Belsarian, the kingdom of Dorogunov was quite peaceful and was completely different from other countries that were toyed with by the dragons from time to time. When Ji Yun first crossed over, he was a refugee who fled from another country. His country was toyed with by dragons and destroyed and finally collapsed. Before being crossed over by Ji Yun, he ran alone to the kingdom of Dorogunov, which was known as the dragon-friendly kingdom. Ji Yun pushed the door open suddenly, and looked at Irene Dorogunov standing by the window quietly looking at the bright moon, and said breathlessly, "You can stop, you saw what happened yesterday, didn't you?" Unconsciously, I have lived alone for more than 400 years. But, there is one thing, I hope Irene you can be mentally prepared. Drops of crystal tears began to slide down from the corners of Irene Belsarian's eyes and fell down. It's really long. Thinking of this, Ji Yun took a deep breath, calmed down her irritable mood, and calmed down again. She said to Irene Dorogunov who was looking at her quietly, "Since you insist, then I don't know how I should convince you. After all, as Irene you said, I was also a refugee. Even if, Irene you don't want to lose anything." And Ji Yun himself was far from being strong enough to fight against the dragons. Looking at the water falling from the sky, Irene Belsarian slowly hugged her knees with both hands and slowly buried her head in her knees. "Belsarian is dead, Ji Yun, you also disappeared without a trace under the pursuit of the dragon clan, leaving me alone." Just as the character profile that Ji Yun saw on Baidu Encyclopedia before he crossed over, brave, calm, full of justice, and willing to do anything to save humans and the kind dragons. As she cried in regret, Irene Belsarian subconsciously began to recall the most beautiful memory from 400 years ago that she had buried deep in her heart. Irene, quote, Every time I thought of this, Irene Belsarian felt endless pain in her heart. Give up those refugees. 400 years ago, Ji Yun was able to survive the most dangerous time at the beginning with a very ordinary identity. It can be said that it was entirely because he was protected by the wise dragon Belsarian in the kingdom of Dolagunov. As Irene Dolagunov finished speaking, Ji Yun instantly didn't know what she should say, or she didn't know how to persuade the stubborn Irene Dolagunov. Especially with Irene Dolagunov's stubbornness, time became even more urgent. Because of this, Ji Yun survived the teasing of the dragons, and because the wise dragon Belsarian died at the hands of the opposing dragons, Ji Yun, whose strength had just entered a period of rapid development, had to face the dragons that he absolutely had no way to resist, and had to give up everything to get a chance to survive. You are the queen of the kingdom of Dolagunov. You can't become a king just by being kind. Along with the falling of tears, there was an extremely subtle sobbing sound. It was because of this period of safety that Ji Yun thoroughly realized the cruelty of the world and then had a certain ability to protect himself, and then he met and fell in love with Irene Dolagunov, the queen of the Dolagunov kingdom. If you want to get something, you must give up something, understand? After that, Ji Yun no longer paid attention to her lover Irene Dolagunov, because Ji Yun knew very well that there was not much time left for himself and the kingdom of Dolagunov. This is Urza's mother Irene Belsarian. By the way, before the death of the virtuous dragon Belsarian, Irene Belsarian's name was Irene Dolagunov. The name of a country is generally the surname of the royal family, and Irene Belsarian is the royal family of the Dolagunov kingdom. If I follow your 437 advice, do you think you will have the opportunity to say these words to me? 400 years ago, the strongest kingdom in the world was the kingdom of Dolagunov, which was also one of the few countries protected by dragons at that time and was known as the dragon-friendly kingdom. 400 years ago, the strongest kingdom of mankind, Dragon Lord Dolagunov Lord Kong, actually collapsed on the night of the end of October. After hearing Ji Yun's words, Irene Dolagunov, who had been quietly looking at the bright moon in the sky, turned around and looked at Ji Yun, saying, Ji Yun, don't forget that you were once a refugee. Quote, Chapter 114. The past 5/5. Please subscribe automatically. In the end, just as Ji Yun said, Irene Dolagunov, who wanted everything to be perfect and didn't want to lose anything, lost everything. Her best friend, the wise dragon Belsarian, died in battle, and her country, the kingdom of Dolagunov, officially collapsed. Even Ji Yun, the person she cared about the most, disappeared without a trace after the bloody battle with the dragon that killed the wise dragon Belsarian. Even the people she always loved and cared about were mostly killed and injured during the escape. How many people could survive? Irene Dolagunov, no, Irene Belsarian herself didn't know. Because afterwards, Irene Belsarian began to transform because of the dragon-killing magic, and began to slowly show some characteristics that only dragons have, such as dragon scales and claws. In the end, I don't know from when, Irene Belsarian, the queen who was once respected by countless people, was still feared by everyone. Even, Irene Belsarian was attacked and expelled. At this moment, Irene Belsarian has truly lost everything. Everything is like a nightmare that makes people want to wake up quickly, and it is the kind of nightmare that can never be forgotten even if they wake up, and is engraved on their souls. Irene Belsarian will never forget the way Ji Yun's long black hair slowly turned snow white in front of her. Irene Belsarian knew that it was the magic sacrifice that Ji Yun had researched but never prepared to teach her. The magic that can gain powerful magic by sacrificing one's own vitality. And to be able to turn all the hair into snow white in a short time, it goes without saying that Ji Yun must have consumed most of his vitality. Since he can't fight against the dragon clan, then he can only use his life. Irene Belsarian once again remembered what Ji Yun said to her before. When a person wants to gain something, he will definitely lose something accordingly. It is impossible to want to gain everything without losing anything. Therefore, in order to bear the consequences of his own evil deeds, the virtuous dragon Belsarian was killed by another dragon clan, and Ji Yun also sacrificed most of his vitality through sacrifice magic to fight against the dragon clan, so as to obtain the qualification to fight against the dragon clan. All this was caused by his selfish desire to get everything. I know I was wrong, Ji Yun. I really regret it. I regret not listening to you, killing Belsarion, and letting you be hunted by the dragon clan. Thinking of this, Irene Belsarion hugged her knees more tightly and cried bitterly. You said that you would come to find me. No matter where you are, you will come to find me, but you never came. When Irene Belsarion lost everything, as Ji Yun said, Irene Belsarion found a place and waited quietly. When Irene Belsarion began to transform into a dragon, the war between Ji Yun and the dragons had actually come to an end. Irene Belsarion was looking forward to Ji Yun coming to find her after defeating the dragons. Everyone would hate their dragon-like bodies, but for some reason Irene Belsarion felt that Ji Yun would not, so Irene Belsarion slowly waited. Until the dragons were completely defeated by Ji Yun, and until the black dragon Aknologia pushed the dragons into an endless abyss. After waiting for a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 200 years, 300 years, or 400 years, Irene Belsarion never waited for Ji Yun to come to find her, and she never heard any news about Ji Yun again. As Irene Belsarion continued to cry, time slowly passed, and before she knew it, the sky began to lighten slightly. In this way, Irene Belsarion cried all night in this unknown waterfall, hugging her knees, and did not wait for Ji Yun to come until the end. After feeling the sunlight shining from the sky, Irene Belsarion slowly stopped sobbing, stood up again, and once again became the cold-blooded dragon queen who had experienced 400 years of vicissitudes. It was as if Irene Belsarion, who was sitting alone beside the waterfall crying like a little girl last night, had never appeared. It's getting late, and the rest time that Zirf gave me is about to end. It's really not pleasant to owe people a favor. Are you going to attack Fairy Tail this time? Irene Belsarion looked at the rising sun slowly appearing on the skyline, and chuckled and murmured to herself. In other words, you will fight with my lovely daughter Urza. Although she is the daughter of Ji Yun and me, for Ji Yun, Urza has to suffer a little. After all, if you are unwilling to give up anything, then you can't get anything. Quote, if you are unwilling to give up anything, all you can achieve is tragedy. As the words fell, Irene Belsarion's figure began to slowly become transparent, and then slowly disappeared from the place where she was standing. It was as if no one had existed here from the beginning. At the same time, when Irene Belsarion was sitting alone beside the waterfall crying, the Ilbara's empire was not idle. The other 12 shields of the Ilbara's empire began to lead the army to launch a full-scale invasion of the Ishgar continent, which was caught off guard and still in chaos. In just half a night, a full fifth of the Ishgar continent had been conquered. Facing the super-military empire Ilbara's, the Ishgar continent, which had already fallen into absolute chaos due to Irene Belsarion's world reconstruction magic, had no resistance at all. Chapter 115. The Tragic Dragon Slayer, 1/4, please subscribe automatically. Turning his attention back to Ji Yun. Who? Ji Yun looked at the one-sided situation around him, and the battlefield was full of shouts of killing, begging for mercy, and wailing. He was constantly breathing heavily. Last night, Irene Belsarion launched the world reconstruction magic for about 2 hours, and the Ilbara's empire, which had been prepared for a long time, began a full-scale invasion of the Ishgar continent. As for why Ji Yun knew so clearly, there was certainly a reason. Ji Yun did not do nothing in the previous half of the night. When thinking about why Irene Belsarion used the world reconstruction magic when the black dragon Aknologia was no longer there, Ji suddenly remembered that he had promised Irene Belsarion something 400 years ago. Before, because his life was almost completely exhausted, he was frozen in an ice coffin to study immortality magic for 400 years. After waking up from the ice coffin, due to a series of things, or subconscious avoidance, Ji Yun put Irene's matter aside and dealt with other things. For example, by absorbing the power of magic spirits to make his magic properties change as quickly as possible, and there was also the matter of his daughter Urza. In fact, at the beginning, even Urza Ji Yun subconsciously took an evasive attitude. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Irene and Urza were people Ji Yun cared about, and it was very normal to have no way to deal with people he cared about. But it's really troublesome. Listening to the shouting and killing around him, Ji Yun sighed helplessly, and was too lazy to pay attention to the few attack magics flying towards him, and disappeared directly with a ripple that quietly emerged in the space. Because the world reconstruction magic cast by Irene Belsarian changed the topographic structure of the entire Ishgar continent, the effect of Ji Yun's space magic on the journey was reduced to the minimum. Even if Ji Yun teleported directly to the location of Magnolia in the Kingdom of Fury through space magic, it could not be Magnolia in the Kingdom of Fury, but a city in another country. #+ equals. Or it could be a strange city composed of parts of many cities in many countries, or even no city at all, but a forest or wasteland or a sea of ice and fire. World reconstruction magic is not a simple magic that disrupts the terrain. If it only disrupts the terrain and disperses the personnel, then Mavis Vermilion, the first president of Fairy Tail, would not be resurrected. Ji Yun himself is not very clear about the specific and detailed effects, and it is even possible that even Irene Belsarian, who used the world reconstruction magic itself, is not clear about the detailed effects of the world reconstruction magic. However, through the observation of space magic, Ji Yun could clearly feel that the world reconstruction magic did not actually change the terrain, but forcibly divided the space into small pieces, and then assembled them randomly like a puzzle. A river might be connected to a desert in the next second, and a volcano might be surrounded by an ice field. Forcibly reorganizing the space also greatly increased the difficulty of Ji Yun's search for Irene Belsarian. Ji Yun used space magic madly to teleport for most of the night, but he only explored less than 1/8 of the area of Ishgar continent. Thinking of this, Ji Yun was very angry. Damn, I should have spent some time learning some detection magic before. If there was a super large-scale detection magic at this time, then things wouldn't be so difficult. Ji Yun looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, and after not feeling the familiar breath, he used space teleportation magic to move again, and continued to look for Irene Belsarian's breath. 10. Because he had always been alone and had been hunted by the dragons, Ji Yun had no chance to spend precious time learning detection magic. Even if detection magic could play a very good role for the people being hunted, after all, compared with the abnormal sense of smell of the dragons, detection magic really could not help Ji Yun at that time. Later, after Ji Yun finally dealt with the dragons, he faced the problem of his vitality being over-consumed due to continuous battles, which led to his life being exhausted. It was even more impossible to study the so-called detection magic. After a slight sigh of relief, Ji Yun 400 years ago did not even have time to look for Irene Belsarian, and directly found a place with good feng shui and a very hidden place to freeze himself. 0. As for why he froze himself into a coffin, it was completely because of the evil taste that Ji Yun had at that time. After all, before crossing to the fairy tale world, the joke of sleeping for countless years and suddenly waking up one day and becoming invincible was everywhere. Ji Yun suddenly thought of such a joke and subconsciously came up with the ice coffin. When frozen in the ice coffin, Ji Yun had been madly studying the magic of immortality. After waking up from the ice coffin due to some accidents, Ji Yun basically did not stop. In addition, he had been alone all the time, so he had no chance to study any detection magic. Anyway, he was already invincible, so why did he need to detect a chicken? In short, to sum up, Ji Yun has not had any means of detection until now, so Ji Yun has been using the most primitive and inefficient means to find Irene Belsarian from last night to now. Even Ji Yun was able to detect about 1/8 of the area of Ishgar continent in most of the night because the magic power in Ji Yun's body was surprisingly durable and strong. 7 or 8 dozen teleports in 1 second are really not to be underestimated. Chapter 116. Analysis 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. Compared to Ji Yun, who couldn't find anyone for a long time, Urza's side really had the legendary Fate, wonderful. It only took almost half a night for all the members of Fairy Tail to gather together, which formed two completely opposite extremes, with Ji Yun who used space teleportation magic crazily but couldn't find anyone. I didn't expect that the king of the Ulbara's empire would be that guy. This is bad. First generation, what do you think we should do next? In a temporary gathering place, Makarov looked at Mavis beside him and asked seriously. Now the super military empire of the western continent, Ulbaras, has fought with the 6, 7, and 0 countries on the Ishgar continent. Since the war has been completely started, there is no need to consider such childish things as persuading war and peace. At this time, Whether it is the super-military empire of the Western continent, Ulbaras, or the countries on the Ishgar continent, none of them will give up, and they will definitely end with the final victory. Makarov had actually been prepared for the war between the two sides, but in order to avoid the chance of war even a little bit, Makarov risked his life to go to the Ulbaras Empire to persuade them to make peace. But he never expected that things were not as simple as he imagined. Zirf, the king of the Western continent's super-military empire Ulbaras, did not seem to be the mastermind behind this incident, but the god who controlled Zarif's body last time, Anksur Ramel, the god who controls life and death. A legendary god was actually behind the scenes pushing the outbreak of this war, which made Makarov feel melancholy and powerless, just as Zirf said before in the palace of the Western continent's Ulbaras Empire. The war between the Western continent's Ulbaras Empire and the Ishgar continent countries was an absolute annihilation war from the beginning, and the Ishgar continent had no chance of winning from the beginning. What made Makarov even more angry was that this time the Ulbaras Empire unilaterally launched an invasion war not for territory and power, but just to kill for killing. When Makarov thought of what Zirf said to him at the beginning, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Of course, while feeling inexplicably chilled, Makarov suddenly thought of Ji-Yu Lu, the extremely terrifying dragon slayer. At that time in Tartaro's time, Ji-Yu Yun controlled the god Anksur Ramel in Zarif's body was beaten in various ways. The legendary terrible god had no power to resist in front of Ji-Yu Yun. If Ji-Yu Yun, the legendary dragon slayer, was willing to take action at this time, it is estimated that everything would become very simple. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything is false and vulnerable. Thinking of this, Makarov laughed at himself. I didn't expect that at this time. I actually began to count on the guy the first had always identified as an extremely dangerous guy. Obviously, the Dragon Slayer was also an extremely dangerous existence. Compared with Makarov, whose mind was very confused and even began to lose his own opinion, Mavis, who had been standing beside Makarov, was calmer and his thinking was much clearer than Makarov. Looking at Makarov, who was panicking and didn't know what to do next, Mavis began to analyze. As a fairy military strategist, analyzing wars, commanding operations, and controlling the trend of wars are completely Mavis's specialty. Although such a grand war between two continents Mavis also met for the first time. In this war between the two continents, our power is actually very small. Mavis looked at Makarov and analyzed. In other words, little Makarov, we don't need to consider any overall situation now, we just need to control the victory of local operations in key places. Although Zarif's Ulbaras Empire has a huge advantage, the Ishgar continent is not really weak to the point of no resistance. The real decision of the war is still the high-end experience. So, for now, we can temporarily not participate in the war. Whether we participate in this war between the two continents or not, the result will not change much. What we need now is to find our guild quickly. First generation, you mean? After hearing Mavis' analysis, Makarov's pupils shrank suddenly and he understood. Before, he was completely attracted by the war between the two continents. At this time, after Mavis's reminder, Makarov also reacted. Zarif's goal is Mavis' heart. That's right, Maka Luotian. After seeing Makarov's reaction, Mavis said seriously, I must not let my heart fall into Zarif's hands, otherwise no one knows what terrible things Zirf with infinite power will do. At this point, Mavis's face was complicated. Zirf was no longer the same Zirf as before. The current Zirf was just a demon controlled by the god Anksur Ramel. At the same time, when Makarov and Mavis were discussing what to do next, the other members of Fairy Tale not far away were also full of worries. Urza was also a little embarrassed. On the way to meet with other members of Fairy Tale, she encountered a small army of the Ulbaras Empire. It must be said that it was worthy of the army of the super-military empire Ulbaras. Even Urza, who had the strength of a concubine, took some effort to solve the small army. Even the fairy queen Urza was a little embarrassed, not to mention the other members of Fairy Tale whose strength was not outstanding. Chapter 117. Urza, Irene, 3/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Well, I beg all the readers to subscribe automatically. Closing square bracket. Wendy, how is it? Urza looked at Wendy who was casting healing magic on the injured companion and asked with a little concern. Is Wakaba's injury serious? Although there were no casualties, the situation is still not optimistic. For example, Wakaba, who is now being treated by Wendy's healing magic, is the 4th-generation assistant president who Fairy Tail used smoke magic. He suffered very serious injuries. It can be said that if the 4th-generation assistant president had been rescued by other guild members a little later, he would have been fatally injured or even died on the spot. Sister Urza, at present, there is no danger to his life. After hearing Urza's slightly concerned voice, Wendy looked at Wakaba lying in front of her in a coma and said, "But 08 doesn't need to think about fighting in the short term, and needs to rest well." But, there is another sentence Wendy didn't say, that is, the whole continent is now caught in the war, and it seems impossible to have a good rest and recuperate. Facing the wolf-like Ulbara's Empire army, the defeat of Ishgar continent is a matter of time. Even when Mavis was analyzing just now, she only analyzed that Ishgar continent only has the ability to resist, and how long it can resist is still unknown. And the most important thing is that if the victory or defeat of the high-end battle is not considered, then the complete defeat of Ishgar continent is just a matter of time. However, Mavis, who does not know the high-end combat power of the Ulbara's Empire, the Holy 12 Shields, does not know that when the Holy 12 Shields of the Ulbara's Empire officially join the war, it will be a complete defeat and despair in the true sense. The 10 wizard saints on the Ishgar continent are far inferior to the 12 shields of the Ulbara's Empire. Even among the top 4 non-human beings of the 10 wizard saints, Ishgar Yong Teifu Lord, only the head of the Ishgar Teifu Lord, the god Serena, can compete with the 10 of the 10 guardian Tuku. What is even more despairing is that the head of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, the god Serena, is one of the 12 shields of the Ulbara's Empire. Really? Urza pondered for a moment. As the acting president, she must not panic at this time. After thinking for a while, Urza looked at Wendy, who was a little panicked, and smiled to comfort her. "But Wendy, don't worry, we are relatively close to the center of the continent, and the invasion of the Ulbara's Empire started from the periphery. I don't think there will be any enemies here in the short term." Before she finished speaking, Urza's expression became serious. On the hillside not far away, 2 figures appeared at some point. "Who are you?" Urza instantly activated the disguise magic to complete the disguise, pointed the sword in her hand at the 2 figures on the hillside, and shouted, "Tell me your purpose, otherwise I will expel you as enemies." As Urza's voice fell, the fairy tale people who were resting or discussing around were also attracted by Urza's movements and looked at the 2 figures who appeared on the hillside not far away at some point. All fairy tale people were ready for battle the next moment they saw the 2 figures on the hillside. Before choosing the temporary gathering place, Happy, Carla and Pansali had already checked everywhere. There was no one in a long distance, and it was also far from the place where the Ulbara's Empire invaded. But not long after, 2 figures that they didn't recognize suddenly appeared on the hillside not far away. Urza and the other fairy tale people knew that these 2 figures were not friendly. Or it could be said that these 2 figures who appeared at some unknown time were probably from the Ulbara's Empire. However, when Urza saw the appearance of the 2 figures on the hillside, her pupils shrank suddenly. Before Urza could continue to think, Urza had already got the answer through the conversation between the 2 figures. "Oh my, is this your daughter? She looks really energetic." After hearing Urza's shout, one of the 2 figures, who had reddish-brown hair, wore a black and white cloak, and carried a disc composed of 12 swords, chuckled. "This is the former leader of the 10 wizard saints of Ishgar continent, and now one of the 12 holy shields of the Ulbara's Empire, Serena of God, a 2nd-generation dragon slayer with 8 dragon magic crystals implanted in her body. Since she is your daughter, it is not impossible to treat her specially. What do you think? Do you need me to treat your daughter specially?" Serena of God asked the enchanting figure beside her, Irene Belsarion. "Why?" Without waiting for Irene Belsarion to answer, Urza directly asked Irene Belsarion, "Why are you here?" "No, why are you an enemy of Fairy Tail?" Irene Belsarion, "There is no reason, just like more than 20 years ago, I abandoned you in that small village for no reason." After hearing Urza's words, Irene Belsarion glanced at Urza, who was looking at her with a complicated expression, and said lightly, "Just like when you were enslaved by the dark magic cult that worshipped Zirf, I still ignored you. Perhaps this is the fate in the dark. The illusory fate brought us together again as enemies. My daughter, Urza. Chapter 118. Serena of God, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. If you want to hurt my friends and my family. Urza stared at Irene Belsarian's face that was extremely similar to hers, and said, even if you are my mother, I will not show any mercy, I will fight you with all my strength. Neither Urza nor Irene realized that Irene had been paying attention to Urza before Urza came to Fairy Tail and joined Fairy Tail. Otherwise, Irene Belsarian would not know Urza's childhood in such detail. Compared to Urza's fury, other people in the Fairy Tail Guild were much more surprised. Although they had heard that Urza had a mother alive in the world because of Ji Yun, this was the first time they saw Urza's mother in person. It must be said that Urza and Irene Belsarian looked too much alike. If Ji Yun was here at this time, he would probably add, Urza now is almost the same as when Ji Yu first met Irene Belsarian 400 years ago. As this Urza's mother, Lucy, who was not far away, whispered after hearing the conversation between Urza and Irene Belsarian. Although Urza looks a lot like her mother, they give people two completely different feelings. Yes, Urza's mother is so scary. Natsu, who was standing next to Lucy, agreed with Lucy with a face full of fear. I seem to remember the scary expression Urza showed when she overturned Urza's cake last time. I feel like I don't dare to fight Urza's mother at all. You droopy eyes, why are you so cowardly? Gray on the other side directly roared at Natsu in a low voice, saying, even if Urza's mother looks a lot like Urza, even if Urza's mother looks much scarier than Urza, even if. As Gray spoke, he looked up at Irene Belsarian, then swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and stopped talking. Droopy-eyed BD. After seeing Gray's performance, Natsu roared softly, aren't you the same as me who dare not fight Urza's mother? A-hole, droopy eyes, this is different. A-hole, droopy eyes, how is it different? In this way, in front of Irene Belsarian and God Serena, Natsu and Gray directly fought. Even Urza, who had a tense face facing Irene Belsarian just now, couldn't help but collapse at this time. Although Natsu and Gray are good companions, they can still fight in front of the enemy at this time. There is really no hope. Seeing Natsu and Gray still making a mess in such a situation, and Urza turning around and beating Natsu and Gray in front of her, Irene Belsarian couldn't help but smile. Urza, it seems that you have really found a good companion. But, all this is destined to be destroyed, after all, there is no way to do it. Okay, Serena, the next step is up to you. Quote, Irene Belsarian said to God Serena standing beside her lightly, don't waste too much time, I think Zirf still needs you to do a lot of things. Yes, I know. Quote, after hearing Irene Belsarian's permission, God Serena officially took a few steps forward, and said to the Fairy Tail people headed by Urza not far away with extreme self-intoxication, then let me, God Serena of the 8 Dragons, be the opponent of the Fairy Tail gentleman. As she spoke, she was posing in various elegant and graceful poses. Although it seemed that God Serena and Irene Belsarian were companions, everyone present felt something more or less. That was God Serena's awe of Irene Belsarian. However, this thought only flashed through the minds of the Fairy Tail people. After all, God Serena had officially chosen Fairy Tail. Since they had officially become enemies, why bother so much? God Serena was not Urza's father. Rival, you seem to be very strong. Natsu looked at God Serena standing on the hillside and doing various elegant and handsome poses and said excitedly, it's on fire. Quote, as Natsu finished speaking, a blazing flame started burning on his body, and he took a deep breath, and then a red light column composed of red flames flew towards God Serena. Fire dragons roar. Det, so you will be my God Serena's first opponent. God Serena looked at Natsu, whose body was burning with blazing flames, and chuckled and said, Fire Dragon Slayer, interesting, I happen to have a magic with the opposite attribute to yours. Then, in the astonished eyes of the Fairy Tail people, God Serena also made the same inhalation action as Natsu, and then sprayed directly in the direction of Natsu's Fire Dragon roar. The Sea Dragon King's roar. Natsu, be careful. The 3 pillars of light. Makarov, who was originally discussing with Mavis, immediately stood in front of Urza and the others after sensing the situation on Urza's side. He used most of his magic power to launch his most powerful light defense magic, the 3 pillars of light. Chapter 119. Mavis takes action, 1/4, please subscribe automatically. Bang! A very slight sound was heard, and the red light column and the sea blue light column collided in midair. However, in just a moment, the red light column representing Natsu was completely shattered by the sea blue light column, turning into dots of fire all over the sky and then being completely extinguished. Boom! The sea blue light column representing the roar of the Sea Dragon King smashed Natsu's fire dragon roar without even a pause and directly hit the light defense magic of the 3 pillars of light that Makarov had used with all his strength. In an instant, only pure white and sea blue light were left in the eyes of everyone around. The light defense magic of the 3 pillars of light that Makarov had used with all his strength barely defended against the first wave of attacks from God Serena. This made the fairy tale people who were frightened by God Serena for 10 times breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, it seems that the second opponent is the old acquaintance Makarov. It's just that as both of us are 10 wizard saints, Makarov, you are far behind me as the leader of the 10 wizard saints. God Serena looked at Makarov, who barely blocked the first impact of her Sea Dragon King's roar, and chuckled. If it's just this level, it can only barely block the 10th impact of my Sea Dragon King's roar. The Sea Dragon King's roar will get more and more intense. As God Serena's voice fell, the fairy tale people who had been slightly relieved to see Makarov block God Serena's attack once again raised their guard. Then the fairy tale people saw that the sea blue light column that seemed to be gradually calming down under the blocking of the 3 pillars of light suddenly became more turbulent and fierce, just like the undercurrents hidden under the tsunami. The sea blue light, which originally shared the world with the pure white light in the eyes of the fairy tale people, suddenly suppressed the pure white light completely, and Makarov, who had been struggling to support, suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Drops of cold sweat began to slide down Makarov's forehead, and along with the falling of Makarov's cold sweat, a slight cracking sound began to come from the front of the Mayway people. Oh no, the president is about to collapse. After hearing the slight cracking sound coming from the front, a man with long light green hair suddenly shrank his pupils and reminded the fairy tale people around him. This is Fried Justine, the captain of the Thunder God group of the Laxus Guards in the Fairy Tale Guild. He uses magic dark text. He was once praised by Urza as a wizard with the strength of an S-class wizard. While speaking, Fried's hands were not slow, and he quickly carved the magic test on the ground within the limited safety time that Makarov fought for. Unfortunately, Makarov also reached his limit in the next moment. Accompanied by a series of violent cracking sounds, the pure white light that could barely hold up under the sea blue light shattered and continued to bombard the location of the fairy tale people. Just when everyone in Fairy Tale thought they were doomed, a huge golden magic circle quietly emerged from under the feet of the Fairy Tale people, forming a translucent light golden shield to protect the Fairy Tale people inside. The sea blue light that had easily crushed everything just now was completely blocked this time. No matter the second, third, or even fourth waves of impact that were becoming more and more turbulent and fierce, they could not cause even the slightest impact on the light golden shield, and finally dissipated in the blank eyes of the fairy tale people. With the end of the attack, the light golden shield slowly disappeared, and the first-generation President Mavis, wearing a pink cloak and 2 cute little bare feet, appeared in front of everyone. With a serious face, she looked at God Serena not far away and Irene Belsarion on the hillside. Let's stop here. War can only bring injuries and pain, without any meaning. After saying that, Mavis immediately touched her little head, turned around and smiled apologetically at the confused fairy tale people behind her, and said, sorry, everyone was not scared just now, right? Because I'm used to it, I didn't react all of a sudden that I had been resurrected, so I was watching from the side. I didn't expect that my strength was much stronger than I thought. At the same time, on the other side, Irene Belsarion, who had been standing on the hillside and watching the battle quietly, narrowed her eyes slightly after seeing Mavis take action, and became a little interested in Mavis. 0468083008 Philo 153,321,491. Is it the little girl that Zirf is worried about? Irene Belsarion looked at Mavis and chuckled. It seems that this is not an easy battle for Serena. Maybe she will capsize in the ditch if she is not careful. Maybe I really need to do it myself. Irene Belsarion's eyes began to flash with dangerous light. Oh. Found it. I never thought that a random curse would have such a terrible change and use such terrible power. In a basement on the Ishgar continent, a young man with black hair who looked very gentle and soft looked at the scene in front of him with amazement. This is Zirf, who started the war between the two continents, but at this time, Zeref's whole body revealed an extremely weird feeling. If Ji Yun was here at this time, he would be able to tell at a glance that Zirf, who exuded a strange aura, was just an empty shell. The one controlling the empty shell was the Angser Ramal formation that had escaped from Ji Yun before. Chapter 120. White Hot 2 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. To be honest, I also feel that I have laid out too much foreshadowing, but I have to lay out the foreshadowing. I am really confused and can only speed up the pace as soon as possible. Closing square bracket. After the official announcement of the start of the war between the Western Continent's Ulbaraz Empire and the Ishgar continent, the god Angser Ramal directly took over Zeref's body. In addition to wanting to create a large number of deaths through war to gain a large amount of vitality, the god Angser Ramal was also a little curious about the heart of Mavis that Zirf mentioned before. After all, endless power, just the name itself is very curious. Although the world reconstruction magic randomly combines the various spaces of the Ishgar continent, as the initiator of the world reconstruction magic, Irene Belsarian can still know where the Fairy Tale Guild building is. So through Irene Belsarian, the god Angser Ramal who controls Zirf directly knows the building of the Fairy Tale Guild, and then finds the fairy's heart hidden under the Fairy Tale Guild building. Now, this power is mine. Looking at the crystal stone emitting lavender light and the heart in the crystal stone in front of him, god Angser Ramal chuckled and subconsciously thought of the mortal who surprised him in the Tartaros time. Although it was only because the current shell was completely unable to use its own power, it still made god Angser Ramal feel extremely humiliated, not to mention that Ji Yun also made him lose a lot of vitality. Otherwise, god Angser Ramal would not have instigated Zirf to start a war between the Ulbaraz Empire of the Western Continent and the Ishgar continent so quickly. After all, god Angser Ramal had originally arranged a bigger plan. And don't think that Zirf himself is not a simple commodity. God Angser Ramal took hundreds of years to influence Zirf. After this incident, Zirf will also be wary of himself accordingly. Thinking of this, god Angser Ramal became more and more resentful of Ji Yun. Because of Ji Yun's intrusion, the layout that god Angser Ramal had arranged for a long time has been completely messed up. But it doesn't matter. Once again, he focused his eyes on the purple crystal in front of him, and god Angser Ramal chuckled. Time is meaningless to me. Since I failed this time, I can just wait a little longer. But before that, I will get rid of all the guys who make me unhappy. As god Angser Ramal finished speaking, his eyes flashed with unprecedented sharpness. The war between the Western Continent's Ulbaraz Empire and the Ishgar continent is still going on fiercely. Compared with the original work where few people died from the beginning to the end, after the war between the Western Continent's Ulbaraz Empire and the Ishgar continent began, fighting and death were happening all the time on the Ishgar continent. This was especially true after the 12 holy shields of the Western Continent's Ulbaraz Empire joined the war. Facing the 12 holy shields of the Ulbaraz Empire, the 10 great wizards on the Ishgar continent had no resistance at all. As time went by, the Ishgar continent seemed to have only one way to go, and even if the countries of the Ishgar continent played all their trump cards, they still had no way to deal with the 12 holy shields of the Ulbaraz Empire. Especially after the 12 holy shields, Wal Ito, who used mechanical magic, controlled the magic elves of the Magic Council to fire a shot at a certain principality on the Ishgar continent, and completely annihilated a certain principality. The resistance of the countries on the Ishgar continent fell into an absolute collapse. Just as Zirf said to Makarov at the beginning, from the beginning this was an annihilation war that was absolutely not fair at all. In front of the Ulbaraz Empire, Ishgar continent had no power to resist. Perhaps if Irene Belsarian did not use the world reconstruction magic, Ishgar continent might still have a chance to fight, but after using the world reconstruction magic, Ishgar continent could not even last a day, or even half a day, in front of the Ulbaraz Empire, and collapsed completely. 0. Please give me flowers 0. If we have to say that there is still a little bit of resistance left, then it is probably only Fairy Tale who has a little bit of resistance in front of the 12 holy shields of the Ulbaraz Empire. After all, as Zerif's apprentice more than 100 years ago, and like Zerif, she is also cursed by the black magic of the god Anxur-Ramel. Mavis is still very powerful. At least after a period of fierce fighting, with the help of her companions, Mavis finally defeated Serena, one of the 12 holy shields of the Ilbara's empire, with great difficulty. 0. Okay. You are the only one left. Mavis looked at Serena, who had fainted in front of her, and exhaled heavily. Looking at Irene Belsarion, who had been standing on the hillside and watching, she said seriously, although I don't know why you have been standing by and watching your companions fight with us without taking action, I think you should be very confident in your own strength. Quote, however, no matter how confident you are in your own strength, I will do my best to defeat you. Defeat. Let me think about what Zerif said to you. After hearing Mavis' words, Irene Belsarion, who had been standing on the hillside and quietly watching the fairy tale people fight with God Serena, couldn't help laughing. I remember, didn't Zerif tell you? This time, the war between our western continent's Ilbara's empire and your Ishgar continent is just a one-sided annihilation war. You will not have any power to resist in front of me. You can't even struggle. Looking at Mavis and other fairy tale people who have become very embarrassed because of the battle with God Serena, Irene Belsarion said word by word. Chapter 121. Under one person, 3/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. After all the efforts of the author, I finally wrote the protagonist part. For the author's efforts, please give the author an automatic subscription. Closing square bracket. As Irene Belsarion finished speaking, a strange but familiar sense of oppression rose from Irene Belsarion, led by Mavis. Ji Yun never kept secrets from Irene Belsarion. Except for the sacrifice magic and the semi-finished immortality magic that Ji Yun later researched during the period of freezing himself, Irene Belsarion knew almost everything Ji Yun knew. Whether it was the magic version of the Rasengan that was researched by imagination or something else, or the absorption and purification of the basic magic power that Ji Yun had grown to be so powerful, Irene, 303, Belsarion knew everything. Ji Yun, who had been frantically using teleportation magic to search for Irene Belsarion in the Ishgar continent, also paused at this time. He looked at the meteorite that blocked out the sky and sighed softly. Ultimate additional magic. God's star collapse. Why did Ji Yun, the dragon slayer who was feared by countless people 400 years ago, treat him so well even though they didn't know each other before? For some reason, when she said this, Urza looked at Irene Belsarion and her eyes were subconsciously dazed for a moment, thinking of the terrible posture of Ji Yun who killed thousands of dragons with one sword in the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference before. No, it can even be said that she has long possessed the strength of Ji Yun who split the Ishgar continent in half with one sword and killed the dragon race with one sword more than 400 years ago. So everything was like this. Then, in the horrified eyes of the fairy tale people, a meteorite appeared in the sky that was almost invisible at a glance, almost filling everyone's vision in the entire sky. Then, how is it possible, this kind of oppression? Come on, Irene Belsarion. Feeling the oppression that continued to emerge from Irene Belsarion, Urza looked at Irene Belsarion and her pupils shrank suddenly, and she murmured to herself with difficulty. Seeing this, Urza's pupils shrank suddenly for some reason, and some of the previous doubts about Ji Yun, the dragon slayer from 400 years ago, were suddenly solved. Why, Irene Belsarion can have such terrible power. This is the strength of the dragon queen Irene Belsarion 400 years ago, second only to one person. As you wish. The sky, which had already become gloomy under the boiling magic of Irene Belsarion, became completely dark with Irene Belsarion's action. The earth also began to collapse and crack when Irene Belsarion's magic power exploded, spreading around like an extremely complex spider web. Whether it was the hillside where Irene Belsarion stood, the surrounding rocks, or the temporary buildings built by fairy tale, they all became ruins in an instant. After saying that, Irene Belsarion gently pointed the ground with the pure white scepter with the little black spots in her hand. Irene Belsarion's attack really has the power to destroy the world. Once this meteorite really falls and hits the Ishgar continent, there is no need to say what the consequences will be. This is Irene Belsarion's strongest magic, the ultimate destructive magic that surpasses all magic. Irene Belsarion, This guy who Mr. Dragon Slayer said was my mother, who is she? Compared with Irene Belsarian's ultimate additional magic, God's Star Collapse, the Magic Council's magic spirit power is really not even qualified to carry shoes. It's not that the magic spirit power is not strong, but the Magic Council's use of the magic spirit power is too primitive and 1.3 levels lower. Urza looked at Irene Belsarian, who was emitting a terrible aura, and roared, "No matter who it is, no matter how powerful they are, no matter how desperate they are, as long as they can hurt my friends, I will regard them as my mortal enemy." Looking at the sword pointing at herself, Urza said lightly, "The magic power that has also reached liquid state is boiling crazily in Irene Belsarian's body." As the magic power in Irene Belsarian's body boils, violent airflow begins to burst around Irene Belsarian. It can be said that before Ji Yun developed the magic of immortality, the one who had the strength closest to Ji Yun was of course Irene Belsarian. After 400 years of magic purification and accumulation, as well as the dragon race's unique body, Irene Belsarian's strength has long surpassed the 12 holy shields Scarlet Despair Irene Belsarian in the original book. Slowly, for some reason, in Urza's eyes, Ji Yuku's figure overlapped with Irene Belsarian's figure now. The originally cloudless and bright sky turned gloomy in the face of this extremely terrifying magic power. From time to time, a few thunder and lightning flashed because of the resonance with the magic power in Irene Belsarian's body, bringing out a series of dull roars. After hearing Urza's roar, Irene Belsarian hesitated for a moment, and then her eyes became more determined than ever before. As Urza roared, a powerful but ant-like magic began to burst out from Urza's body. Why could Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago, know his mother Irene Belsarian? The name of the Ishgar continent will completely become history, and the fairy tale world may also become a pirate story world of the Great Voyage. But even if it's like this, I won't give up resisting. How is it possible that there is such a powerful existence in this world besides Mr. Dragon Slayer? Chapter 122. Despair in Despair, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. Finally found it. Ji Yun looked at the huge meteorite in the sky that almost blocked the entire sky and murmured helplessly, "Fortunately, there is still some time before the 24 hours. Quote, Ji Yun was really too familiar with Irene Belsarian's magic. When Irene Belsarian was performing the magic of world reconstruction, Ji Yun felt the magic of Irene Belsarian. In the fairy tale world, everyone's magic has a unique and specific aura. Now, after feeling the huge meteorite in the sky, Ji Yun can roughly guess where Irene Belsarian is. As for why Ji Yun did not determine the location of Irene Belsarian when she performed the magic of world reconstruction, it was entirely because the scope of the magic of world reconstruction was too large. At that time, the entire Ishgar continent was full of the magic of Irene Belsarian, so Ji Yun could not find the specific location of Irene Belsarian. Now we only need to determine the first attack and impact location of the huge meteorite in the sky, and Irene Belsarian is probably at that place. And if Ji Yun remembers correctly, in the original book, Irene Belsarian used this move on his daughter Urza, although Ji Yun didn't quite understand why Irene Belsarian, who was already many times stronger than in the original book, would use this move when facing the Fairy Tale Guild. In addition, Ji Yun couldn't just stand there and watch the meteorite in the sky completely destroy the Ishgar continent, so it wouldn't hurt to go directly to the place where the meteorite landed. Anyway, Ji Yun had already wasted more time searching every corner of the Ishgar continent. How terrifying is this? Makarov looked at the meteorite in the sky that was falling towards him and the surrounding fairy tale members with horror, and muttered desperately, "The range is too large, there is no way to avoid it." Quote, "A-hole. Irene Belsarian." Urza was also horrified when she saw the huge meteorite in the sky, and then she roared at the crimson figure with a face very similar to hers not far away, "Unreasonable. Are you going to destroy an entire continent? What is your purpose?" It's not just Makarov and Urza who are desperate. At this moment, even Natsu, who is usually the most passionate, looks like he has lost his soul and his whole body has turned pale. After all, there is no room for resistance against such a huge meteorite. You have to know that this is a meteorite that can directly smash the entire Ishgar continent into pieces. No matter how you run, you can't escape. It's not just because the meteorite is very huge and the scope of destruction is extremely wide. If it was just a simple meteorite, it would not be called the ultimate destructive magic by Irene Belsarian. Except for the one in the original work, the ultimate additional magic, God's star collapse, used by Irene Belsarian is similar in form, but it is far inferior in all other aspects. After all, under the influence of Ji Yun, Irene Belsarian is already many times stronger than the Irene Belsarian in the original book. Now the ultimate destructive magic, God's star collapse, used by Irene Belsarian is not only countless times stronger than the one in the original book in terms of destructive range and attack strength, but also has some special additional effects. For example, space magic, gravity lock, etc. Urza and others who are regarded as targets of attack by Irene Belsarian will be subjected to several times or even dozens of times the gravity pressure, and the space will also be blocked. Unless the strength is stronger than Irene Belsarian, Belsarian is stronger, otherwise there is absolutely no way to use space magic to escape. Similarly, the same is true for time magic. In front of the absolute inside, whether it is time, space, or other unpopular and special magic, they all stand aside. Just like the dragons 400 years ago and the humans struggling in front of the dragons 400 years ago. No matter what the result will be, it is better than doing nothing. Mavis has recovered from the state of horror at this time, and loudly reminded the other fairy tale people who have completely lost their resistance. Everyone hold hands, form a circle and share the magic power with me. Quote, I will cast the ultimate defense magic, Fairy Ball. After hearing Mavis's reminder, all the other Mayway people in the state of Vermilion God also came back to their senses. After all, the scene in front of them was so familiar. 7 years ago, when Tinlong Island faced the Black Dragon Aknologia, they were also so powerless. Mavis also used the magic power of everyone to cast the ultimate defense magic Fairy Ball. However, the current formation is many times stronger than the Black Dragon Aknologia 7 years ago. Whether the ultimate defense magic Fairy Ball can defend this attack, even Mavis herself has no idea. It's useless. Looking at the ultimate defense magic that Mavis gathered all the members of the Fairy Tale Guild to cast, Irene Belsarian said lightly, even if it is the so-called ultimate magic, it depends on how strong the person who uses it is. Quote, and, in my opinion, your so-called ultimate defense magic can only be called good. Quote, it's still far from the ultimate magic I mentioned. Just like that, as Irene Belsarian finished her words, Mavis gathered all the magic power of all the guild members to cast the ultimate defensive magic Fairy Ball and Irene Belsarian cast the ultimate destructive magic God Star Collapse, and they collided. Chapter 123, Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Queen, 1/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Please subscribe automatically. The golden light that symbolizes the Fairy Ball was covered with cracks the moment it collided with Irene Belsarian's Star of God, and it shattered with a series of sounds like glass breaking. Irene Belsarian's strength is too strong. Even though Mavis's strength is considered to be at the top level in the fairy tale world, she is still far behind Irene Belsarian. Even if Mavis gathered the magic power of all fairy tale members to cast the ultimate defense magic, the Fairy Ball, it was still the same. At this point, whether it was Mavis who was shouting not to give up until the end, or Urza herself, they were completely desperate. Facing such a terrible attack, there was no room for resistance at all. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, which was like, no, the end of the world. It seems that this is the only way to go. Looking at the meteorite that completely filled her vision, Urza subconsciously muttered to herself. If Mr. Dragon Slayer was here at this time, that would be great. I don't know if things are exactly as I imagined. It's really curious and regrettable. After saying that, Urza was ready to slowly close her eyes and welcome the destruction that was about to come to the garden. However, Urza found that when her eyes were closed, everything seemed to be frozen at this moment. After a long time, she didn't feel the approach of the meteorite that exuded the extreme destructive breath. Not only did it mean that the destructive breath of the meteorite was not approaching any further, but even this destructive breath was rapidly weakening, and there was an inexplicable breath around her that made her feel very familiar and reassuring. This familiar feeling, single quote, after feeling the very familiar breath, Urza directly opened her eyes that had been closed and looked in the direction of the meteorite that exuded the breath of destruction that she had been thinking about constantly. AIDJ approaching. I don't know when it started. In addition to the meteorite with a breath of destruction, there was suddenly a hand that I was very familiar with and subconsciously felt warm. This was the hand of the Dragon Slayer. Just like that, this hand casually blocked the meteorite that I and all my companions in the guild could not stop just now, or it was lifted up by Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, with a casual hand. At the same time, everyone around, including Irene Belsarion, also found that something was wrong. The members of Fairy Tail naturally marveled at Ji Yun's strength again. Even though they had seen Ji Yun's strength demonstrated many times, they could still feel Ji Yun's terrifying. Obviously, he had no magic power at all, and it didn't look like he had activated magic, but he actually took the ultimate destructive magic, God's Star Collapse, cast by Irene Belsarion with his bare hands easily. You know, the ultimate destructive magic, God's Star Collapse, was cast by Mavis with all the magic power of all the members of the Fairy Tail Guild, and the ultimate defensive magic, Fairy Ball, did not last even half a second. But this is also very normal. After all, since Ji Yun developed a semi-finished immortality magic, Ji Yun's strongest weapon is no longer magic but Ji Wei's own body. Easily lifting a meteorite is really a small kiss for Ji Yun, who has developed a semi-finished immortality magic. As for Irene Belsarion, she was trembling slightly and staring at Ji Yun in a daze. As if she couldn't believe that Ji Yun would appear in front of her. After all, Irene Belsarion had been looking forward to this day for a long time, for more than 400 years. Originally, when the news about Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago, reappearing and causing a series of sensational events reached the Ulbara's Empire of the Western Continent, Irene Belsarion could not help but want to look for Ji Yun. However, the things that happened 400 years ago had become a knot in Irene Belsarion's heart, and Irene Belsarion did not dare to come to look for Ji Yun no matter what. Just like Ji Yun who avoided Irene Belsarion and Urza at the beginning. Now, after really seeing Ji Yun, Irene Belsarion's cold and beautiful face like an iceberg also collapsed in an instant, and tears began to flow from Irene Belsarion's eyes drop by drop. The moment Ji Yun appeared, Irene Belsarion once again returned to last night, sitting alone beside the waterfall, hugging her knees and crying alone. She opened her mouth slightly with a trembling mouth and wanted to say something. I have been waiting for more than 400 years, and I have countless words to say to Ji Yun. But Irene Belsarion found that she couldn't say it no matter what. Mr. Dragon Slayer, Urza was also staring blankly at Ji Yun, who appeared beside her at some point. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, Urza found that she didn't know what she should say at all. Like Irene Belsarion, she had a lot of things in her heart that she wanted to tell Ji Yun, and she had a lot of questions and doubts that she wanted to get answers from Ji Yun. But she suddenly found that she didn't know how to tell Ji Yun at all. But in the next moment, Urza had already got the answer she wanted from Ji Yun's actions. Ji Yun ignored the fairy tale people around her who showed expressions of resurrection and amazement, and also ignored Urza who usually paid special attention to her. After casually destroying the meteorite created by Irene Belsarion, she walked directly towards Irene Belsarion, who was trembling slightly and crying. In the astonished, confused and stunned eyes of everyone around, Ji Yun hugged Irene Belsarion tightly. Chapter 124. Promise 2 quarters, please subscribe automatically. P.S. To be honest, the fairy tale volume is about to end, and the Ulbara's Empire chapter should be the last plot. The author did not want to just mention the name of Irene Belsarion in a hurry, so there were so many foreshadowings before, which may be very bloody. What? Following Ji Yun's actions, all the fairy tale people who were still marveling at Ji Yun's terrifying strength and feeling lucky to be alive again shouted in surprise. Everyone thought of many scenes, but they could not imagine the current situation. Lucy. Natsu looked at Ji Yun and Irene Belsarion hugging each other tightly and said in surprise. They are hugging each other. It's unbelievable. After hearing Natsu's surprised voice, Lucy also said in disbelief. I remember this Irene Belsarion seems to be Urza's mother. Now it seems that the Dragon Slayer does have a deep relationship with Urza. At this point, Lucy suddenly thought of Natsu's last time's random guess. That is to say, judging from the current performance of the Dragon Slayer and Urza's mother, the Dragon Slayer and Urza's mother may have that kind of relationship. Could the Dragon Slayer really be Urza's father? Just like that, as Lucy's voice fell, all the members of Fairy Tail were completely petrified and stunned. Although they had clearly felt that Ji Yun's attitude towards Urza was completely different from that towards other people, except for Natsu, who was a brainless person, no one would have thought that Ji Yun would be Urza's father. Even Urza, who had always been in close contact with Ji Yun and could clearly feel something was wrong with Ji Yun, had almost never thought about the fact that Ji Yun might be her father. On the contrary, because Ji Yun helped her one after another, and because of the reassuring feeling she felt from Ji Yun, Urza gradually developed a special and complex emotion towards Ji Yun. Now, after Urza saw the scene where Ji Yun and Irene Belsarion hugged each other in front of her, she didn't know why, Urza felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Inexplicably hoping that the woman being held by Ji Yun was not her mother Irene Belsarion. But, Urza Scarlet. In addition to this inexplicable feeling of emptiness in her heart, Urza was still very entangled in her heart, because Irene Belsarion, who was now being held by Ji Yun, her mother whom she had never met since childhood, had just attacked her and her companions whom she regarded as her family. Urza could ignore the fact that she was attacked, and even didn't care at all, but if she wanted to hurt her companions, then Urza absolutely could not accept it, and could not forgive it. Just like what Urza said when facing Irene Belsarion just now. No matter who it is, no matter how powerful they are, as long as they hurt the companions whom they regarded as their family, they would be regarded as their mortal enemy. Even if the object regarded as their mortal enemy was their so-called mother, Irene Belsarion. No, cannot, forgive, absolutely, unforgivable, and unacceptable. Urza clenched her fists tightly while staring at Irene Belsarion who was held by Ji Yun. Ji Yun didn't pay much attention to the situation of the Fairy Tail people, nor did he notice that something was wrong with Urza. At present, Irene Belsarion's situation was more important. Of course, Ji Yun didn't expect that the backyard would catch fire. His daughter would catch fire. Sorry, Irene, long time no see. Quote, looking at Irene Belsarion who was still trembling in his arms, Ji Yun said gently, this is a gentleness that even Urza has almost never seen. 0. Please give flowers. Oh. In his life, Ji Yun only cares about two people and is gentle to two people, that is, Irene Belsarion and Urza Scarlet. As Ji Yun's voice fell, Irene Belsarion became more trembling, tears flowed down her cheeks continuously, and she directly held Ji Yu back tightly and ran away. It seemed that she was afraid that Ji Yun would disappear in front of her again. Seeing this, Ji Yun exhaled slowly and calmed down his breath a little. After all, the space teleportation magic is very mentally and magically consuming. Even if Ji Yun used the space teleportation magic for more than 10 hours in a row, he was still a little bit overwhelmed. 0. After calming down his breath a little, Ji Yun looked at Irene who was just hugging him and burying her head in his chest and sobbing constantly. Belsarion smiled and said, then, obey the 24-hour agreement. I'm here, Irene. The moment Ji Yun finished speaking, Irene Belsarion, who had been hugging Ji Yun tightly and trembling constantly, buried her head in Ji Yun's chest like an ostrich and sobbed constantly, suddenly froze. Slowly raised her head, looked at Ji Yun in disbelief with her own tearful eyes, and then burst into tears. It seemed that Ji Yun's words, which sounded a bit corny and very ordinary, without any special features, had a kind of magic that no one could see. Ji Yun, I really miss you. I know I was wrong back then, so Ji Yun, please don't leave me again, okay? Belsarion is dead, the country has disbanded and collapsed, and even Ji Yun, you are gone. I am really scared, really scared, really scared that I will never see you again. Ji Yun. At this time, Irene Belsarion finally untied the knot in her heart, and began to cry in self-defense, and began to talk and narrate to Ji Yun. Chapter 125. 100 Years Contract, 3/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Well, I swear, this is definitely the last bloody story. Closing square bracket. Looking at Irene Belsarian, who no longer suppressed herself and burst into tears and confided in herself, Ji Yun just smiled and didn't say anything more, but listened quietly to Irene Belsarian's story. 400 years ago, before the kingdom of Dorogunov fell into the crisis of destruction, Ji Yun and Irene Belsarian had not fallen out because of the continuous acceptance of refugees from various countries. Ji Yun once agreed with Irene Belsarian that when Irene Belsarian really needed him, no matter where Irene Belsarian was, he would rush to her side within 24 hours. 6 or 7. Ji Yun, do you think we will have a conflict one day? I don't know, maybe, after all, who knows what will happen in the future. Then Ji Yun, if we really have a conflict, will you still care about me as much as you do now? If one day, I really have a conflict with Ji Yun, if Ji Yun ignores me, I will be very. Since Irene, you are so worried, then Irene, please make a promise with me. Promise. Yes, it is a promise. If Irene and I really have a conflict one day, as long as Irene calls me, no matter how far away I am from Irene, I will definitely rush to Irene's side within 24 hours. Really? Of course it's true. Ji Yun looked at Irene Dologunov, who suddenly became energetic from her depressed state, and smiled and stretched out her right little finger, hooked Irene Dologunov's right little finger, and said, "This is the contract signing ceremony of my hometown that I can no longer return to, follow me." Hook and hang, 100 years, 100 years, don't change, don't change. Is this the way to conclude a contract in Ji Yun's hometown? Looking at Ji Yun, who raised his little finger, Irene Dorogunov's face turned slightly red, and a light flashed quietly in the depths of her eyes. She said to Ji Yun with a happy face, "There is obviously no magic fluctuation, and no magic circle appears, but it makes people feel very reassured. Okay, since you, Ji Yun, have already signed a contract with me, if Ji Yun and I really have a conflict in the future, I will definitely summon Ji Yun. When that time comes, I will definitely hide in the most complicated maze and wait for you, Ji Yun, to find me." Hey. Looking at Irene Dorogunov, who was as happy as a little girl, Ji Yun also laughed and said, "Irene, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me?" "But Irene, have you forgotten that I know space magic? No matter how complicated the maze is, it will be useless to me. I don't care. Anyway, if Ji Yun and I have a conflict, then I will definitely create the most complicated maze to wait for you, Ji Yun, to find me, and Ji Yun, you must abide by the contract between us and find me within 24 hours. I really can't do anything about you." After hearing Irene's excited voice, Ji Yun chuckled and said, "Then I will definitely successfully find Irene through the complicated maze created by Irene, and come to Irene's side, within 24 hours. Quote, "However, there is another point I am curious about, Ji Yun, why does the content of the contract in your hometown say 100 years? If 100 years is the time limit for concluding a contract, 100 years is too short, I want 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Well, after all, the average person's lifespan is about 100 years, so 100 years here is almost a lifetime, so people in my hometown will use 100 years as the time for concluding a contract. Soga, so that's how it is, then, Ji Yun, let's do it again. Hook and hang, 100 years, no change. Yes. Hook and hang, 100 years, no change. Hook and hang, 100 years, no change." Unknowingly, 400 years have passed. Thinking of this, Ji Yun sighed again in his heart. After all, it is different from Ji Yun closing his eyes, freezing himself to study the magic of immortality, and spending hundreds of years in a state without the concept of time. Irene Belsarian is a real person who has spent hundreds of years. During the 400 years, Irene Belsarian has been silently waiting for Ji Yun's arrival. I don't know when it started, but Irene Belsarian suddenly realized that the contract she had signed with Ji Yun had already lasted for more than 100 years. HMPH, boring. Turning her attention back to Urza, after staring at Ji Yun and Irene Belsarian with clenched fists for a while, Urza snorted lightly and turned away. Although she hated and even hated Irene Belsarian, Urza was not a person without self-knowledge. Irene Belsarian's strength had been fully demonstrated just now. Urza had to admit that Irene Belsarion was someone that she could never beat at her current stage, and with Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, here, Urza felt that Irene Belsarion would not be able to continue attacking her companions. So Urza put away her disguise magic. Just now, in order to fight Irene Belsarion, Urza put on her strongest armor, the Tieni Divine Armor, which consumed a lot of magic. But then again, after feeling the gap between her and Irene Belsarion, Urza remembered that Ji Yun said he would teach her the Guangguan method in front of the royal officials of the capital of the Principality of Veronica yesterday. Chapter 126, Mutation, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Next is the last part of the fairy tale volume. By the way, although it was a bit corny before, I feel that at least the character of Irene Belsarion should be more fleshed out. Closing square bracket. If Ji Yun is willing to teach me magic, I might be able to get closer to Irene Belsarion. Thinking of this, Urza turned around again and looked at Ji Yun, who was hugging Irene Belsarion tightly. Ah, it's really a touching scene. Just as Urza was staring at Ji Yun, Urza suddenly heard a slightly emotional voice coming from her side. Shodai-sama. Looking at Mavis, who appeared beside her at some point, Urza asked with a little surprise, "The guy named Irene Belsarion just now tried to kill us. If it weren't for Mr. Dragon Slayer, I think we would have been 08 now." "But, isn't that Urza's mother?" After hearing what Urza said, Mavis smiled and said, "Besides, I think Urza's mother shouldn't be our enemy anymore. After all, isn't there a legendary Dragon Slayer who controls Urza's mother? Although she is an enemy, I can feel your mother's love for you, Urza-song. However, this love is not as obvious as your mother's love for the Dragon Slayer." Urza hummed softly and stopped talking. In fact, Urza's feelings became very complicated after Ji Yun hugged Irene Belsarion in front of her. After all, Irene Belsarion is an enemy of fairy tale anyway. And even though Mavis seemed to be speaking well of Irene Belsarion to Urza, she also did not deny her enemy status before the arrival of Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer. Urza was really confused by Irene Belsarion's identity and her previous actions. She was her mother, but she appeared in front of her as an enemy, and she almost destroyed her and her most cherished companions. Regardless of whether Irene Belsarion was still an enemy of fairy tale in the future, Urza would never forget what she had done just now. Urza sighed softly and did not want to continue talking about this topic. Irene Belsarion was not only her mother, but also her opponent, and her strength was terrifying. This helpless feeling really made Urza feel a little bit. Shodai-sama, Shodai-sama. Just when Urza was about to end Mavis' conversation about Irene Belsarion, Mavis knelt on the ground with a look of pain on her face. Mavis' body, which had become substantial due to the world reconstruction magic performed by Irene Belsarion, also began to slowly become virtual again. It was as if Mavis, who was originally standing in front of Urza, was about to float away and disappear at any time. So uncomfortable. It's like something in my body is being sucked out continuously." After hearing Urza's scream, Mavis said with difficulty, and while speaking, she lay on the ground and gasped heavily, and at the same time, Mavis' body began to become more illusory. The movements of Urza and Mavis also attracted the attention of everyone around, including Ji Yun and Irene Belsarion. All the members of Fairy Tail surrounded Mavis, who was constantly breathing heavily, and looked at Mavis with concern and nervousness. However, Mavis's sudden change was completely beyond the coping range of all the members of Fairy Tail. All the members of Fairy Tail had no choice but to look at Mavis with worry and nervousness. After all, apart from feeling that Mavis was in a very bad state and felt very uncomfortable and seemed to disappear at any time, all the members of Fairy Tail had no idea what happened to Mavis that caused Mavis to be like this. "Don't worry, this is a good thing." Quote, as a ripple quietly emerged in the space, Ji Yun teleported directly to Mavis, who was breathing heavily, and suddenly realized what was happening when he saw Mavis, who looked very bad. Within Ji Yun's sight, there was an unknown force constantly pulling Mavis' body, or the soul in Mavis's current temporary body. And this unknown force was the same as Mavis' soul in Ji Yun's career. In other words, it was an existence exactly like Mavis that was pulling Mavis's 950 soul, or calling Mavis' soul. Considering Mavis's situation, it was very clear what Mavis's situation was now. Mavis, body. Yes, Mavis' body was constantly trying to call the soul of the summoner Mavis, and the degree of this calling had been directly upgraded to the level of pulling. So Mavis, who already had a temporary body, would look so uncomfortable at this time. After all, this was a pull directly from the soul, and although Mavis's body was now a temporary body constructed because of the world reconstruction magic, it was still Mavis' own body. In this situation where both sides are pulling, it is easy to imagine how uncomfortable it is. The so-called tearing pain from the soul probably refers to Mavis's situation. However, the current situation is obviously Mavis's temporary body, not Mavis's real body. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun waved slightly at Mavis's position. Then, in the blank eyes of everyone around, Mavis, whose body was becoming more and more illusory and even flickering, became stable again, and her breath became stable. Chapter 127. A Touched Heart 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hello, I'm here to talk about the book Friend Junyang, and the benefits of joining Junyang. First of all, the book Friend Junyang's account number is 566.651.958, and then the benefit of joining Junyang is that you can see the corresponding illustrations of the book at the first time. The illustrations are all drawn by the author himself at a high price. After all, the author is a person who yearns for romance. If the economy allows, he will definitely be willing to ask the illustrator to draw a few romantic illustrations. And I heard from the illustrator that he has also drawn a book. Ji Yu-yun directly used space magic to completely isolate the space around Mavis. In other words, although Mavis is still within the sight of everyone around her, she is actually in a completely different space. Because they are in completely different spaces, the call of Mavis's real body to Mavis is nonsense. The call of Mavis's real body to Mavis's soul has not reached the level of separation of space. So after Ji Yu-yun completely isolated the space around Mavis, it was normal for Mavis's condition to improve. After all, the source of Mavis's soul had been completely isolated. Good news. The fairy tale people around were slightly relieved when they saw that Mavis's condition seemed to have stabilized. Then they immediately looked at Ji Yu-yun with a strange look on their faces. After all, Mavis's performance just now did not seem like a good thing no matter how they looked at it. I don't know why Ji Yu-yun said that Mavis's situation would be a good thing. Well, of course it's a good thing. After seeing the puzzled expressions of everyone around, Ji Yu-yun chuckled and said, "After all, the real body of your first-generation president is constantly summoning her soul. As for the real body, you can ask your president Makarov. I think you should know what happened after hearing this." After hearing Ji Yu-yun's explanation, the fairy tale people who were originally looking at Ji Yu-yun with a puzzled look at Makarov not far away with a puzzled look don't understand why Makarov knows why Mavis just happened. But at this time, Makarov didn't have the time to explain to the fairy tale people why this happened to Mavis. You have to know that Mavis has never had such a situation before. Why did it just happen? Makarov, who knew what Mavis was like now, immediately thought of the secret magic hidden at the bottom of the guild building, the fairy heart. There must be something wrong with the secret magic fairy heart of his own guild, otherwise Mavis would not have been in that situation just now. As a guardian who has hidden the fairy heart for almost half his life, although he has never used the fairy heart once, Makarov is too clear about what consequences will result if the fairy heart is really used. Thinking of this, Makarov, who has no idea what the fairy heart is like, became extremely upset. Little Makarov, you are in a mess. Just when Makarov was upset, Mavis reminded Makarov, then turned to look at Ji Yu-yun and said with a smile, "Mr. Dragon Slayer means that someone has touched my heart, right? I didn't expect that someone could find such a secret place. The heart of the first generation." After hearing Mavis' words, the members of Fairy Tale around asked with confusion without waiting for Ji Yu-yun to answer. In addition to knowing that something extraordinary seemed to have happened to Mavis just now, all the members of Fairy Tale around didn't understand what Ji Yu-yun and Mavis were talking about. But looking at Makarov's upset look and Mavis's uncomfortable look just now, it didn't seem to be a good thing. At the same time, No one noticed the slightly embarrassed expression of Irene Belsarian not far away after Mavis finished the last sentence. Of course, everyone except Ji Yu-yun. Sure enough, it's because of Irene. Quote, looking at Irene Belsarian, who was a little embarrassed, Ji Yu-yun just shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it. Who let Irene Belsarian and her Taubes be in a hostile position before? It's just that Ji Yu-yun inexplicably felt that the relationship between Irene Belsarian and his daughter Urza might become difficult to handle. No, it's not that it seems difficult to handle, but it will definitely be difficult to handle. Ji Yu-yun sighed in his heart again. Ji Yu-yun really hated such troublesome things the most. But then again, since it was Irene Belsarian who revealed the location of the Fairy Tale Guild building, then it goes without saying who got Mavis' heart. It must be Zirf. And the reason why Zirf in the original book launched the war between the Ilbaraz Empire and the Ishgar continent was because of Mavis' heart. Although the plot of the fairy tale world has become completely different because of Ji Yu-yun's own relationship, some of the plots in the original book are for Ji Yu-yun. It still has a certain degree of reference. After all, the plot is different, but the character setting is basically the same. The most is that the god Anxur Ramel, who played a supporting role in the original work, suddenly became the legendary mastermind. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun subconsciously touched his chin again. To be honest, Ji Yu-yun still retains a certain degree of interest in Mavis' heart. Maybe he can take this opportunity to get Mavis' heart. Because of the semi-finished immortal magic, Ji Yu-yun's lifespan has become very long. If he has always stayed in one world, it would be too boring. In addition, the influence of those Infinite Crossing novels on the Earth on Ji Yu-yun, so Ji Yu-yun has long had the idea of traveling through the world to travel. And Mavis's heart, which has infinite magic properties, is a necessity for Ji Yu-yun to travel through the world. Otherwise, if he cannot replenish magic, traveling through the world is a very dangerous thing. Chapter 128. Prologue 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. No matter how much magic power Ji Yu-yun possesses, if the magic power cannot be replenished, then there will always be a time when it is exhausted. If Ji Yu-yun still cannot get magic power replenished at that time, then Ji Yu-yun can only choose to use sacrificial magic to obtain magic power by sacrificing vitality. Although because of the semi-finished immortality magic, Ji Yu-yun's vitality has long become extremely huge, like the level of sacrificing life when Ji Yu-yun first killed the dragon 400 years ago, Ji Yu-yun now does it dozens of times without taking a breath. However, it is better to be cautious about this kind of thing. No one can guarantee that they will not encounter any dangerous situations after crossing the world. Ji Yu-yun is only invincible in the fairy tale world. Turn your attention to Mavis again. Compared with Makarov, who seemed upset not far away, Mavis's situation seemed much calmer. Instead, she explained to the people around her like nothing happened. For example, after explaining the origin of his heart to the curious fairy tale people around him, the fairy tale people then realized that the tomb of the first President Mavis Vermilion on the last 500 Wolf Island was just a house of clothing. And Mavis's real body has been sealed in a huge magic crystal and placed in the basement of the Fairy Tale Guild building for safekeeping. At the same time, through Mavis' introduction, the fairy tale people also knew how terrible Mavis's heart was. Once Mavis's heart was activated, it would be like obtaining a perpetual motion machine, and it would obtain endless magic power. Even endless magic power is just one of the effects of Mavis's heart. Even Mavis and Makarov themselves don't know how many effects there will be after using Mavis's heart. After all, when the second-generation president of Fairy Tale, Precht Gelberg, created Mavis's heart, he felt the terrible effect of Mavis's heart and directly sealed Mavis's heart permanently. He left Fairy Tale after only saying that he had endless power and would bring about absolutely unknown consequences. I never thought that there was such a terrible magic in our guild. After listening to Mavis' explanation, Lucy exclaimed in surprise. Just by listening to Mavis' simple description, she could feel how terrible Mavis' heart was. It was really hard to imagine how terrible the scene would be once Mavis' heart was really used. Old man, why didn't you use the heart of the first generation when you encountered so many dangerous situations before? The guild was almost destroyed several times, do you know? After listening to Mavis' introduction, Natsu, who was lacking in brains, complained directly to Makarov not far away. It was really a waste that such a powerful thing was not used. Of course, in the next moment, Natsu was slapped into the ground by Makarov. "Baka, are you an idiot?" Looking at Natsu, who was slapped into the ground by him, Makarov glared at him fiercely, then turned around and asked Mavis hesitantly, "First generation, is it really okay to tell this matter like this?" "It's okay, little Makarov." After hearing Makarov's slightly concerned tone, Mavis smiled and said, "I think even if I don't say it, my heart may have fallen into the hands of that person, and maybe he has successfully activated my heart. So, I think the secret of my heart will soon no longer be a secret." As Mavis' voice fell, the originally slightly noisy scene became quiet. I was so engrossed in listening to Mavis' introduction just now that I completely forgot that the secret magic of my own guild had been touched by someone. There is no way to do this. You know, before that, everyone in Fairy Tale had never heard that their own guild would have such a powerful secret magic. The most important thing is that the guild had encountered so many crises before, but Makarov didn't even plan to use it once. This is a very speechless thing. Although this is indeed a good thing for you, if you return to your real body now, I think it won't be a bad thing for the current situation. Just when the scene fell into silence, Ji Yu-yun looked at Mavis, who was isolated in an independent space by himself, and Ji Yu-yun chuckled and said, "I think that guy will come to trouble me soon after getting your heart." After that, Ji Yu-yun turned around and looked in another direction. At some point, a thin but connecting light column suddenly appeared in the sky far away in that direction. From that light column, Ji Yu-yun could clearly feel the familiar but disgusting breath. And when Ji Yu-yun discovered this thin light column began to grow rapidly, which meant that these 10 thin light columns were approaching Ji Yu-yun's direction at a very fast speed. "Anxer Rammel, right, I won't let you get away from me so easily this time." Ji Yu-yun looked at the beam of light in the distance that was rapidly approaching him and getting thicker and bigger. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing an unprecedented cold light. Whether it was because Anxer Rammel had been causing trouble again and again, or in order to travel the world with peace of mind in the future, Ji Yu-yun would not keep Anxer Rammel, a time bomb, in this world. Chapter 129. Endless Power, 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. Ha 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 ha. In the air somewhere in the Ishgar continent, a black-haired young man wearing black clothes and tied with a long white cloth was laughing crazily. In the crazy laughter, the black-haired young man, who originally looked very gentle gradually became distorted. Just like a demon who had completely opened the shackles and was constantly crawling out of hell. A huge amount of magic power that seemed to have no end gushed out of the body of this black-haired young man, forming a huge light column in the sky that Ji Yu-yun saw, causing a huge change in the world. Urza had just felt this kind of pressure from Irene Belsarian. After hearing Urza's words, a little loli with dark blue hair not far away also said with a frightened expression, "This feeling is completely different from the feeling brought by Urza's mother just now." If there were machines like the Magic Council that were specifically designed to test the fluctuations of magic factors, then it would be possible to find that with Zirf controlled by the god Anxer Rammel as the center, as the magic power in Zirf continued to burst and surge, the concentration of magic factors in the surrounding space was soaring at an extremely fast speed. What is it? And, as the light column symbolizing the god Anxer Rammel kept approaching, a sense of oppression that was no weaker than the full-strength burst of power of Irene Belsarian just now enveloped everyone's heart. It's just a random curse, but after a series of changes, it has this almost endless power, and the quality of the magic is very high. It really makes me more and more impatient. The two great magics created by Zirf, the R system that can reverse life and death and the Eclipse Gate that can play with time, both shocked the god Anxer Rammel at the time. Urza was the first one to discover the huge light column symbolizing Zirf in the distance, besides Ji Yu-yun and Irene Belsarian. Especially after feeling the oppression brought by the god Anxer Rammel, Urza subconsciously glanced at Irene Belsarian not far away. God Anxer Rammel, who was controlling Zirf, looked at the mess around him and chuckled. But I really need to thank the existence that prevented the core from returning. The sky roared, the earth was silent, and the ocean was boiling. It feels so scary. Although it may be a bit exaggerated to say that it is endless power, it is not impossible to have a little extra surprise. Finally, it is the ecstasy now, which is really a magic with endless power. The person who continuously gushed out a huge amount of magic power from his body was Zirf, who had previously obtained Mavis, heart from the underground of the Fairy Tale Guild building, or the god Anxur-Ramel. After getting Mavis's heart, Anxur-Ramel was naturally very curious. Through Zerif's memory, Anxur-Ramel knew that Mavis's heart was called magic with endless power. 0. Please give me flowers. If the core of this magic is summoned back, I may need to spend a lot of effort to truly take this magic with endless power for myself. Now I have saved some effort. Quote, don't look at Anxur-Ramel's god always calling Ji-Yun or others mortals. If Anxur-Ramel really looked down on the existence of the fairy tale world, he would not be the so-called behind-the-scenes mastermind. Is it an enemy? This sense of oppression. Quote, using the professional terminology of the earth where Ji-Yun was before crossing, the fairy tale world was compared to a medium magic world, and now the fairy tale world is rapidly transforming into a high magic world. God Anxur-Ramel could never have imagined that the mortals in his eyes could reach this level, so after Zirf and Ji-Yun surprised and even shocked him, God Anxur-Ramel was skeptical about Mavis' heart. It's really endless power. The mortals in this world are really terrible. Not only Ji-Yun, who showed great strength before, but also Zirf, who is now controlled by Anxur-Ramel himself. Following Ji-Yun's side again, as Zirf controlled by the god Anxur-Ramel kept approaching, the people of Fairy Tale also noticed the huge light column approaching in the distance. Return it together with the previous reward. Quote, the atmosphere is constantly trembling. No, not trembling, but wailing, the whole world is constantly wailing. I'm very troubled if I move too frequently in this mortal world. Since you saved me so much effort, I must reward you well. 0. After saying that, the god Anxur-Ramel controlled Zerif's body and flew quickly in the direction of Ji-Yun and others. Sometimes, if the changes are too fast, it may not be a good thing. More haste makes waste. Once the fairy tale world really completes this transformation quickly, it is unknown what unpredictable consequences will occur. As for why he didn't use space magic in one go, it was because the endless power was too huge. The god Anxur-Ramel just wanted to vent it unilaterally, and directly relied on the magic power that was too much to spend to rush to the location of Ji-Yun and others. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Except for those who are extremely terrifying in the heavens and the worlds, no one dares to interfere with the progress of a world in this most direct way without authorization, because basically no one can afford the consequences. Anxur-Ramel controlled Zerif's body and looked at the terrible scene around him, and said with ecstasy, it sounds like a very good thing that the world is becoming more advanced at an extremely fast speed, but sometimes things cannot be judged by the surface, and sometimes taking too big a step can easily lead to trouble. Chapter 130. Seems to be over, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. This little loli with dark blue hair is Wendy Marvell, another dragon slayer in the Fairy Tale Guild. Because of her special magic properties, Wendy Marvell can more directly feel the negative feeling transmitted from the god Anxur-Ramel than other guild members. Unlike the superficial pressure and oppression felt by the fairy tale people, Wendy can use her special magic to cooperate with the unique sharp special effects of Dragon Slayer to more directly feel some deeper things. For example, as mentioned just now, feel the world is constantly wailing. Endless magic power constantly emerges from Mavis's heart and merges into the world of Fairy Tale. It seems to be rapidly improving the level of the world, but from another perspective, it is just a process of forcing growth. Even if it is really possible to successfully pull the seedlings from the middle magic world to the high magic world, this world must be full of various bugs and loopholes. Otherwise, why did Wendy feel the world wailing when it was obviously a good thing? Compared to the slightly panicked fairy tale people, Mavis looked at the direction of the god Anxur-Ramel in the distance with curiosity and felt nothing. After all, Ji-Yun had isolated Mavis in another space. Since Mavis' heart could no longer sense Mavis' soul, naturally Mavis could not feel her own heart. So Mavis did not know that the light column that was approaching her rapidly in the original book was Zirf who used her heart, or the god Anxur-Ramel who controlled Zirf. Of course, although there was no sense, Mavis could more or less guess what the current situation was. After all, there are very few people who can cause such a movement, not to mention that her heart was touched or even used just now. It was just because Ji Yu-yun and Irene Belsarian were nearby that Mavis had nothing to worry about. If even Ji Yu-yun and Irene Belsarian can't solve the current trouble, then Mavis doesn't think she can come up with any effective way to prevent bad things from happening. But, is it really you? Zirf. Looking at the huge light column approaching the horizon, Mavis thought a little absent-mindedly. Until now, Mavis still doesn't want to believe that the Zirf she knows is the culprit of the war between the Ilbars Empire of the Western Continent and the Ishgar Continent. Obviously in Mavis' impression, Zirf is so gentle. At the same time, when Mavis was absent-minded, Ji Yu-yun was already waiting a little impatiently. So I said, why do villains have to be so slow? They have to be pressed into the pit and rubbed. Ji Yu-yun looked at the light column in the sky that was still approaching him at a very fast speed and said impatiently, you don't have to use space magic to fly. If you don't want to use it, never use it. As he said, in the eyes of everyone around him, Ji Yu-yun used magic power in his hand to condense a cold ice sword with a cold breath. He waved directly in the direction of the light column in the distant sky that symbolized the god Anxur Ramel. Following Ji Yu-yun's action, an extreme sword light that everyone was very familiar with appeared in everyone's sight. Before everyone around could react, everyone around was surprised to find that the light column in the distance that was getting bigger and bigger was directly split into two halves by Ji Yu-yun's sword light just now and finally dissipated in the distant half-control minister. Because in the fairy tale world, magic power is closely related to vitality, so magic power not only makes wizards more durable, but also enhances vision and hearing to a certain extent. So everyone around can barely see the huge light column in the distance being dispersed by Ji Yu-yun's sword from a distance. Then as the huge light column in the distance dissipated, the breath that made everyone in fairy tale feel depressed before also disappeared, and even Wendy did not hear the wailing of the world for a while. It seemed that such a large formation was simply solved by Ji Yu-yun's sword. Although it feels a little far-fetched, it is obvious that such a large formation has been set up, but Ji Yu-yun's strength is really not uncommon among the members of Fairy Tail, so if it was Ji Yu-yun who took action, it would not be impossible to directly chop the big boss alive with a sword from a distance, so that the big boss would leave before he even appeared. Nani, that guy was solved just like that. Natsu looked at the distance that had completely calmed down and said with disappointment, I thought it might be a very powerful guy, but I didn't expect it to be killed so easily. I am really disappointed. I was so excited that I said it. Baka. After hearing Natsu's complaints, Lucy punched Natsu without mercy and said, I think it should be over like this. Natsu, do you know how many people died during this period? Natsu, war is really not as simple as you think. So, Natsu, don't be like this. At the end, Lucy's tone became depressed. Although it is impossible to know exactly how many casualties will be caused in the war between Ishgar Continent and West Continent, it is clear that such casualties will definitely not be small. Hey, Lucy, I know. Quote, seeing Lucy's mood suddenly getting depressed, Natsu immediately started to comfort her. Chapter 131. Urza's Powerlessness 1/4, please subscribe automatically. Anyway, although the scene became dull for a while because of Lucy's words, all the members of Fairy Tail were relieved. After all, everything was over. All the members of Fairy Tail were quite confident about Ji Yu-yun, the legendary Dragon Slayer. Since everything was over, the war between the Ilbars Empire of the Western Continent and the countries of the Ishgar Continent could almost come to an end. Maybe it would be a bit cruel to say it this way, but it was the truth. There might be some sympathy for the ordinary people who died in large numbers this time, but it might be because there were too many ordinary people who died in the war between the two continents, which made people numb. All the members of Fairy Tail were more happy that their companions did not suffer any casualties, that's all. As for how many ordinary people died, not many people would care. Even if they really felt it like Lucy, they would forget this feeling in their hearts in a short time. Seeing this, Ji Yu-yun sighed softly beside him. People are so selfish, including himself. Ji Yu-yun didn't care about what miserable situations strangers would encounter. Ji Yu-yun was just like the members of Fairy Tail, only caring about the people he cared about. It was just that Ji Yu-yun had seen more than most members of the Fairy Tail Guild, and had encountered more incredible situations, so Ji Yu-yun seemed more numb. But who told you that everything is over? Ji Yu-yun looked at the fairy tale people who were relieved and started to discuss, and reminded them with a serious face, and then frowned and stared at the space in a vacant land not far away. The ripples that disappeared emerged. From the beginning, Ji Yu-yun didn't believe that Zirf, no, Angsur Ramal God would be killed so easily by himself. If it was Zirf who didn't have a strong desire to survive, it would be a bit possible, but if it was Angsur Ramal God, then it would be completely impossible, otherwise Angsur Ramal God would not have been able to control Zirf to escape from his hands. Although Ji Yu-yun despised Angsur Ramal tactically, he still valued Angsur Ramal strategically, not to mention that Angsur Ramal now had the heart of Mavis and possessed the so-called endless power. Boom! The fairy tale members did not have any time to react, and even before Ji Yu-yun finished speaking, the huge light column formed by the overflowing magic power in the distance appeared directly in front of everyone. The violent magic power tore the earth apart the moment it appeared, and the sky, which had just returned to calm not long ago, was once again turbulent and gloomy. The sharp wind blew around, causing pain to the skin of everyone except Ji Yu-yun and Irene Belsarion, as if they could be torn into countless pieces by the sharp wind at any time. What's going on? What on earth happened? This oppressive feeling and magical aura are what was just dispersed by Mr. Dragon Slayer. In other words, Mr. Dragon Slayer's attack just now is ineffective. Until this time, all members of Fairy Tail barely reacted. It turned out that the huge light column in the distance just now was not really dispersed by Ji Yu-yun, but it left the position just now before being hit by Ji Yu-yun's sword, perfectly avoiding Ji Yu-yun's attack. And it not only simply avoided the attack of Ji Yu-yun, the Dragon Slayer, but also came directly in front of Ji Yu-yun and others through space magic while dodging the attack. A-hole. Quote. Urza stared at the doomsday scene in front of her. In Urza's unwilling eyes, the doomsday scene in front of her slowly overlapped with the scene when she faced her mother Irene Belsarion's ultimate move, the ultimate destructive magic, the collapse of the God Star. Why is it like this again? Why am I so powerless? Why do I not know when I have lost the power to protect my companions? Urza clearly realized how small and powerless she was in the presence of Ji Yu-yun, Irene Belsarion, and the doomsday scene in front of her. In front of such an existence, Urza found that she had no way to protect her most cherished companions. She was so powerless, she was so weak. Thinking of this, Urza once again set her sights on Ji Yu-yun not far away. After all, when she was in the Principality of Veronica, Ji Yu-yun said that he would teach Urza magic. After feeling Irene Belsarion's Belsarion and the unknown existence in front of her were powerful before, but now Urza really took Ji Yu-yun's words to heart. Backquote. The control of power is quite delicate. I originally thought that normal people would lose a certain degree of skills when they gain endless power. Ji Yu-yun did not pay attention to Urza's situation at this time, but looked at the familiar figure in the center of the magic riot, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled. It seems that the facts are not like this. So now should I call you the Black Magician Zirf Dragneel, or the so-called God Angsur Ramal? Facing the God Angsur Ramal who controlled Zirf, Ji Yu-yun chuckled and said. Or, you can only hide in the dark. Ant. Chapter 132. The Purpose of Coming. 2 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. So-called life. And, ants. Ha 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 ha. Mortal, this is really the funniest thing I have ever heard. It's just a mortal. Although his strength is really good, he is really brave. After hearing Ji Yu-yun's words, Angsur Ramal, the god who controlled Zirf, laughed. After looking at Ji Yu-yun who was looking at him quietly, Angsur Ramal said with a smile. But there's one thing even I have to admit, the mortals in your world are indeed better than I thought. One after another, they brought me all kinds of shocks. Not only did the guy the first control now research the R system and the Eclipse Gate that surprised me, but also you, whose power almost touched another level, and now even this kind of truly endless power has appeared. Just such a magic containing endless power is enough to make up for all my losses. Quote. Electromagnetic Cannon. This is a move that Ji Yu-yun imitated a character in a certain anime, using electromagnetics to create extremely powerful kinetic energy to launch the coin in his hand, which can cause extremely strong penetrating damage. It seems that this powerful mortal has isolated the space around you, so you were not summoned back. It really helped me a lot. Anxur Ramel looked at Mavis and chuckled. You are the magic core with endless power. To be honest, if this person with endless magic has his own consciousness and sings against me, I will be very distressed. After all, my power was very limited before I got this magic. Quote, after that, Ji Yun once again used the coin in his hand to bounce towards the position of Anxur Ramel. I am the god who controls the power of life and death. Of course, provoking a war between the two continents is to create a large number of deaths and gain a large amount of vitality. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, Ji Yun did not continue to use the electromagnetic cannon on the god Anxur Ramel, but frowned at the god Anxur Ramel who directly blocked the electromagnetic cannon not far away. Will you benefit from provoking a war between the Ilbaraz Empire of the Western Continent and the Ishgar continent? Then there was a series of roars. In front of Ji Yun's electromagnetic cannon, even the god Anxur Ramel, who had obtained Mavis' heart, had to dodge in a series of attacks. You are not Zirf, what is your purpose? While speaking, god Anxur Ramel sighed and looked at Ji Yun beside him. Ji Yun casually tossed the coin made of iron in his hand, and looked at Anxur Ramel, who used space magic to avoid his attack and emerged from another space, and said lightly, well dodged, keep dodging, don't stop. Accompanied by a huge roar, a golden beam of light with lightning hit the position where Anxur Ramel was before, and directly blasted out a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters and a bottomless depth. And because the coin in Ji Yun's hand was compressed by Ji Yun himself to increase the hardness and heat resistance, the electromagnetic cannon fired by Ji Yun would not have the result that the coin would be directly vaporized after flying dozens or hundreds of meters. It is not a level of existence at all. In front of such an existence, there is really no room for struggle. Just as Ji Yun guessed, Mavis's heart is not really that awesome. At most, it can only increase the attack strength by 10 times and give the user unlimited MP. Because this was a fighting power they could never reach and never possess. If the strength cannot keep up, it will still be absolutely suppressed. After hearing the words of god Anxur Ramel, Mavis, who was isolated in another space by Ji Yun, stood up and looked at god Anxur Ramel floating in the air and asked seriously, why do you do this? Boom. God Anxur Ramel was so surprised that even a few mortals who were insignificant in his eyes wanted to chat and share their joy. If Mavis' soul had not been summoned back by Mavis' real body, feeling the terrible power surging in his body, god Anxur Ramel really felt that he might not be able to suppress Mavis. You really talk too much nonsense. Ji Yun found that the strength of the god Anxur Ramel who controlled Zirf seemed to be constantly improving at a fast speed. And the members of Fairy Tail had to evacuate to a farther place because of the huge commotion caused by the battle between Ji Yun and Anxur Ramel. Even though they have seen Ji Yun show his strength many times and even more terrible scenes, they are still because of Ji Yun. Yun was shocked by the fighting power he showed. Of course it will benefit you. And the power contained in Mavis' heart completely exceeded god Anxur Ramel's initial imagination. If Mavis' heart really summoned back Mavis' soul, but what the consequences would be, god Anxur Ramel did not know. For example, the current god Anxur Ramel can only frequently use space magic to dodge in front of Ji Yun, but because of the support of Mavis's heart, the actions of the god Anxur Ramel in the fairy tale world have become more free. Just as god Anxur Ramel said just now, in this world that does not belong to him, god Anxur Ramel's actions are restricted to a considerable extent. Everyone was shocked by the scene and aftermath of the battle between Ji Yun and Anxur Ramel. Otherwise, if god Anxur Ramel wanted to start a huge war, he would not have gone around so many circles. But then again, I can clearly feel it. Although I am a god, my actions in your world are greatly restricted. Chapter 133, Whose Despair Is It? 3/4, please subscribe automatically. No, it shouldn't be said to be getting stronger. It's more like removing the shackles that were originally put on him layer by layer. Finally found it. Very incredible, right? Anxur Ramel looked at Ji Yun who stopped and chuckled and said, under this endless supply of magic power, this world is rapidly evolving towards a higher level world. Mortal, do you know what this means? This also means that the world's constraints on me are getting weaker and weaker, and it is increasingly recognizing a powerful existence like me who shouldn't exist in this world. Maybe in a short time I will be able to truly descend into this world. Instead of playing puppet games with you mortals here. Tremble well. I will make you, a mortal, kneel down and pray at the feet of Anksur Ramel. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. While speaking, Anksur Ramel controlled Zirf to laugh wildly in front of Ji Yun, as if he had seen Ji Yun kneeling in front of him and constantly begging him to spare his life as this world evolving towards a higher level world. After hearing the explanation of Anksur Ramel, Ji Yun suddenly understood. No wonder Anksur Ramel's strength became stronger and stronger, and no wonder the concentration of magic power around him began to increase significantly. At the same time, no wonder, the magic power that should have taken almost half a month to absorb the high-level magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystal to transform began to boil and loosen. As the world becomes more advanced, the upper limit of the road to becoming stronger will naturally be raised. Once the world has completely completed its evolution and become a more advanced world, it will become easier to become stronger. For example, the Dragon Clan at the level of Dragon King 400 years ago may be slightly inferior to an ordinary dragon in the advanced world. So the bottleneck of magic power in Ji Yun's body, which was already at the extreme of liquefaction, became loose inexplicably. Originally, it would take Ji Yun half a year to solve the bottleneck with high-level magic spirit power. Is it because there is a constant flow of excess magic power into this world? It seems that you are more confident than I thought. Ji Yun looked at the magic power that was constantly surging from Zirf, and then glanced at the god Anksur Ramel who was laughing wildly in front of him, and just twisted his neck slightly. Of course, after all, you are just a mortal. Looking at Ji Yun, god Anksur Ramel answered with a relaxed face. In the eyes of god Anksur Ramel, after he got Mavis' heart, the result of 10 is already determined. After getting Mavis' heart, under the blessing of endless power, god Anksur Ramel no longer felt the same sense of restraint as before, and did not need to consider whether there would be insufficient power or not being able to survive. At the same time, because a large amount of magic power continued to flow into the world of Fairy Tail, the world level of Fairy Tail was madly upgraded to the next level. The original world's constraints on god Anksur Ramel were getting weaker and weaker, and god Anksur Ramel could also exert more powerful power in the Fairy Tail world. Adding the two together, god Anksur Ramel really didn't believe that Ji Yun, a seemingly very powerful mortal, could still stir up any storm in front of him. Thinking of the way he controlled this puppet to escape in front of Ji Yun in Tartaro's time, Anksur Ramel was very angry. God Ramel was a little gnashing his teeth. This was the first time that god Anksur Ramel was so embarrassed by a mortal. And the vitality that he had collected for hundreds of years was consumed in that incident. Otherwise, god Anksur Ramel would not be so anxious to let Jirway start a war between the Ilbars Empire of the Western Continent and the Ishgar continent. After all, god Anksur Ramel originally had a more ambitious goal. A war was really not worth mentioning. For this reason, god Anksur Ramel had already started his own layout in the Dragon Clan era. But he didn't expect that it would be completely disrupted by Ji Yun who suddenly appeared. 0. If it weren't for the great magic of Mavis's heart, god Anksur Ramel would really be a little collapsed. We are not in the same world at all. It's normal that you can't understand my strength. God Anksur Ramel looked at Ji Yun, the mortal he hated before, and continued to say with extraordinary cheerfulness, if you can't even maintain confidence in front of mortals, then I, Anksur, the god who controls life and death, isn't it god Ramel? Quote, what? Before he finished speaking, god Anksur Ramel looked at Ji Yun and his pupils suddenly shrank. God Anksur Ramel was shocked to find that Ji Yun, who was originally some distance away from him, suddenly appeared in front of him without any fluctuations of magic or magic power. In other words, Ji Yun only relied on pure physical strength to reach the limit far beyond the reaction of god Anksur Ramel. You guy. After being touched by Ji Yun, Anksur Ramel, who reacted decisively, used the dual confinement magic of time and space, and the surrounding world turned gray in an instant. However, before Anksur Ramel could catch his breath, he was even more shocked to find that he should have lost his color. At least Ji Yun, who lost his color for a moment, still maintained the color he should have had. This was the case in the Tartaros incident before. Although Ji Yun quickly cracked the magic cast by Anksur Ramel, Ji Yun was still confined by time and space for a very short moment. However, the current situation has become completely different. Then the world imprisoned by Angser Ramel using the magic of time and space shattered in the next moment. Although there is a lot of nonsense, there is one sentence that I agree with. Ji Yu-yun looked at Angser Ramel, who was looking at him with horror, and said lightly, "We are indeed not in the same world." Chapter 134. One kick, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. After saying that, without giving Angser Ramel any time to react, Ji Yu-yun directly kicked Angser Ramel away. Angser Ramel, who was at ease in front of Ji Yu-yun just now, suddenly became passive, or seemed to become slow all of a sudden, and was completely unable to dodge Ji Yu-yun's attack. In the horrified eyes of all the fairy tale members in the distance, a mountain that seemed quite tall behind Angser Ramel was instantly smashed through by Angser Ramel, and kicked into the mountain from midair by Ji Yu-yun. Even the aftermath of the force alone made the entire mountain unable to withstand it, and it collapsed in all directions. Boom! With Angser Ramel as the center of 067, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters turned into dust. And the violent collision between Angser Ramel and the ground directly formed a violent shock wave, which continued to spread to the surroundings. Under the spread of the shock wave, the surrounding ground cracked like a spider web. Finally, the cracked ground was flipped open like a table being flipped over. The aftermath of the violent collision between the god Angser Ramel and the ground almost changed the terrain of tens of thousands of meters. Even the fairy tale people who had long known Ji Yu-yun's terrifying strength and evacuated several kilometers to watch the battle were also affected and were directly knocked over by this wave of shock waves. Even though the fairy tale people made a series of preparations the moment they saw the shock wave attacking in all directions and cast a series of defensive magic, they were still smashed by the aftermath, even the aftermath that had spread for thousands of meters and was extremely weakened. Of course, it was also thanks to this, otherwise, even the extremely weakened aftermath might cause casualties to some of the weaker beings in the fairy tale public fund. As for why Irene Belsarion did not help the members of the fairy tale guild to block the attack, of course, it was because compared to the fairy tale people who could not bear the aftermath of the battle between Ji Yu-yun and Angser Ramel, Irene Belsarion could bear it completely, so Irene Belsarion was not at the position where all the fairy tale members evacuated. Pooh, this is too scary. You can achieve this by relying on your physical strength without using any magic. Natsu, who was inserted into the ground upside down, struggled to get out of the ground, spit out all the dirt in his mouth, and then madly complained in the direction of Ji Yu-yun and Angser Ramel. Because he was a dragon slayer, Natsu could clearly feel that when Ji Yu-yun attacked Angser Ramel just now, he did not use any magic or even magic power. Just like a normal person kicking, he kicked the god Angser Ramel, and then directly caused this extremely terrifying scene in front of him. Everything within hundreds of meters of the central area was turned into dust, and the aftermath alone overturned the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, and the defensive magic cast by his partner could not even defend against the aftermath of the aftermath. Although all members of Fairy Tail have already seen Ji Yu-yun's combat power, and every time Ji Yu-yun has shown combat power that breaks everyone's worldview, especially the time when the great magic director Wu killed thousands of dragons and the black dragon Aknologia, it was like completely opening the door to a new world for all members of Fairy Tail. But at least Ji Yu-yun had been using magic to fight the enemy in the previous few times, and the magic power he directly displayed really made everyone stunned. It is not unacceptable that Ji Yu-yun's strength is so strong that it breaks through the sky. However, using pure physical strength to cause a devastating scene is really a bit too much of a cheat. You have to know that this is not a bit of magic or magic, it is just a pure kick. Anyway, with Ji Yu-yun's kick, the 3 views of all Fairy Tail members were refreshed by Ji Yu-yun again. However, this is also a very normal thing. If it were 400 years ago, Ji Yu-yun would not be able to cause such a terrible scene just by relying on physical strength. But if it were placed in the present time when the semi-finished immortality magic was studied, it would be different. The main effect of the semi-finished immortality magic studied by Ji Yu-yun is to improve Ji Yu-yun's physical fitness to the extreme, and to improve all the functions of Ji Yu-yun's body in an all-round way, including indescribable functions. So when Ji Yu-yun's immortality magic was initially completed and acted on himself, Ji Yu-yun's physical strength had already reached an extremely incredible level. Even Ji Yu-yun himself didn't know how strong it was. It's not that Ji Yu-yun has not tested it, but there is no physical existence in the world of the fairy's tale that can stop Ji Ku's fist. Even the so-called space, Ji Yun can tear it apart with his body and pure strength. This is why the time and space magic cast by Angser Ramel God just now is ineffective against Ji Yun. The reason why Ji Yun was imprisoned by Angser Ramel God for a moment in the last Tartaros incident was entirely because Ji Yun simply did not fully release the restrictions on his body. This time is different. Ji Yun directly unlocked the restrictions on his body, which is almost similar to the gene lock in the so-called infinite horror. After Ji Yun unlocked the control of his body, it was almost equivalent to the change of an ordinary person instantly unlocking the 5th level gene lock. This change is absolutely completely crushing. So this time, the time and space magic cast by Angser Ramel God was ineffective against Ji Yun, or the body that was subconsciously shattered by Ji in the instant it took effect on Ji. It's not that the time and space magic is not strong, but that Angser Ramel God is too weak. Chapter 135, Forced 1/4, please subscribe automatically. It cannot be said that Angser Ramel is too weak. After all, even until now, Angser Ramel has been fighting Ji Yun with Zirf, a puppet, as he said just now. Ji Yun has never seen the true body and true strength of Angser Ramel, so even if Zirf controlled by Angser Ramel is completely crushed by him, Ji Yun has not been careless. For Ji Yun, Angser Ramel is still an extremely unknown existence. But even so, Ji Yun feels that Angser Ramel may not be as strong as he imagined. After all, just before Zirf controlled by Angser Ramel was kicked out by him, Ji Yun saw a look of horror in Angser Ramel's eyes. Since he was shocked, everything is fine. For some reason, Ji Yun always feels that this so-called Angser Ramel is a little bit wrong, plus Ji Wei can't just ignore Angser Ramel, a time bomb. So, today Ji Yun really wants to try to pull Angser Ramel out of the dark. Even if you use the so-called magic that contains endless power, you can only achieve this level. It's really disappointing. After saying so much nonsense, I thought you could bring me even a little surprise. Using space magic, he pulled out Angser Ramel, who had gone deep into the ground, and threw him to the ground. Ji Wei stepped on Angser Ramel's head and chuckled. It seems that this is your limit. Quote. While speaking, Ji Yun crushed Angser Ramel's head into the soil little by little. In front of Ji Yun, Angser Ramel, who has Mavis' heart, did not have even a little resistance. Miss the BD. It's just a mere mortal. Obviously, it's just a mere mortal. Honestly, God Angser Ramel really wanted to be furious. Not only the humiliation from Ji Yun, but also the heart of Mavis and the life force collected in the fairy tale world for thousands of years, which were not something that God Angser Ramel could easily give up. For this day, God Angser Ramel has waited for thousands of years. How could he just give everything up? Especially Mavis' heart, the endless power really made God Angser Ramel feel intoxicated. You know, even if the world can't bear this kind of power, it starts to advance passively. It is conceivable that the secret magic accidentally researched by Precht Gelberg, the second generation of fairy tale Shaojin, is a terrible and precious existence. At this moment, Angser Ramel God Ramel even had a desperate mentality, desperate to let his true body descend into this world where the constraints on higher level existences were greatly weakened. However, after feeling the completely irresistible pressure from his head and the chill that kept emerging from the depths of his heart, God Angser Ramel directly dispelled the idea in his heart. Thinking of the scene where Ji Yun directly ignored the time magic and space magic just now, God Angser Ramel couldn't help but feel horrified in his heart. You know, even his own body couldn't do this. Moreover, Ji Yun's kick just now was just a kick without using any magic power and magic. God Angser Ramel consumed a small half of the vitality that he harvested through the war between the two continents this time, which was extremely terrible. It can even be said that if it weren't for the massive vitality provided by the epic war between the two continents this time, God Angser Ramel would definitely not be able to withstand Ji Yun's kick just now, and he would be GG directly. This was a kick that did not use any magic power or magic at all, and it was completely based on the strength of the body itself. God Angser Ramel could hardly imagine what kind of terrifying existence is Ji Yun. At the same time, It was hard for Angser Ramel to imagine why there is such a terrifying existence in a world that is just a mortal world. It is really unscientific. In short, Angser Ramel now finds himself facing a very cruel choice. That is, either give up all the gains he has made in the fairy tale world for 1,000 years and go as far as he can, or let his original body come down in person to fight to the death. However, if the original body can't deal with Ji Yun in person, then he will really die. Just when Angser Ramel was caught in a difficult choice, a burst of severe pain once again brought Angser Ramel back to reality. Ji Yun saw that Angser Ramel didn't speak for a long time, so he kicked Angser Ramel again to cheer him up, and then grabbed Angser Ramel by the hair and lifted him up. It seems that he is thinking about something. Are you thinking about giving it a go with me? Just like you said, I also feel that playing games with a puppet is very boring. Looking at the god Angser Ramel, who was completely speechless after being beaten by him, Ji Yun just threw him to his side and chuckled, then said to Angser Ramel lightly, "Kneel down. Kneel down in front of me and beg, maybe I will spare your life." Ji Yun returned the words that Angser Ramel had said to him just now. As Ji Yun's voice fell, at this moment, both time and space solidified. Chapter 136. Really kneeling, 2/4, please subscribe automatically. If giving in to Ji Yun and kneeling down to kowtow can allow his puppet Zirf to live, then it is not something that cannot be accepted. Even if God Angser Ramel can abandon the vitality collected for thousands of years, God Angser Ramel must try his best to fight for Mavis' heart. God Angser Ramel, who was already lying on the ground and unable to move, trembled violently after hearing Ji Yun's words, and raised his head directly, staring at Ji Yun, who was looking at him not far away. In fact, all those who were cursed by Angser Ramel did not really obtain the so-called immortality, but simply relied on taking the lives of others to prolong their own lives. In the true sense of immortality, it is almost non-existent in the fairy tale world, whether it is Zirf or the Black Dragon Acknowledger or the Phoenix Aya, Priestess Ekrea are all the same. Even the so-called God of Life and Death, Angser Ramel, is the same. If I kneel down and beg for mercy, will you spare my life? After that, Ji Yun stopped talking nonsense with Angser Ramel, and directly swung out sword light after sword light to cause fatal injuries to Zirf controlled by Angser Ramel again and again. After all, the harvest from God Angser Ramel was too rich. The vitality gained from the war between the Elbaraz Empire of the Western Continent and the Ishgar Continent this time, and the most important Mavis's heart, were all in the puppet controlled by God Angser Ramel, Zirf. Thinking of this, God Angser Ramel made a decision and directly controlled Jelf to slowly kneel down in front of Ji Yun under Ji Yun's surprised gaze. Angser Ramel felt the life force in his body madly flowing away, and looked at Ji Yun, who suddenly attacked him with a look of disbelief. He never thought that Ji Yun would kill him at this time. It is definitely different from the immortality magic that Ji Yun is studying. Even if it is just the current semi-finished immortality magic, it is definitely enough for Ji Yu to beat Fairy Tail in all aspects. There is no other way. Even if the real body really descends into this world by force, it may not be able to defeat Ji Yun. So after weighing the pros and cons, God Angser Ramel decisively decided to give in to Ji Yun. Originally, the reason why Ji Yun talked so much nonsense with Angser Ramel was that he wanted Angser Ramel's true body to come and kill Angser Ramel directly. In this way, in Ji Yun's sword light again and again, Angser Ramel passed the vast amount of life force that Zirf had collected was released like a mountain torrent, and was finally completely consumed under the hysterical gaze of the god Ramel of Angser. I just said that if you do this, I might spare your life. In Angser Ramel's stunned eyes, the vitality that Angser Ramel had spent thousands of years collecting began to decrease sharply, and Zirf controlled by Angser Ramel was once again hit by a fatal blow. In the end, he didn't expect Angser Ramel to be so flexible and actually knelt down in front of him. In this case, Ji Yun had no choice but to kill Zirf, the puppet that Angser Ramel wanted to save desperately. Forcing himself to calm down, God Angser Ramel said to Ji Yun with a respectful face, "I will never dare to go against you again, please let me go." Quote. However, just as Angser Ramel was consoling himself and thinking about how to come back to seek revenge, 10 extremely bright sword lights appeared in Angser Ramel's sight. I don't know since when, Angser Ramal God no longer called Ji Yun immortal. Ji Ku's strength has completely exceeded the cognition of Angser Ramal God fairy tale world. After he had collected what he had gained in this world, he would wait for a while before coming back to seek revenge. I have already done what you asked, kneeled down and begged for mercy. Why don't you keep your promise? After hearing Angser Ramal God's questioning of himself, Ji Yun chuckled and said, obviously, the result now is that even if you really do this, I am not going to spare your life. Quote, please mortal, please spare my life. Although he didn't know why Zirf controlled by Angser Ramal almost had an immortal body, Ji Yun could guess from Angser Ramal's tone and expression that this so-called immortal body would come at a price. I never said that if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will definitely spare your life. Mavis, heart must not be lost, even if it means kneeling down to Ji Yun, a mortal who he had always looked down on and brought humiliation to him. Because Angser Ramal could not directly take the huge vitality accumulated in Zirf away, when Zirf suffered a fatal injury, the huge vitality would automatically repair and recover. You know, God Angser Ramal has invested a lot just by investing. At the same time, God Angser Ramal continued to comfort himself in his heart, comforting himself that he did not really kneel down to Ji Yun, but the puppet he controlled knelt down to Ji Yun, and it could not be considered that he knelt down to Ji Yun. Yun knelt down. You didn't say. Quote, unprecedented anger surged wildly in the heart of God Angser Ramal, but soon God Angser Ramal forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart and began to weigh the pros and cons. A great shame. God Angser Ramal, who has a broader vision, knows how precious Mavis' heart is. Zerif's fatal injury was never repaired. If Ji Yun really killed Zirf, then God Angser Ramal would have waited in the fairy tale world for so many years. Not only would he not gain anything, but he would also lose everything. Chapter 137. The Cowardly Angser Ramal, 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. Oh, can't move. Ji Yun looked at Zirf lying on the ground, unable to move and without any breath of life, and chuckled, then turned around and walked towards Irene who had stayed there. However, Ji Yun's turning around and leaving did not mean that Ji Yun really thought that this matter was over. On the contrary, Ji Yun had already focused more than 90% of his attention on Zerif's body, which had lost its breath of life. Ji Yun could clearly feel the disgusting breath of Angser Ramal. It can be seen that Angser Ramal did not leave Zerif's completely broken puppet body immediately, and whether Ji Yun could pull out Angser Ramal who had been hiding in the dark next depended on how Angser Ramal, who was hiding in Zerif's body, left. Perhaps following the traces left by Angser Ramal when he left, Ji Yun could follow the clues to find out. To be honest, Ji Yun also felt that this matter was quite troublesome, but Ji Yun really wanted to kill Angser Ramal, otherwise it would be difficult for Ji Yun to wait for this world to stabilize before traveling to other worlds. Although Ji Yun felt that Angser Ramal's true body should not be able to beat him, it did not mean that Angser Ramal's true body was not powerful. At least, Irene Belsarion, who was invincible except for Ji Yun, should be easily defeated by Angser Ramal's true body. Just now, Angser Ramal was just hesitating that his true body might not be able to beat Ji Yun, not that he would definitely not be able to beat Ji Yun. The strength shown by Ji Yun was not as desperate as Angser Ramal. At most, it was just a level of fear that he dared not provoke casually. If he ran, Angser Ramal was still very confident that he could escape from Ji Yun's hands. After all, Angser Ramal's true body was also very strong. Let's focus on Angser Ramal again. Now, Angser Ramal, who was hiding in the body of Zirf who was completely unable to move, was in a very complicated mood. It was just because Zirf was killed by Ji Yun, Angser Ramal could no longer roar to vent his anger. In fact, because he could not speak to vent his anger, Angser Ramal's already aggrieved mood became even more aggrieved. If Ji Yun had shown his absolute strength from the beginning and killed Zirf, the puppet controlled by Angser Ramal might have felt better now. After all, if Angser Ramal was not given even a little hope from the beginning, then Angser Ramal would have been mentally prepared to lose everything and would not feel any sense of disappointment. Moreover, considering Ji Yun's terrifying strength that completely surpassed his cognition of mortals, Angser Ramal could just pat his butt and leave. Only by being flexible can he live longer. He would lose a little this time, as there is still a long way to go. Over the years, Angser Ramel had suffered such a loss before. However, the problem now was that Ji Yun had left Angser Ramel a little bit of life to keep him alive and harvesting people in the fairy tale world. And in order to let Ji Yun save the life of his puppet, Angser Ramel had already done what Ji Yun said, personally controlling Zirf to crawl in front of Ji Yun and kowtow to Ji Yun for mercy. This kind of humiliation was unprecedented for Angser Ramel. However, Ji Yun killed Zirf, the puppet he controlled, without the slightest hesitation, and Angser Ramel was still a little stunned until now. When he thought of this, Angser Ramel felt that the anger in his heart was constantly rising. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years erupting in an instant, and it could no longer be stopped. When he realized that his puppet Zirf had been killed by Ji Yun, all his harvests in the fairy tale world were about to go down the drain. 0. Please send flowers, 0. Angser Ramel God really has an impulse to force his true body to descend. Anyway, because of the magic power that has been pouring out from Mavis' heart for such a long time, the world's restraint on Angser Ramel God's true body has been further reduced. If he really wants to fight with Ji Yun, a mortal who has humiliated and insulted him 5 times, it is not impossible to directly summon his true body to descend. The problem is that in addition to his rage, Angser Ramel God still retains a considerable degree of rationality, that is, Ji Yun's terrible strength that does not belong to this world at all. Even if his true body really descends, it is really hard to say who will do it. Instantly, Angser Ramel God sighed silently in his heart. Life is still important. Although the loss this time is quite large, there is no need to fight with a pervert who he is not sure he can beat. After all, he was an old man who had lived for who knows how many years. Although Angser Ramel wanted to tear apart Ji Yun, a mortal who had insulted and played with him time and time again, considering the terrible strength Ji Yun had shown. After hesitating for a long time, Angser Ramel was ready to retreat. If there was a chance in the future, he could come back to find a place at any time. Anyway, after the forced infusion of magic power in Mavis' heart for such a period of time, the fairy tale world has lowered the restrictions on high-level existences. The cost of finding a puppet to invade the fairy tale world next time would not be as high as before. After thinking it over, he took a deep breath in his heart and calmed down. Angser Ramel left Zerif's body and disappeared directly into the fairy tale world. And at the moment when Angser Ramel completely disappeared in the fairy tale world, the corners of Ji Yun's mouth curled up slightly. The mouse hiding in the dark finally found the power. Chapter 138. Eliminating the roots, 4/4. Please subscribe automatically. As mentioned before, Ji Yun had the ability to travel through worlds a long time ago. It's just that Ji Yun has never really traveled through worlds because he was worried about encountering a world without magic power and some dangerous and unknown situations. The moment Angser Ramel disappeared in the fairy tale world, Ji Yun, who had been focusing most of his attention on Angser Ramel, found the track left by Angser Ramel. If there is nothing wrong, then just follow the track left by Angser Ramel and you can easily find the real body of Angser Ramel. Although it is not known whether he can beat the real body of Angser Ramel, judging from the series of emotions that Angser Ramel showed in front of him just now, even if Ji Yun really can't beat Angser Ramel, there will not be much difference. If he really can't defeat the original body of Angser Ramel, Ji Yun can use the sacrificial magic to sacrifice 10 points of life to force the original body of Angser Ramel. Anyway, as long as it is within the range that he can bear, Ji Yun will kill Angser Ramel, who knows the existence of the fairy tale world and has almost invincible strength except for himself, no matter how much it costs. Just when Ji Yun was about to tear the space to chase Angser Ramel, who had escaped from the fairy tale world, Ji Yun also noticed that on Zerif's body, there was Mavis' heart, which had been releasing magic power crazily. As long as he had Mavis' heart to constantly replenish his magic power, Ji Yun would not have much concerns about crossing the world and coming to the place outside the world. Just in case, it's better to carry this thing with you. He hooked his finger at Zerif's body, and the source of the continuous release of a large amount of magic power, Mavis' heart, appeared in Ji Yun's palm, and then was directly compressed into a capsule-like size by Ji Yun and put away. Because he was not sure whether putting Mavis' heart into the portable space would cause Mavis' Death. Ji Yun just took Mavis Hart with him after the space was compressed. Ji Yun's portable space cannot store dead objects. Or in other words, ordinary living things cannot survive in Ji Yun's portable space. Ji Yun felt that it was not a good thing to let Mavis Hart release magic like crazy. Although Anxur Ramel said that this time the fairy tale world would quickly evolve into a higher level world, Ji Yun also remembered what Wendy said just now, the world is wailing. Obviously, the fairy tale world itself refuses this leap forward improvement, or it seems that there are many benefits on the surface, and it can become a high-level world in a very short time, but secretly there are various disadvantages. Ji Yun does not know what the specific disadvantages are, but Ji Yun will not be stupid enough to try to see what the disadvantages will be when the fairy tale world really grows rapidly into a higher level world because of Mavis Hart. Ready. Seal Mavis Hart casually, looking at the place where the breath of Anxur Ramel disappeared out of thin air. Ji Yun chuckled and said, "Then it's time to reel in the line. I've said so much nonsense, just to catch the big fish and cut the grass at its roots." After that, Ji Yun directly punched the place where Anxur Ramel disappeared. Then there was a series of sounds like glass breaking, and finally accompanied by a loud shattering sound, the space was directly shattered by Ji Yun's simple use of his body. When the space was shattered by Ji Yun, the darkness revealed that even a black hole could not compare with it. Was terrifying. At the same time, along with the darkness, there was also the disgusting breath of Anxur Ramel hidden in the depths of darkness. Found it. Ji Yun looked at the darkness that appeared after the space was broken, and said lightly. Casually cast a space magic to solidify the space so that the fairy tale world could not automatically repair the broken space for the time being. Although he had never traveled through the world, Ji Yun still had some knowledge and exploration of the area between the worlds. So Ji Yun rushed in without any hesitation, following the breath left by the god Anxur Ramel. Ishgar Continent, Magnolia, Kingdom of Fury. Ji Yun was hiding in a laboratory deep underground. It had been almost 3 days since Ji Yun had killed the god Anxur Ramel. Now, Ji Yun was fully absorbing the high-level magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystal. Originally, Ji Yun needed about half a month to break through, or to say, the magic power changed from liquid to solid, but the last incident of Mavis Hart was not without benefits for Ji Yun. Some parts that should have been difficult unexpectedly became easier. So it was only about 3 days, and Ji Yun even took the time to deal with the relationship between Irene Belsarian and Urza, and he had truly reached a critical point of qualitative change. Ji Yun could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering and absorbing the high-level energy as time went by. The magic power in his body began to boil wildly. As time went by and the high-level magic spirit power was constantly absorbed, the quality and purity of the magic power became higher and higher, and even had a faint solid nature. His already strong physical fitness also improved with the continuous improvement of the purity and quality of magic power. In just 3 days, Ji Yun's strength once again ushered in a big leap. Even after a while, when Ji Yun's magic form was completely transformed into a solid state, Ji Yun's strength would soar again. As for how much it would soar, no one knew, not even Ji Yun himself. Because in the fairy tale world, no one could measure Ji Yun's strength. Perhaps the original Anxur Ramel god, who was slightly suppressed by 10 points before, was qualified to measure Ji Yun's strength. Chapter 139. Becoming Stronger, 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. Time was still passing, and soon it was the early morning of the 4th day. The magic power in Ji Yun's body had been at the true critical point for nearly a day. Ji Yun was not impatient at all, and continued to absorb and transform the high-level magic spirit power at the previous speed. Finally, after about 15 minutes in the early morning of the 4th day, there was no explosion or pressure, and even he did not react at all. Suddenly, an extremely tiny existence, like a small particle, appeared in the liquid magic power in his body that was already at the critical point. With the appearance of the granular magic power, the other extremely viscous liquid magic power in Ji Yun's body paused at this moment, and then began to rush towards the granular magic power frantically, constantly pouring into the granular magic power, and strengthening the granular magic power. After Ji Yun reacted, All the liquid magic power in his body turned into a small piece of irregular solid magic power in the previous short moment. It was not as cool as the golden elixir described in the immortal novels that Ji Yun imagined, but it looked a bit shabby. However, Ji Yun could feel the terrifying power contained in the small solid magic in his body. If Ji Yun's magic power was not comparable to the power of Ji Yun's body before, then now Ji Yun is using solid magic. Then it's a bit hard to say. Of course, it is still not as good as Ji Yun's physical strength. After all, while Ji Yun's magic quality has improved, his physical quality has also been passively improved. Although it is not as good as the improvement of magic, it is also not small. However, the gap between the magic strength of solid magic and the attack strength that Ji Yun's body can cause is not as huge as before. For example, Ji Yun who only uses magic fights Ji Yun who only uses his body. Song is Ji Yu who uses magic and can definitely make Ji Yu who only uses his body very embarrassed. For example, if Ji Yun releases a space confinement to Angsur Ramal God now, then Ji Yun can guarantee that unless he actively removes the space confinement magic, Angsur Ramal God will not be able to move even a finger. And this Angsur Ramal God refers to the original body of Angsur Ramal God, not Zirf who is controlled by Angsur Ramal God. After successfully changing the nature of the magic power in his body from liquid to solid, the next step is to experiment with the change of strength as much as possible. It is difficult to find a good comparison in terms of the body, but it is different in terms of magic. Ji Yun found an uninhabited sea surface and performed a few commonly used magics, such as the Rasengan developed by the Naruto brain hole, the electromagnetic cannon and other brain hole magic. Whether it is the Rasengan, the electromagnetic cannon or other brain hole magic, under the blessing of solid magic, they all hit the degree of shattering space, surpassing the fairy tale world in all aspects and reaching a new level. However, in the same way, although the quality of magic power has been greatly enhanced due to the change to solid, it has been greatly reduced at the top. If Ji Yun directly uses solid magic to cast magic at full power, then he may fall into the embarrassing state of no MP after casting about 8 or 9 solid magic versions of the ultimate enhanced Rasengan. The electromagnetic gun consumes slightly less magic. Ji Yun can release about 15 electromagnetic guns if he uses solid magic to cast electromagnetic guns at full power. The only thing that makes Ji Yun sober is that solid magic can be diluted by Ji Yun at any time to cast weaker magic. In this way, Ji Yun does not have to worry about the power of magic being too strong and making it difficult for him to get up when fighting the enemy. Although Ji Yun's body has the strongest combat power, in terms of combat convenience, of course, magic is still the best. And if it is a qualified enemy and Ji Yun does not want to fight, then Ji Yun still has Mavis's heart to replenish magic continuously, which is completely enough for Ji Yun's high-intensity magic battle. At least before the quality of magic in Ji Yun's body undergoes the next transformation, Ji Yun feels that he should not face the problem of insufficient magic when using Mavis's heart. After experimenting with magic, Ji Yun was ready to consider world travel. After all, it would be a long process for Ji Yun to make another breakthrough in magic. Even if Ji Yun absorbed the power of high-level magic spirits throughout the process, it would take more than 10 years. Compared with continuing to improve his strength, Ji Yun had another more important thing to do, that is, traveling through the world. Ji Yun had thought about traveling to different worlds a long time ago. However, because there was no prop like Mavis, heart, and he was in a violation of discipline at the time, his vitality was about to run out, so Ji Yun never took action for the idea of traveling through the world. Even after waking up from the ice coffin No Hao Jiao, a series of troubles came to Ji Yun's door, leaving Ji Yun with no time to think about traveling through the world. Now he finally has extra time to think about the plan of traveling around the world. Of course, Ji Yun is not in a hurry to travel around the world right away. After all, Ji Yun has just reunited with Irene Belsarian and has not known Urza for long. And Ji Yun has already promised to teach Urza magic. By the way, Ji Yun also plans to give his semi-finished immortality magic to Urza and Irene Belsarian. Ji Yun doesn't want to find that Irene Belsarian and Urza have turned into old ladies when he returns if he is delayed by something. Chapter 140. ending 2 quarters, please subscribe automatically. First, Ji Yu-yun went to have some affection with Irene Belsarian. As for what they did during the affection, there is no need to say too much. Anyway, it was a very hee thing. Because of Urza, Ji Yu-yun and Irene Belsarian planned to settle down in Magnolia. During this period, Irene Belsarian has been trying to repair the relationship between herself and Urza. After all, Irene Belsarian still loves Urza very much, whether in the original book or now. However, the things and behaviors that Irene Belsarian did to the fairy tale guild before were destined to keep Irene Belsarian in a very embarrassing position. The most important thing is that Irene Belsarian is no longer the cheerful and optimistic Irene Belsarian 400 years ago because of the vicissitudes of more than 400 years. Irene Belsarian only opened her heart in front of Ji Yu-yun. In front of her daughter Urza, Irene Belsarian is still the same Irene Belsarian. So, even though it has been several days since the end of the war, the relationship between Irene Belsarian and Urza has not improved at all. Urza is still hostile to Irene Belsarian, and Irene Belsarian does not know how to ease the relationship between herself and her daughter Urza. Perhaps the only thing that makes Irene Belsarian feel relieved is that her relationship with Fairy Tail has eased a lot. After all, everyone in Fairy Tail knows that Irene Belsarian is Urza's mother. If Irene Belsarian was not an enemy of Fairy Tail, everyone would still be very polite to Irene Belsarian. Breakthrough. Lying beside Ji Yu-yun, Irene Belsarian looked at Ji Yu-yun and asked curiously, "What are you going to do next?" In Irene Belsarian's impression, although Ji Yu-yun is not without free time, Ji Yu-yun always has a clear goal that drives Ji Yu-yun to keep moving forward. So, after knowing that Ji Yu-yun has successfully broken through to a new stage, Irene Belsarian is a little curious about what Ji Yu-yun's next goal is. If nothing unexpected happens, of course I will study the possibility of traveling through the world. I have been thinking about this for a long time. After hearing Irene Belsarian's question, Ji Yu-yun thought about it for a while. After seeing Irene Belsarian's reluctant expression, Ji Yu-yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a goal, it won't happen so quickly. I will accompany you and Urza for a while. And if the world I explore is not dangerous, you and Urza can come to me at any time, and I can come back to accompany you at any time. By the way, is the relationship between you and Urza still so stiff?" "Yeah, because of what I did before, Urza is very hostile to me." Quote, when Irene Belsarian thought about the awkward relationship between herself and Urza, she became a little depressed. She didn't know when her relationship with Urza would become more like a normal mother and daughter. Thinking of this, Irene Belsarian couldn't help but sigh. Irene Belsarian really wanted to repair the relationship with her daughter Urza. However, Irene Belsarian didn't know where to start. Irene Belsarian spent more than 95% of the 400 years alone in the body of a dragon. "I didn't know how to ease the relationship with Urza. It looks like this." Quote, Ji Yu-yun subconsciously touched his chin. Ji Yu-yun's situation was not much better than Irene Belsarian's. After Ji Yu-yun came to the fairy tale world, he was also alone most of the time. So, during this period of time, I will let you and Urza learn the magic of immortality from me. Although it is a semi-finished product, it can greatly extend your lifespan. I think your physical problems can also be solved well. Quote, Irene, you and Urza should try to get along closely while you are learning new magic from me. Quote, before leaving the fairy tale world to travel around the world, Ji Yu-yun had long planned to teach Irene Belsarian and his daughter Urza the semi-finished immortality magic he had researched. In addition to increasing the lifespan and strength of Irene Belsarian and Urza, there were other reasons, such as using the semi-finished immortality magic to solve some of Irene's physical defects. Although Irene temporarily gained a human appearance with the help of Zirf, she lost her human sense of taste and became unable to sleep due to her own dragon power. The reason for this is entirely because the dragon power is too strong. When maintaining the human state, the dragon power completely crushes the human state, which leads to this series of defects and negative effects. But if you learn Ji Yu-yun's semi-finished immortality magic, it will be absolutely different. The so-called dragon transformation is nothing in front of Ji Yu-yun's semi-finished immortality magic. Although the semi-finished immortality magic will also strengthen the physical strength of the dragon state, Just like Ji Yu Yun, the relationship between the solid magic power in Yun's body and physical fitness is the same. Once you really succeed in learning, the so-called dragon power and human state will not form an absolute crushing relationship, then everything Irene Belsarian lost when she was in human form can be restored to its original state. Things will naturally become simpler afterwards, and Ji Yu Yun will begin to enjoy the warm daily life that he has longed for since he came here 400 years ago. Chapter 141. 1 year, 3 quarters, please subscribe automatically. After the war between the Elbaraz Empire and the Ishgar continent in the western continent not long ago, Makarov felt that he was too old and was indeed unable to do it, so he directly made Urza the 7th generation president of Fairy Tail. So every day Urza would have a lot of free time to learn magic from Ji Yu Yun. At first, Urza was very embarrassed and uncomfortable when she went to Ji Yu Yun with Irene Belsarian to learn magic, but for some unknown reasons, Urza did not say much, and just followed Irene Belsarian to learn semi-finished immortality magic from Ji Yu Yun. Occasionally, there was some extra free time, and Ji Yu Yun also taught Urza the skills of magic purification and magic absorption. Traveling through the world, traveling to other worlds, and seeing other worlds is just the next stage goal of Ji Yu Yun, as mentioned before, and it is not certain when to complete this goal. In this way, Ji Yu Yun, Irene Belsarian and Urza spent almost a year in a dull manner. During this year, Ji Yu Yun did nothing except accompany Irene Belsarian and Urza. During this year, although the relationship between Irene Belsarian and Urza was still relatively stiff, it was not to say that there was no progress at all. After all, they had studied magic under Ji Yu Yun for so long. And no matter what, the fact that Irene Belsarian was Urza's mother was something Urza could not deny. The relationship between Irene Belsarian and other members of the Fairy Tail Guild became very familiar, because Irene Belsarian and Ji Yu Yun lived together in Magnolia. Every day, in addition to studying magic and staying with Ji Yu Yun, Irene Belsarian liked to go to the Fairy Tail Guild for a walk. With the coming and going, plus the halo of Urza's mother, they naturally became familiar with each other. Ji Yu Yun had suggested that Irene Belsarian should just join Fairy Tail directly, so that the relationship between Irene Belsarian and Urza would probably make a breakthrough. After all, Urza is a person who values her companions very much. If Irene Belsarian directly joins the Fairy Tail Guild and becomes Urza's companion, then Urza should no longer have any estrangement with Irene Belsarian. However, Irene Belsarian rejected Ji Yu Yun's proposal. In Irene Belsarian's words, she did not want to resolve the estrangement with Urza by such a tough way as joining the Fairy Tail Guild. Ji Yu Yun could only shrug helplessly. Anyway, there is still a long way to go, and there will be a day when the estrangement can be eliminated. On the other hand, the relationship between Ji Yu Yun and Urza has made some rapid progress. During this year, Ji Yu Yun found a time to explain his relationship with Urza and Irene Belsarian to Urza. Ji Yu Yun was thinking about writing a diary for Urza to find out. Ji Yu Yun even started to recall what happened after he traveled to the world of Fairy Tail 400 years ago and wrote a diary. Later, when he was halfway through, he felt that it was still a bit too complicated, so he threw it into the library of the Fairy Tail Guild and directly pulled Urza to explain everything to Urza. Now, Urza can call Ji Yu Yun father in front of other people. Ji Yu Yun is very pleased about this, and Irene Belsarian is very envious. Until now, Urza has always called Irene Belsarian you, although it is much better than a year ago when she ignored him. At the same time, after living a warm life with Irene Belsarian and Urza for a year, Ji Yu Yun is finally ready to start his long-decided plan, traveling through the world and exploring a new unknown world. 0. Please give me flowers 0. First of all, Ji Yu Yun's goal is to find and explore a world with technology. Ji Yu Yun really misses the modern life before he traveled to the fairy tale world 400 years ago. Computers, games, anime, and Hai really make Ji Yu Yun miss them very much. For safety reasons, Ji Yu Yun does not plan to take Urza and Irene Belsarian to travel to other worlds. Although Ji Yu Yun is absolutely invincible in the fairy tale world, it may not be the case in other worlds. So Ji Yu Yun must first make sure that the new world he explores is a world without threats. 0. Anyway, Ji Yu Yun has already recorded the spatial location of the fairy tale world, Ji Yun can come back anytime if he wants to. Just in case, Ji Yun also prepared a few summoning scrolls for Irene Belsarion and Urza. If they encounter something they can't handle, they can directly contact Ji Yun, who is traveling in other worlds, and Ji Yun will rush over across the world. Although Ji Yun has taught Irene Belsarion and Urza his semi-finished immortality magic, except for the magic of sacrifice, Ji Yun didn't teach them. Irene Belsarion and Urza almost know all the other magics that Ji Yun knows. However, knowing doesn't mean being strong, it takes time to accumulate. Ji Yun also accumulated more than 400 years to have such a strength beyond the cognitive limit. Even if Irene Belsarion and Urza's growth rate is definitely faster than Ji Yun at the same time, it will take at least several decades to reach Ji Yun's current strength. Irene Belsarion, who already has a 10-year strength foundation, needs more than 4 years. That's why Ji Yun gave Irene Belsarion and Urza prepared a lot of life-saving methods. In short, after spending a whole year, Ji Yun finally prepared everything. Chapter 1. Preface and Diary 1/2. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. A lot of things happened last month, and the fairy tale story that I wanted to write at the beginning has actually been completed, so the author took a break for more than a month. Now I am back to write the prequel that I have been planning to write from the beginning, Diary of the Dragon Slayer. Because it is a side volume to fill in the gaps, the original plot must be based on the existing big holes to create a suitable plot. The difficulty of creation is actually quite high, so for now, I can only guarantee 2 chapters a day, the story of One Punch Man. Maybe it will be the series of my lifetime. If possible, the author will try his best to finish the story of One Punch Man, but please don't have too high expectations. The author can't help the crazy desire to open a new book. Fury Kingdom, Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. At this time, it has been a while since Ji Yun started his journey. Urza, who has become the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, is sorting out books that have not been taken care of for a long time in the library of the guild. Because Makarov officially retired and began to live in retirement, the usual 08 management and operation of the Fairy Tale Guild fell on Urza's head. Although it was not a very troublesome thing, it also caused Urza, as the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, to not go out casually. After all, there are many things that require Urza, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, to sign and deal with them. It is this kind of not very troublesome but very necessary thing that has led to Urza's freedom being restricted to a certain extent. However, because it is the relationship of the Fairy Tale Guild, Urza will not feel bored about it. At most, she will often complain about boredom. If it is a little more excessive, the worst thing is to secretly reveal a commission rated as S-level to vent. In short, I don't know when, Urza gradually adapted to this kind of life. Of course, it is worth mentioning here that Urza's mother, Ji Yun's wife Irene Belsarion, has eased a lot in this period of time. Although it is not to the point where she calls her mother, it is not as stiff as it was at the beginning. In addition, when Urza secretly takes S-level commissions to relax, it is Irene Belsarion who pretends to be Urza. Otherwise, as the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, although Urza has a lot of free time every day, it is definitely not enough for Urza to go too far alone. Thanks to Irene Belsarion, who looks so much like Urza, and her acting skills, I have become familiar with everyone in Fairy Tale during this period of time, so the group has not been discovered. But even if she was discovered, it didn't matter. When Ji Yun was not around, Irene Belsarion was really entitled to be willful. It could be said that Irene Belsarion was a weakened version of Ji Yun. There was nothing wrong with equating Ji Yun's absence with invincibility. Of course, even if Irene Belsarion occasionally came to take Urza's shift, Urza would still be bored frequently. After all, Irene Belsarion not only loved Urza, but also loved Ji Yun very much. Even compared to loving Urza, Irene Belsarion loved Ji Yun more, so after the relationship with Urza eased, Irene Belsarion began her long journey of running back and forth. On 1, 3, and 5, she came to see Urza, and on 2, 4, 6, and 7, she went directly to see Ji Yun through the world gate that Ji Yun had already prepared. So when no one was there to take over, Urza did what she did now. She slowly began to organize the guild's special library. She was free anyway, so it was a good thing to do more. In Fairy Tale, Apart from Levi, who occasionally came to the library to read books and organize a little, no one else would be so bored as to wander around the library. After all, most of the guys in Fairy Tale were single-minded fighters, and there were almost no people like Levi who had an IQ advantage and basically didn't have to pay the IQ tax. But even if that's the case, it's too exaggerated. Quote, Urza looked at the dust in the library that was almost half a finger thick and supported her forehead helplessly, sighing softly. She didn't know when the Fairy Tale library became so dirty. Although almost no one would come here to read books peacefully, even Levi had not come to the library to read and organize books for a long time because he had finished reading the books in the library a long time ago. That's good, then let's do it this way. Work hard for an afternoon, just deal with it today, and I can continue to ask Irene to help me take care of the guild tomorrow. I think the S-level mission commission that was newly commissioned yesterday is very good. It is famous for its beautiful environment and the dessert shop that can be ranked among the best in the world. Lucy and Natsu should be back tomorrow. Let's call Lucy and Natsu together tomorrow. It's been a long time since I did a commission with them. As the voice fell, Urza, who was originally a little out of spirit, suddenly became energetic and started to tidy up the library, which could be said to be a mess. A large amount, no, it could be said that a huge amount of dust was blown away by Urza using universal magic, and then began to tidy up little by little. I don't know how long it took. Just when Urza had almost sorted out the messy and dusty books in the library, Urza found something a little wrong. That is, compared to other places where dust can be exaggeratedly said to be piled up to the sky, there is a place that is unexpectedly clean, without even a little dust, quietly placing a brand new book that exudes an ancient atmosphere. This is. Urza put down the unfinished work in her hands with a little curiosity, walked directly to the contradictory book, picked up the book, flipped through it casually, and was surprised to find that the second half of the book was blank, as if it was an unfinished book. Seeing this, Urza casually flipped the cover of the book over, looked at the very eye-catching words on the cover, and then her pupils shrank slightly. The Diary of the Dragon Slayer,